Jennifer's eyes went completely green. What the hell would you even know about being an alpha? You're a human. The only reason you're here is because you're fucking Curran. Nice. I don't know much, but I'm learning fast. I rose. And I'm here because I killed 22 shapeshifters in 2 weeks. I've earned my place. How many challenges did you have, Jennifer? Oh, that's right. None. Enlighten me, how did you become an alpha again? I turned to Daniel. Help me out here. Who was she fucking, Daniel? Was it you? It must be especially good for you, because that's the only way you'd have gone along with this for so long. I barely saw Daniel move. 1 second he was standing there, loose, and the next he clamped Jennifer in a hug. It was a very careful hug, it looked gentle, but I could tell she couldn't move an inch. We apologize for any offense to the consort. We meant no disrespect, he said. Apology accepted. Stop talking like I'm not here, Jennifer ground out. We'll look forward to working with you in the future, Daniel said. With your leave. Please. Have a pleasant evening. Daniel moved, and Jennifer moved with him. Together they walked out of the auditorium. I waited until the door closed and fell into my chair. George stared at me. Oh my freaking God. I can't believe she went that far. I closed my eyes. Are you okay? I'm tired. My knee is hurting again and I'm trying to teleport myself upstairs. Kate, you can't do that. I know. But I'm trying very hard. Let me know if I start fading. Sadly, teleporting didn't work. I climbed the stairs, got into the shower, washed off the dirt and blood, and put on clean clothes. The rooms felt empty without Curran. I stood in the doorway of the bedroom for a while and looked at the bed. I didn't want it all to turn out to be one big lie. A small part of me wanted to leave. Just leave now, without any explanations and disappointments. Disappear. That way, if this was a lie, I'd never know. But then I didn't run from my challenges. I met them straight on and bashed my head against them, until it left me hurt, bloody, and dazed. I hugged myself. When I was with Curran, he filled the empty space. If I was sad, he'd make me laugh. If I was pissed off, he'd invite me to spar. I was forgetting what it was like to be on my own. And I was on my own. Aside from Roland, there wasn't another human being this screwed up for thousands of miles. If tomorrow I woke up and Roland waited on the keep's doorstep, I would die. Pretty quickly, too. If Dokia was right. I had all the training with the sword I would ever need, but when my father and I met, the fight wouldn't be decided by the sword. I needed magic training and a lot of it. And I had no idea how Curran would react to it. Hey baby, you don't mind if I practice turning a vampire inside out on the keep's grounds, do you? Please ignore the torturous screams of your people when things go horribly wrong. It was one thing to know you had mated with Roland's daughter. It was another thing entirely to have your nose rubbed in it. Ultimately, I didn't have to figure out whether Curran truly loved me. All I had to know was whether I loved him enough not to care why he was with me. I knew the answer. I just didn't want to admit it. If he called right now, hurt, I would find him and save him, even if it cost me my life, whether he loved me or not. This was all sorts of screwed up. No, I was wrong. If he was with me because he needed me to fight Roland, I had to leave. I couldn't stay here, sleep next to him in this bed, touch him, kiss him, knowing that he didn't truly love me but was bound by the need for survival. I would still love him, but I couldn't stay. Had he laid it out for me from the start, before I had a chance to fall in love, I might have joined forces with him anyway. I wouldn't have slept with Curran, but an alliance with the pack would have strengthened me, and he and I might have gone for some sort of business arrangement. It was too late now. I wanted love or nothing. I stole my pillow off the bed and curled up on the couch, tapped in a spare blanket. Eventually he'd come home. Then we'd talk. Chapter 13. The alarm went off at 6 a.m., signaling the end of night and the absence of magic. My back and sides had decided to develop an ache overnight. I rolled off the couch, feeling every knot and snarl in my muscles, pulled on my sweats, and padded downstairs to the gym. 40 minutes later I felt much better. I still didn't know where Curran and I stood, but for now it couldn't be helped. I still had people to kill and a doomsday device to find. I made the trip to the guard desk. Any messages for me? Curtis, an older dark-haired werewolf, offered me 2 scraps of paper. There is also a message from the Beast Lord, consort. It's in your private box. You can access it from your quarters by dialing 1000. He called but didn't talk to me. Chicken? When did he call? 12 minutes past midnight. Why didn't you wake me up? Curtis looked uncomfortable. He instructed us that you shouldn't be disturbed. Should I be pissed off because he didn't want to talk to me or touched because he'd thought about letting me rest? I wasn't sure. I glanced at the top scrap of paper. The message stated that the trackers had found Julie's scent on the outskirts of the city. At least she hadn't been kidnapped. The second message had a number and a name. Roman. I took my scraps of paper, headed upstairs, and dialed 1000. Curran's voice filled the room. Hey. It's me. I landed in the chair. Hearing him was like coming home in a downpour and finding the lights on and the house warm. I was in so deep, I couldn't even see the surface anymore. They said you're asleep. I'm glad you're home safe. I'm stuck in some hellhole in the south side. Leslie's been running all over the city. No rhyme or reason to it. We'll catch up to her eventually. She can't run forever. And when they did, there would be a bloodbath. I thought about what you said. Fair enough. I do things this way because it usually works and I've done them this way for a long time. But I wouldn't want it done to me. Ha. I'd won one. But we agreed that we wouldn't do the not talking thing and you hung up on me twice. If our agreement changed, I didn't get the memo. He had me there. Anyway, I'm getting pretty sick of chasing the render around, so I'm going to catch her tomorrow and come home. I want to know if we're cool. I'll you to call you at work when I get done. Bye, baby. I played the message again. It didn't say anything different. He wanted to know if we were cool. That made 2 of us. I dialed the number on the message from Roman, whoever he was. A familiar male voice answered. Hello. Ha. The Volve. Morning. You should give the staff back to me. I can come to your office and pick it up. I promise, no tricks even. Nobody will die. You got that right. Are you going to be a hardest about this? He asked. I'll trade you the staff for Adam Carmen. No. Those are my terms. He heaved a dramatic sigh. We could do this like civilized people. But no, now I'll have to go to your office and unleash plagues on things, and set things on fire, and condemn things. Nobody wants that. Just give me the staff and we'll call it even. I am trying not to be a bad guy here. As soon as the magic wave hit, I'd have to reinforce the wards, just in case. I'd taken him down, but it was mostly luck and surprise. This time he would be ready. An hour with Carmen, and you can have your stick back. Court Pobiri, you are a stubborn woman. You're a pagan. Saying devil take you is a Christian curse. How does this work exactly? That's a funny thing about Christianity. When the dead gods priests came to Europe, they made all the old gods into devils. So technically when I am saying cohort, I'm appealing to the black one. Anyway, I'll see what I can do. Wait. When you snagged Adam from his workshop, did you take the thing he built with you? Roman paused. Hypothetically, if we had taken such a thing, it would no longer exist. It would be as if it had never been built. An urban legend? So is it? A legend? If Faye had gotten hold of device, they would have destroyed it by now. Not so much. He hung up, starting the day with a philosophical debate with a priest of the embodiment of all evil. It could only go downhill from here. I took a shower, got dressed, got a sandwich, and went down the stairs, eating it on the way. No shapeshifters assaulted me and tried to take my food. No wolf alphas sprung any surprise attacks. Nobody even offered me a bouquet of headless roses. The lack of drama was downright disheartening. Outside, the sunrise split the horizon, sudden and bright, like a gush of blood from a knife wound. Both of my vehicles were idling in the yard. The boy wonder had started my car for me and now waited by his jeep. He wore a dark hooded sweatshirt and beat-up jeans. If you didn't see his face and didn't pay attention to the broad shoulders, you'd think he was just a kid, 15, maybe 16. Knowing Derek, he did it on purpose. The younger he appeared, the less his potential opponents would think of him. Except he was filling out. Another year at this rate, and he'd have to update his wardrobe. Thanks for starting the car. He grinned, a quick flash of teeth. Where is the bane of my existence? He knows the time. I'm not his nanny. What did you think of him? Not much. He's a spoiled baby. He shrugged. You give Budas a young male and they fall over themselves to pamper him. A side door opened and Ascanio emerged, followed by a familiar plump woman. She looked to be in her early 50s, with greying hair rolled into a bun, and a kind face, like a young grandmother. You half expected her to start handing out school lunches and tell you to play nice with the other kids. She waved at us. Kate. Oh crap. I cleared my TLN oat. Aunt B, good morning. Aunt B hurried over, Ascanio in tow. I have to go to the city. So I thought, why don't I just catch a lift with you? We can catch up and chat. I'd rather give a lift to a rabid tiger. Of course. Wonderful. Aunt B hopped into my passenger seat. Derek hesitated for a long moment. He plainly didn't want to leave me alone with Aunt B, but the jeep could only seat two. He made a follow motion to Ascanio, and without waiting he turned slowly and went to his own vehicle. We drove out of the keep's yard and headed toward the city. I heard about your run-in with the wolves, Aunt B said. Thank you, George. It wasn't much of a run-in. Not the way I heard it. Well handled, dear. Well handled. Jennifer isn't a bad sort, but she is young. She has been an alpha for barely 2 years. She's still establishing her place, and of course losing a loved one, especially so young, it can mess with your head. She'll come around. That would be the day. You have a lot of faith in her common sense. Aunt B smiled. Oh no, dear. I have a lot of faith in Daniel. He fought hard for his spot at the top. He won't let anything jeopardize that, not even her. Speaking of sweet young things, how is my boy fitting in? Like a square peg into a round hole. We're working on it. It's so rare, you know, for the Budas to make it through puberty without leucism. That was the problem with my first 2 boys. They were just like Ascanio, handsome, funny, charming. Undisciplined, spoiled, cocky. He has so much potential. I haven't seen such good half form at such a young age in years. Almost as good as my Raphael. Oh wow. She really liked him, if she was comparing him to her son. So why give him to me? Aunt B sighed. He hasn't grown up in the pack. His mouth gets away from him. He pushes things too far, sometimes in public. I'd hate to kill him. I'd do it, of course, but it would break my heart. There you go, that was Aunt B for you. Please hold the wheel, while I jump out of this moving vehicle and run for my life. And his mother is such a nice girl, too. It would devastate her. Of all the places he could be, he's safest with you. You're much too soft-throated to murder children. I stared at her. Mind the road, dear. I swerved to avoid a fallen tree. What's his story? If I have to take care of him, I might as well know the whole thing. It's all very, very sad. Martina, his mother, met his father while she lived in the Midwest. Not a lot of Buddhas out that way, so when she found him, she didn't look too closely at the quality of his character. And he seemed like a good enough sort, a proper Buddha, on the passive side, but our men sometimes go that way. They had their fun, she conceived. She was thrilled. He was not. Didn't want to be a father. Aunt B rocked her head from side to side. Not exactly. Turns out to be that he was on his pilgrimage. He grew up in a religious community out in the boonies led by some prophet, and they sent him out to see how the heathens live. He wasn't supposed to be getting his jollies on and seek carnal pleasures. She raised her eyebrows at carnal. So what happened? He stayed with her. Martina thought they were a family. She gave birth. It was a hard birth. The hospital had sedated her. They were afraid she might snap from the pain. When she woke up in the hospital bed, the baby and the father were gone. He'd left her a note. He was going to raise the baby in the proper way. The baby was an innocent, but she was unclean, because they'd sinned and had intercourse without the blessing of the prophet, so she couldn't come. Martina barely got to hold the boy. A dim memory, that's all he left her. She can't tell the story without breaking into tears. I would have found him. I would have found him and killed him and took my baby back. Did she chase him? Aunt B nodded. She did. But she was weak and he was very good at covering his tracks. She floated about for a few years like a broken ship without a rudder until she came here and we took her in. She's a good person. Just had to get her head on straight. She swore off having children, and we can't afford to do that, not with our numbers. What happened to Ascanio? His father brought him back to his sect. Aunt B grimaced. The way the boy tells it, it was one of those sects where the prophet starts receiving messages from some celestial flim-flam god, who tells him to sleep with all the women. Especially the younger prettier ones. This prophet wasn't that keen on Ascanio's father returning. Eliminating the competition, I guessed. That's right. Most young men didn't come back after the pilgrimage, why would you? You'd have to take a wife eventually, and how can you do that knowing she leaves every night to go sleep with this prophet? But Ascanio's father was too stupid to think for himself. When Ascanio was about 7 or 8, he died. A hunting accident. Aha! I'll buy that for $1. What kind of a hunting accident would it have to be to kill a damn Buddha? Were they hunting an elephant and it fell on him? The boy was sort of collectively raised, Aunt B continued. The sect mostly consisted of women, the only men being the prophet, a few old-timers too creaky to leave, and the prophet's progeny. They spoiled him rotten, but eventually he grew up. You've seen the way he looks. He got to sowing some wild oats. The prophet started getting messages that Ascanio was unclean real quick. Except by that point, Ascanio was strong enough that the prophet was worried about confronting him directly. Ascanio's daddy had written the whole sordid account of his sin in a confession, so the prophet found the mother's name, looked her up, and called us. Come and get him before something bad happens. So we came and got him. He's ours now. He has a good heart. He just doesn't know the rules and doesn't have an awful lot of sense in that pretty head of his. So the only male role model Ascanio had ever had was a lecherous, murdering con man. Great. That explained a few things. Aunt B stared into my eyes. You will take care of my boy, won't you, Kate? I'd consider it a personal favor. I'll do what I can, I told her. But I can't pull him out of the fire if he jumps into it after being warned. I don't ask for miracles, Aunt B said. Just things within reason. It would take a miracle to keep Ascanio in line. But now didn't seem like a good time to mention it. Aunt B wanted to be let out half a mile from my office, at some bakery. When we got in, Andrea was already there, sitting at her desk. The loyal hound took a running start and hit me in the chest. I could have used Grendel's company last night. But Andrea still needed him more than I did. Did you sleep here? I asked. She raised her chin. Of course not. Yep, she slept in the office. Sometimes being by yourself in an empty apartment, with nothing but your own craziness for company, was far worse than weathering a night in the office in an uncomfortable bed. At least in the office you could pretend you were still at work and keep busy. I'd been there. Derek stuck his head into the fridge. There is nothing to eat. Did you not eat before we left? Derek gave me a long-suffering look. Yes, I did. But by lunch we'll need food, and we can't afford to keep running out of the building for munchies. He was right. We had TLNEE shapeshifters to feed, and every time one of us left the office, we became a target. Fine. I opened the safe and handed him $300. There is a grocery down the street. Get something that will keep well. I'll go with him, Andrea said. I need to walk the FTR face anyway. They left, and I watched Ascanio bar the door behind them. The box containing the evidence from Adam's house wasn't at my desk. If Andrea spent the night, she probably took it upstairs. I ran up the steps. There it was, spread out all over the floor into neat little piles, Polaroids on one side, Andrea's and my notes on the other, little baggie with dead ants in the middle. I sat on the floor. There had to be something here we could use. Something we were missing. So far all I had to work with were theories and suppositions. The Volves had probably kidnapped Adam, Roman pretty much confirmed it. But unless he was lying, the device was still out there, somewhere. The Red Guard didn't have the device either, otherwise the guardsmen wouldn't have hired us to look for it. Adam couldn't he have moved the device by himself? It weighed a ton. That left the lighthouse keepers. They must have wanted both Adam and the device, but the Volves snatched Adam from under their noses, so they took the device instead. And used some sort of vehicle to move it out of Sibley, leaving the trail of screwed-up magic. And I would know what that vehicle looked like if only Garstek condescended to let me in on it. Ah! If the keepers had Adam's gadget, nothing good would come from it. Of all the opponents I had to face, fanatics were the worst. Most people could be bribed, threatened, intimidated. None of the usual methods of persuasion applied to fanatics. They did things that defied logic. And we still didn't know what the hell the device actually did. I sifted through the evidence. Adam had kept a journal, but it was missing, along with all his other notes. 20 minutes later I was no closer to solving anything. I picked up pieces of paper at random, marked in Andrea's neat, precise hand. List of clothes. List of cooking utensils. List of groceries. She catalogued the entire house. I scanned the grocery list. Not like I had anything better to do. Cheese, milk, bananas, chocolate, protein shakes. Wait a bloody minute. Sugar, dried apricots. I stared at the list. I'd seen this list of ingredients before. I'd watched them being put into a blender one by one: bananas, sugar, protein shake, chocolate, milk. It was a nauseating mix Simon used to drink when he was about to change shape and expected to burn through a lot of calories in a hurry. I double-checked the list. Simon was Atlanta's premier expert on all things magic. He dealt in sensitive information, owned a part of an illegal martial arts tournament, and had fewer morals than the Norse gods he had descended from. He was a complete and utter egoist, focused solely on gratifying his own wants, and any dealings with him came with a giant price tag. A few months ago his egoism had finally gotten him into trouble. He maneuvered me into playing his escort for the evening and then displayed me for Curran's benefit to avenge a blow to his pride. Curran didn't take it well. In fact, I was amazed Simon was still among the living. Simon also changed shape. Any human body type, any gender. Once he'd turned into a woman, seduced a pagan priest, stolen his magic acorn, and then hired the mercenary guild to keep him safe while the priest's friends and relations turned themselves inside out trying to kill him. The priest he'd seduced happened to be a Volve. And I was the idiot merc sent to guard him. He was the reason why I had to go to Evdokia instead of the Volves and got my childhood smashed to pieces. If Simon was involved, he could have impersonated anyone. He could have been one of the guards or he could have pretended to be Adam Carmen himself. But why? What the hell did he want? Simon was loaded. Maybe he was one of the investors. A faint metal clang announced the bar being removed from the door. That was some fast grocery shopping. Hi there. Ascanio's voice had the unmistakable overtone of a young guy trying to be smooth. Who are you and where is Kate? Julie's voice asked. Chapter 14. Got up, padded to the rail, and leaned against the wall, hidden in the shadow. From here I had an excellent view of the main room. Ascanio barred the stairs. Julie stood in the middle of the room, with a determined look on her face. Her light hair was pulled into a ponytail. Good balance, light on her toes. Her hand was on one of my throwing knives. No matter how many times I took them away from her, she always managed to steal them. I'm Ascanio Ferreira of Clan Buddha. The question is, who are you? Move aside. I can't do that, Ascanio purred. I'm under strict orders not to let anyone I don't know upstairs. And I don't know you. At least in one respect the school had been good for Julie, they'd made sure she had frequent meals. She'd come a long way from the Waitl found in the honeycomb. Still slender and pale, she looked stronger now, and her legs and arms no longer resembled toothpicks. She was also pretty, a fact Ascanio noticed, judging by his killer smile and the light flexing of his one cute face, and all my orders of not admitting strangers flew right out the tindo. The kid was hopeless. Move, Julie repeated. No. You see, I have a problem. Kate didn't tell me she was expecting an angel. Bway ha ha ha. Julie blinked, obviously stunned. I'd like to help you. Ascanio spread his arms. I just can't. Kate is a very stern alpha. Stem. She might put me in a hole. Or whip me. No, but she might twist your head off for this. Julie arranged her face into a shocked expression. Whip you? Really? Ascanio nodded. It's brutal. But if I had something, some small favor, I might take a chance on being punished. A small favor. Julie nodded. Like what? A kiss. Julie's eyes narrowed. Maybe I'll come back later. She'll be leaving later and my memory is terrible. I might forget you were here and let her leave for the keep. It's very difficult to reach her in the keep. There are many guards who would all fall over themselves to deliver her to me. Julie stepped back. Ascanio stepped forward. She took another step. He followed, with a fluid shapeshifter grace. He thought he was stalking her. She was pulling him away from the stairs, giving herself room to work. Are you going to be nice if I kiss you? Julie took another step back. Very nice. And no tongue. No tongue. Kill me, somebody. Julie motioned to him. Okay. Ascanio took a step forward. Julie stood on her toes and gently kissed him. Her right hand slid into a leather pouch on her belt. Ascanio leaned forward, gliding his hands over her shoulders. Julie jerked back and smothered a handful of yellowish paste on his face. Wolfsbane. Deep color too, almost orange, potent as hell. Ascanio made a strangled noise and clawed at his face, trying to exhale the fire that suddenly exploded in his mouth and nose. Julie hooked his right leg with hers and shoved him back. He crashed like a log. His back slapped the floor, forcing all of air out of his lungs in a hoarse breath. Julie grabbed his arm, twisted it, flipping him over on his stomach, landed on Ascanio's back, pulled a plastic tie from her pocket, and locked his wrists. I wanted to jump up and down, clapping. We'd practiced this takedown over the Christmas break and she had done it perfectly. Julie grabbed Ascanio by his hair, raising his face off the floor, and slid her knife against his throat. An eerie hyena noise broke from Ascanio's lips, a ululating half-groan, half-laugh, laced with a hoarse snarl, like a creaky barn door swinging open inch by inch. Every hair rose on the back of my neck. I'll rip you apart. Oh no. Julie clicked her tongue. Did the mean human girl pick on you? Does the little Buddha boy want his mommy? Untie me. Or UW, the little baby is crying. Boo-hoo. Does the baby need his bottle and his teddy? That plastic tie looked too thin to hold a shapeshifter. When I get free, 111, don't worry. Your teddy has to be here somewhere. I bet he is upstairs. You lie here like a slug while I go look for him. Ascanio twisted. Hard muscles bulged on his arms. Julie took a step back. The boy jerked. A ragged snarl tore out of his throat, his skin ruptured, and a monster spilled forth. The plastic tie snapped apart and a 6.5-foot tall Buddha in a warrior form rolled to his feet. Dark stripes marked his massive limbs, dashing up to his shoulders, where the brown fur flared into a long thick mane. A brown hyena. Interesting. I had only seen one of those before. Red eyes stared at Julie from a shockingly inhuman face. She raised her knife. Ascanio lunged. His clawed fingers caught her wrist. He plucked the knife out of her hand and dropped it to the floor. That was just about enough of that. I opened my mouth. The front door swung open and Derek walked into the office. Ascanio and Julie froze, her arm still caught in his grip. Derek's eyes sparked with a lethal yellow glow. I moved to the stairs. Julie jerked her arm away from Ascanio. Derek's voice was iced over. Julie, go upstairs. Julie sidestepped Ascanio and swiped her knife off the floor. The Buddha's mouth gaped open. Mangled words came out, shredded by his fangs. Gonna do what he said, huh? Surprise, surprise. He could speak in a half form. That took real talent. Julie stuck her tongue out, went to the stairs, and saw me. Her face fell. That's right. You're so busted. Derek shut the door and looked at Ascanio. Ascanio spread his arms, his voice dripping with derision. What? What? What you goma do? I'm going to teach you a lesson. Derek shrugged off his sweatshirt and draped it over the chair. Ascanio snapped his huge teeth. You won't teach me anything, but I give you a few more scars. You re too pretty. Derek took a few steps forward and motioned to Ascanio with his hand. That's a nice half form. Let's see what you can do with it. I'm waiting for you to term in, woof. I drug your bloody broken carcass to Kate. At least try to put up a good fight. Derek smiled. It was a cold, humorless smile that bared the edge of his teeth. I can't wait. Ascanio leaped. The Buddha flew through the air, huge claws poised for the kill. Derek shied out of the way. Ascanio hurtled past him and whipped around. When you're airborne, you can't change your direction, Derek said. Try again. Ascanio snarled and charged him. Derek stepped into the charge, pivoted on his left foot, and kicked. The lower part of his right shin connected with Ascanio's ear. Ascanio rolled sideways, crashed into a wall, and surged up. Mind your flanks, Derek said. You have peripheral vision for a reason. I fucking kill you. Left foot, right foot, left foot. Derek raised his arms. Watch. Ascanio lunged. Left foot. Derek met him halfway and sank a vicious left kick into the Buddha's stomach. Ascanio staggered back. Right foot. Derek took a quick step, building momentum. Left foot. He jumped and hammered the ball of his foot into Ascanio's forehead. Like taking a sledgehammer to the face. The impact sent Ascanio flying. He smashed into my desk with a wicked bone-snapping crunch. Go easy on the furniture, I said. My apologies, Alpha. With a brutal cry, Ascanio launched himself off the floor. Left kick. Right kick. Uppercut. Armbar. See, now I control your head. That's not good, because I can do this. Oh, and now while you're lying there, your opponent can kick you like this. Julie winced. He'll kill him. Derek's being very careful. What did I tell you about plastic ties? Only for humans, Julie murmured. If you don't listen to me, I can't teach you anything. Derek rolled his head left, then right, popping his neck. Come on, shake it off. Back on your feet. You're a shapeshifter. You can take a lot of punishment. It will all heal, but meanwhile it hurts, doesn't it? Kick, groin, elbow, throat. No, don't raise your hands up, you leave your stomach exposed. Side kick. Ascanio hit the wall. The building shook. You know who doesn't heal as well as you do? Humans. They are smaller and weaker than you are, and they break easily and stay broken. That's why we don't put our hands on humans. Especially girls. And never ever that girl. Ascanio's claws fanned Derek's throat. The boy wonder grabbed the Buddha's left arm and twisted. With a soft crunch, the arm popped out of the socket. You're done. I walked down the stairs. Derek raised his hands and took a step back. Ascanio moved to chase him. I snapped a single punch to the back of Ascanio's neck. The boy crashed down into the floor. I grabbed his left arm and jerked sharply, popping the shoulder back into place. Ascanio gasped. I flipped him over and stared into the red-hot eyes. It's over. He bared his teeth at me. I slapped his nose. I said, it's over. Or you'll find out what the loop cage looks like from the inside. The red glow in Ascanio's eyes died down. I glanced at Derek. Where is Andrea? She said she had an errand. She's coming back to the office right after. Wash up. I nodded at his bloody knuckles and turned to Ascanio. You, come with me. We need to talk. Ascanio followed me to the side room. I pointed at the chair. Sit. He landed his shaggy body into it. Do you know why you're here? He shrugged. I sat in the other chair. People practice for years to create a good half form. You're barely 15 and you already have it. And you can speak in it. That takes talent, the kind that's rare and difficult to come by. Normally when a young shapeshifter displays talent like that, there is a bidding war. Curran's guard wants him. Jim's security people want him. And the warrior trainers want him. Nobody wants you. Not even your own alpha. My alpha likes me. Of course, Aunt B likes you. You're witty, and handsome, and a smart ace. She buried 2 sons, boys just like you. She has a soft spot for you. That's why she sent you off to me. Ascanio opened his mouth. She can't control you and she's worried you'll cross the line in public and she will have to kill you. The Buddha's jaws clicked shut, flinging drool onto the table. It would devastate her, but don't think for the tiniest second that she won't do it. Aunt B's been alpha longer than I've been alive. She didn't stay in power because she bakes great cookies. Ascanio stared at the table in front of him. You ended up here because of all the people in the pack. I'm the least likely to kill you. I dipped my head so I could look into his eyes. The monster at my table looked ready to cry. I'd managed to make a teenager depressed. Maybe I could shoot some fish in a barrel for an encore. What were your orders? He didn't answer. I didn't say anything. The silence lay empty between us. Eventually the need to fill it won. To guard the door. To keep people I don't know out. And you let Julie in? You had no clue who Julie was, because if you had known she was my ward. Ascanio's head snapped up. You wouldn't have put your hands on her. He stared back at the table. That's right, you just physically assaulted the pack princess. Not that she didn't take way back as good as she got. Poor kid. His day had gone from bad to worse. Derek was trained by Curran, I told him. After that, he worked for Jim. He was his best cover agent. After that, he ran Cuman's personal guard. Derek thinks of Julie as his little sister. He wanted to skin you alive. He didn't do it, because you belong to me and he respects my authority, but he could've. It wasn't a fair fight. He kicked your ass and there is no shame in that. In terms of power, the gap between you and him is about as big as the gap between you and Julie. I crossed my arms. Julie also kicked your ass. If she'd had a thicker tie, or if she'd jammed her knife between the vertebrae of your neck while you lay there kissing the floor, it would have been all over. If you'll chop off your head, you won't grow another one. Not to mention, she could have been some creature dressed in human skin. You endangered everyone in the office by letting her in. I rose. Your way of doing things isn't working. Time for a new strategy. The only difference between you and Derek is discipline and training. Either you can work on both, or you can keep thinking with your balls. It's your choice. Say pop. Pop. That was the sound of pulling your head out of our ass. If you stick it back up there again, there is nothing I can do about it. This is the only lecture you'll ever get from me. I headed for the doorway. Can I beat him? I turned. Derek. He nodded. Yes. You'll have to work your ass off in the gym and learn the rules of the pack, so you don't get killed in the meantime, but yes. You can. I went out the door. One chewing out of a teenage misfit cloth, one to go. Julie had arranged herself at the table upstairs. She couldn't quite figure out if she would be better off with defiant or pitiful, so she had managed an odd mix in between. Her lip was seconds from quivering, but her eyes could have shot laser fire. I sat in the other chair. Knife. She pulled her knife out and put it on the table. I picked it up. Yep, one of my throwing knives, painted black. 2 scratches marked the blade near the hilt where something had scraped the paint off the metal. Where did you get this? I pulled it out of the tree. Ah. So it was that knife. When she was first having trouble in school, I'd tried to help her with her street cred by staging an appearance. It was a dramatic affair, involving black horses, Raphael in black leather, and my throwing this knife into a tree from horseback. It was a good throw and the blade had bitten deep into the bark. You pulled it out by yourself. She hesitated for a second. I used pliers to loosen it. Explain the scratches. Why clamp the blade and not the handle? I didn't want it to break off. Where did you get the pliers? She shrugged. Stole them from a shop. You could take the kid off the street, but getting the street out of the kid was a lot harder. And Wolfsbane? I made it in the herbalism class. We had to have a project where we harvested an herb with magic properties and found a practical application. She'd found a practical application, all right. When did you harvest it? In September. I kept the paste in a Ziploc bag in the freezer so it wouldn't go flat. In case of an emergency. Like what? Wild shapeshifters attacking the school. Her chin rose. Like shapeshifters taking me back to school. And here we go. I thought I made it clear, you couldn't get that knife until you graduated. I did. Graduated? Aha. I hate that school. I hate everything there. I hate the people, the teachers, the subjects. The kids are stupid and ignorant and just dumb. They think they are cool, but they are a bunch of idiots. The teachers want to be friends with the students and then they say mean stuff behind their back. Who is they? The teachers say mean stuff or the students? Both of them. I don't like the schedule, I don't like how much work they make you put into useless stuff, I don't like my room. The only good thing about it is going home. Don't hold anything back. Tell me how you really feel. I'm not going back there. And you've made this decision on your own? Julie nodded. Yes. And if I take me back there, I'll run away again? I crossed my arms on my chest. I can't take you back there. They kicked you out. Julie's eyes went big with outrage. They can't kick me out. I quit. I lost it and laughed. They really kicked me out. Refunded the tuition and everything. Julie blinked a couple of times, coming to grips with that tidbit. So what happens now? I expect you'll be a bum. Homeless and jobless, begging on the street for a crust of bread. Kate. Oh, all right, I suppose if you come by the office once in a while, I'll give you a sandwich. You can squat in the office on the floor when it gets too cold outside. We can even get you a little blanket to lie on. I'm serious. I am, too. It's an honest offer. I'll even put some real roast beef into your sandwich. No rat meat, honest. She stared at me with a martyred expression. You think you're so funny. I have my moments. I leaned forward and pushed the knife to her. Keep it. Wolfsbane, too. You'll need it, since you'll be staying at the keep. Julie eyed the knife. What's the catch? I sighed. No catch. I put you into that school because it was a good place. A safe place. Julie shook her head, sending the blonde hair flying. I don't want to be safe. I want to stay with you. I've gathered that. Curran and I are looking into schools in the city. There are a couple that might be a better fit. You'll stay in your room at the keep, ride into the city with me when possible, and go to school. When done, you'll come back to the office and someone will take you back to the keep. You will be good and you won't take any stupid chances. While you're at the office, you're my slave. You'll run errands, clean the place, work out, file. Julie came over and hugged me. I hugged her back. We stayed like that for a long moment, until the door swung open downstairs and Andrea walked inside, asking why the place stank of Wolfsbane. Chapter 15. By noon, ragged clouds flooded the sky. The world turned dim and hazy, and as Derek and I approached Champion Heights, the lone tower of the apartment building and the ruined city around it seemed little more than a mirage, knitted from fog and shadows. Derek scowled at the high-rise. I hate him. I know, I said. We had 3 leads, of which Simon was one. The Volves were the other. The third lead concerned de Haven and the Keepers. Since we could do nothing about the Volves, Andrea called Renee, notified her of de Haven's possible secret society whack job status, and requested the detailed files on all the Red Guardsmen who'd ever worked with de Haven. Renee had a very controlled fit of apoplexy and promised to deliver the files, with a Red Guardsman who would stand over Andrea as she went over them and take them back when she was done. The plan was for me to go and see Simon on my own and for Derek to help Andrea look for patterns and possible accomplices. And that was when both Derek and Andrea dug their heels in. No. Andrea nodded for emphasis. Hell no. It's not a good idea, Derek confirmed. I should go with you. You despise Simon. Why in the world would you want to go with me? Because you're Rabbit Honey Bunny and Simon had a giant fight over you? Andrea spoke slowly, as if to a child. You said yourself, Simon's ego is so big, he has to rent a separate building for it. Cunin made him run away like a scared rabbit. You have no idea how he'll react when he sees you. She's right, Derek said. It's a safety issue. The office is well protected, so Andrea doesn't need me here. You will be out in the open and 2 is better than 1. Besides, you're alpha. And that means what? It means that you must be above reproach and avoid even the appearance of impropriety. Simon's a degenerate pervert. You should bring an escort. I crossed my arms on my chest. So I can't be trusted to see him without supervision? Andrea shook her head. Kate, it's not personal. It's protocol and it's common sense. You don't challenge people under you, you don't get to skip formal dinners, and when you go to see an unstable coward who screwed half of Atlanta and propositioned you in public, you bring an escort. Deal with it. 3 weeks ago a woman from the city came to see Curran, Derek said. Yes, an attorney about the road. Lydia something. For some reason, Curran had insisted that I needed to attend a boring meeting about the repair of some road owned by the pack. I hadn't wanted to go, so I'd decided not to cut my workout short. I hadn't realized that he held up the meeting until I deigned to make an appearance, so when I'd walked into the meeting room, almost an hour late, he, Lydia, and the 2 alphas of Clan Heavy were all patiently waiting for me. Marn had dozed off, his wife had knitted half a sock, and Lydia had shot me a look of pure hatred. I'd felt like a total moron. The meeting had lasted a total of 15 minutes and neither I nor the alpha couple of Clan Heavy needed to be there anyway. Oh. The light dawned. She was one of Curran's ex-girlfriends. Derek nodded. Curran had followed the protocol. I would do the same. Fine. Derek nodded again. I'll get my jacket. An hour later we stared at Champion Heights, where Simon made his not at all humble abode. During the magic wave, chunks of the tower would fade into hard red granite, complete with old moss, the result of spells shielding the building from the magic's jaws. Right now it was all brick, mortar, and glass, foreboding and dark. Neither one of us wanted to go in. Sitting in the jeep would accomplish nothing. I parked the vehicle in the tower's parking lot and we climbed the wide concrete stairs to the glass and steel entrance. Despite everything that happened, Simon still hadn't changed the code word. It took us less than a minute to get through security and ride the elevator up to the 15th floor. The elevator vomited us up into a hallway lined with criminally luxurious carpet. Derek's Fruin had graduated to a full-blown grimace. A furious yellow light sheathed his irises. "Try to look less disgusted." He shrugged. "Are you worried I'll offend him? Your eyes are glowing, and your upper lip is trembling like you're about to snarl. I'm worried Simon will panic, and that door is hard to break. Make an effort to look less deranged and threatening. Think of rainbows and ice cream, it will help." Derek sighed, but the glow in his eyes dimmed. I knocked on the door. No answer. I knocked again. Nothing. "He's in there," Derek said. "I can hear him moving." "I'm deciding if I should let you in," Simon's smooth voice called through the door. "Our meetings never go well, Kate. You'll forgive me if I'm less than enthusiastic." "Adam, Carmen," I said. The lock clicked and the door swung open. Simon wore his neutral form, a bald man of slight build and indeterminable age, somewhere between 20 and 50. He was a blank canvas, hairless, colourless, without any distinguishing features. If you bumped into him on the street and didn't notice the sharp intelligence stabbing through his eyes, you'd never remember him. Simon's face wore a martyred expression. Come in." I stepped inside and froze. Chaos reigned around me. Usually Simon's apartment was a highly controlled environment of white rugs, stainless steel furniture, and ultra-modern curves. Not a single carpet fibre was out of place. Today the couch held a variety of clothes folded into neat stacks. Wooden crates littered the floor, half filled with books and linens. The door to Simon's state-of-the-art laboratory stood wide open, and through the doorway I could see more boxes. "What are you doing?" "I'm playing golf, Kate." "What does it look like I'm doing?" He was in rare form today. "Why are you packing?" Simon rubbed his forehead. "Are we playing the obvious question game?" "I so apologize, nobody told me the rules." "I'm packing, because I intend to move." "Watch your tone," Derek said. "Or what?" Simon spread his arms. "You shall tear me to pieces." "Spare me your threats. I assure you, under the present circumstances, they will have no effect." I glanced at Derek. "Let me handle it." Derek nodded very slightly. I stepped closer to Simon. The odour of scotch floated to me. "Are you drunk?" The last time he got drunk I had to drive like a maniac across a snow-strewn city while an enraged current chased us across the rooftops. "I'm not drunk." "I'm drinking, but I'm not drunk." "Kate, stop giving me that look, I've had 2 inches of scotch in the last 2 hours. With my metabolism, it's a drop in the bucket. I'm functioning at maximum capacity. The alcohol is merely the grease for my wheels." "You never told me why you're packing," I said. Simon was the last person I expected to move. He loved his ridiculously overpriced apartment in the only pre-shift high-rise still standing in Atlanta. All his business contacts were tied to the city. He had half a dozen aliases, each with his or her fingers in a different pie. Simon rocked back on the balls of his feet. "I'm moving because the city is about to die. And I do not intend to go down with the ship. Move the clothes if you want to sit down." Simon walked to the bar, retrieved a crystal goblet and a thick glass, and splashed amber-colored scotch into it. Neither Derek nor I moved. Simon sipped his drink. It started with Alfred Duke. French-Canadian. An unpleasant, violent man, very conflicted about his sexuality. His sexual practices were odd. Dear God, what would Simon find odd? Never mind, I didn't want to know. Simon seemed to study his scotch. I understand that realizing your preferences are in conflict with established norms can be traumatic, but Duke was engaged in extreme self-loathing. Somehow between bouts of whipping himself and performing bizarre erotic rituals, he managed to build a successful enterprise shipping goods down the Mississippi. I wanted a piece of the action. I assumed the shape consistent with Duke's type, charmed him, seduced him, and permitted him to take me home. I should have been more thorough in my research. Didn't go well, did it? Simon's eyes brimmed with outrage. He served me poisoned wine. When that failed, he tried to strangle me. I snapped his neck like a toothpick. It was a distasteful affair. I'm sure. I was going through his papers when I stumbled on his notes on Carmen's research. At first I dismissed it as a pipe dream. However, after running Duke's operation for a few weeks, of course. Why was I not surprised? You turned into the man you killed. Derek couldn't keep derision out of his voice. Simon shrugged. He was already dead. He couldn't benefit from his company, and it couldn't be left unsupervised. I'll have you know I've greatly improved on it since it came into my possession. For one, his teamsters are now paid a living wage. Consequently, the incidents of theft are down 37%. Soon, I shall simply sell the entire enterprise to myself, eliminating the need to perpetuate the Duke impersonation. But I digress. I realized that Duke wasn't fond of bets. If he invested in something, it was a sure thing. Given the obscene amount of money he'd sunk into Carmen, I revisited the matter. I went to see Adam. While he was under the Red Guard's supervision. Of course. So much for no visitors. I knew it was a shit show from the start. I knew Renee had denied me information. I could deal with it. But an outright lie went over the line. Strike one against Renee. Go on. We chatted. Carmen was deeply damaged by his wife's death, a genius in his work, but practically non-functioning in all other areas of his life. It took me 2 visits to realize the machine was real. For a brief period I considered using it for my own means, but I've since come to my senses. It has to be destroyed. I raised my hand. Simon, what does it do? He stared at me for a long moment. You don't know. Who is asking obvious questions now? Simon leaned forward. It destroys magic. Kate, what? You can't destroy magic. It's a form of energy, you can convert it, but it doesn't just disappear. You can also contain it, Simon said. Adam Carmen has built a device that collapses the fabric of magic in on itself. When activated, the device causes the magic around it to implode, converting it into a dense concentrated form. Think of it in terms of gas and liquid. If the magic's normal state in our world is gas, then Carmen's device pressurizes it into a liquid state. He was crazy. By what means? Simon sighed. I don't understand most of it. To be brutally simplistic, the apparatus is basically a cylinder with a reservoir within its core. The device must be permitted to charge during a magic wave for a certain period of time. Once the device is charged, it goes active. The actual process of magic cleansing takes very little time. Carmen's first prototype cleared an area half a mile across under 10 minutes. The device pulls the magic inside its core, affecting a large radius directly around it. The magic enters the device and passes through a series of chambers. Each successive chamber causes it to implode further and further upon itself, so by the time it reaches the reservoir at the core, the magic is liquid, very dense. It occupies a very small volume in this state. When the next magic wave floods, the area affected by the device remains magic-free. I don't know why. I just know that it works. My brain struggled to digest this. We were told it was never tested. Simon shook his head. Carmen tested a small table model, The very first prototype he built. It was the size of a wine bottle and it cleared the magic in a half-mile radius. There is a spot in Sibley where there is no magic, Kate. I've stood on its edge and walked through it. I can give you the coordinates. The second prototype he had built was supposed to affect an area with a diameter of 2.7 miles. If the prototype I had seen in Renee's picture were activated, it could wipe out a small toe in what happens to people caught in the implosion. Simon drained his glass. I don't know. I can only tell you what Carmen told me, and so far he hasn't been proven wrong. He theorized that during the implosion anything that uses magic dies. I slid down my spine. Define anything. Necromancers, vampires, creatures, your precious shapeshifters, you, me. Anyone with any significant amount of magic. We all die. Fucking shit. The entire city wiped out. Men, women, children. By the latest estimates, at least 30% of population used magic or depended on it. If the lighthouse keepers had the device, they would use it. It destroyed magic, they would fall over themselves in a rush to activate it and they could strike anywhere. If they turned that thing on near the keep, Atlanta would be free of shapeshifters. Curran, dead. Julie, dead. Derek, Andrea, Raphael, Ascanio, dead, dead, dead. I stared at Simon. Why would he build something like this? Carmen's wife required dialysis to live, Simon went on. 3 times a week. When the magic interrupted the process, one of the nurses had to hand crank the machine to return the blood to the patients. One day the magic wave caused several patients to go into cardiac arrest. While the nurse tended to them, Carmen's wife bled out and died. He wanted to create a small model of the apparatus that would generate a magic-free zone in which technology could work unhindered. And once he did that, he had to build a bigger machine, just to see if he could improve on it. You knew what it was and you let him build it. What the fuck is wrong with you? I didn't. Simon hurled his glass across the room. It shattered against the wall. I was too closely supervised to bring in a weapon, so I tried to poison him. He survived. Then I hired half a dozen men, trained, expensive professionals. They were supposed to cut through the Red Guard and destroy everything, Carmen, plans, prototype. Everything. I supplied them with enough plastic to make a crater the size of a football field. What happened? They never got to the Red Guard. They were met in the woods by someone and the next morning their heads were delivered to my doorstep in a garbage bag. Could one of the other investors have done it? Derek asked. Simon shook his head. His other investors are Grady Memorial and the Healthy Child, Bright Future Charity Fund. They are actually what they pretend to be, do-gooders. The Volves wouldn't have dumped the heads at his door. They would have just made the hired muscle disappear. No, that was a terrorist tactic designed to frighten and intimidate. It had to be the lighthouse keepers. Killing Simon would have created too much noise. He maintained damaging files on every prominent person in the city. If he died, they would panic. Every law enforcement agency would be crawling all over his murder. The keepers didn't want noise, not yet. What do you know about the lighthouse keepers? Simon's face fell. That would explain volumes. Crap. What happens if the device is broken? Derek asked. The magic escapes in a huge burst, Simon said. Theoretically, if the machine is activated, the people in the immediate area would survive the longest. Those on the perimeter would die first, because the magic would stream from the perimeter toward the device. Standing next to the device would be like standing in the eye of a storm, so it is possible to interrupt its operation. However, the individuals who stole it are unlikely to permit any such interruptions. The 6 heads in the garbage bag testify to their resolve. He paced back and forth. These people had me monitored, they killed my mercenaries, and they've taken the machine from under the noses of an elite Red Guard unit. This indicates to me that they are both competent and highly motivated. If they are, indeed, the lighthouse keepers, they will use the device where it will inflict the most damage. They have to use it. The destruction of magic is the entire purpose for their existence. I need to resume my packing. I exhaled rage. The entire city was about to die and he was packing. Goddamn selfish asshole. Why didn't you come to me? I have 1,500 shapeshifters at my disposal. I had a perfectly good reason. I'm dying to hear it. Please, allow me to demonstrate. Simon turned to the giant flat screen, plucked a DVD case from the shelf, and slid the disc into the DVD player's slot. The screen ignited, showing an inside of a large warehouse, filmed in high definition from above. Cars sat in 2 lines, a Porsche, a Bentley, a Ferrari, a Lamborghini, something sleek I didn't recognize. I'd never seen so much horsepower crammed into one place. I glanced at Simon. What is this? These are the contents of the Merryweather, one of the vessels in my shipping company. Simon braided his long fingers. This fleet of cars was purchased in Europe, brought over to Savannah at considerable expense, and then shipped up to Atlanta to one of my warehouses. We looked at the cars. The cars looked back at us. After the events of that unfortunate night at Bernard S., I expected immediate retribution from the Beast Lord. When it didn't come, I called you to check on your well-being. You confirmed that you were in good health. I began to believe that perhaps I had dodged a bullet. Let me guess, you didn't dodge. Keep watching, Simon insisted. We stared at the cars. I don't get it. Derek frowned. None of them are water-modified. What's the point of having a vehicle that's not drivable during magic? To experience speed, Simon said. Have you ever driven a luxury car at 160 miles per hour? It's a feeling you never forget. The door in the wall opposite the camera opened. Curran walked into our view. He moved in an unhurried way, almost relaxed. The camera locked onto him, zooming on his face. His eyes were dark. The digital clock in the corner of the movie said 10:13 a.m. 12 hours after Simon had delivered a monumental insult to Cunan while the Pax Elite watched. An hour since Simon had called and Cunan listened to our phone call, rolling one of my metal plates into a tube. 45 minutes after I refused to go with him to the keep to announce that we'd been mated and His Fumey Majesty had walked out on me in a huff. Alarm prickled my fingertips. A large man in a dark uniform approached Curran from the right, brandishing a baton. Hey, buddy. You can't be here. Curran kept walking. Why a baton? Derek asked. Because I'm not about to give security guards a weapon that could make holes in my merchandise. Stop, the guard barked. A streak of light dashed along the baton's length. That's not a baton. I leaned to the screen. That's a torp. An electric stun weapon. It was the top offline in crowd control just before the shift. Quite right. A typical stun gun delivers its voltage in short bursts to avoid the death of the target, Simon said. This is a modified model. When triggered, it emits a powerful uninterrupted electric current for up to 12 minutes. It has been shown to induce cardiac arrest in 2. Stop. The guard swung the baton at Curran's back. Curran whipped about, too fast to see. His hand locked on the baton. Metal crunched, sparks burst, and the crushed mess of metal and electronics fell to the floor. The guard took a step back. His lower jaw dropped. He looked at the torp, looked back at Curran, and took off for the door. Curran turned around. Behind him a second guard edged outside. What are you doing, Curran? The Beast Lord surveyed the cars. His face was calm and cold, as if carved from a glacier. The amount of money tied up in those cars had to be enormous. The warehouse would have to have been well protected from the outside. I wondered how many guards he had chased off. A muscle in Curran's cheek jerked. His eyes burst into gold. Curran grabbed the Porsche on his left, ripping the car door off as if it were tissue paper. He grasped the car from the bottom. Monstrous muscles bulged on his arms. The Porsche went airborne. It flew up, flipped over Fivis, and crashed atop the red Lamborghini. Glass snapped, steel groaned, and a car alarm went off in a sharp-pitched wail. Holy shit! Curran lunged at a silver Bentley. The hood went flying. He thrust his hand into the car. Metal screamed, and Curran jerked a twisted clump out of the hood and smashed it into the nearest car like a club. Did he just rip out the engine? I asked. Yes, Simon said. And now he's demolishing the Maserati with it. 10 seconds later Curran hurled the twisted wreck of black and orange that used to be the Maserati into the wall. The first melodic notes of an old song came from the computer. I glanced at Simon. He shrugged. It begged for a soundtrack. Curran ripped the remains of a car in two. He raged through the warehouse like a tornado, smashing, crushing, tearing into the metal and plastic, so primal in his fury that he was frightening and hypnotic at the same time. And while we watched him rage, some long-gone man sang about being kissed by a rose at someone's grave. The song ended and still he kept going. Simon's face remained passive, but his eyes had lost their usual smugness. I looked into them and saw a shadow of fear hidden deep beneath the surface. Simon was terrified of physical pain. I'd seen it firsthand. When injured, he panicked and lashed out with remarkable violence. He had watched the recording, soaked up the full extent of the devastation Curran could unleash, and waited, wondering when the Beast Lord would show up on his doorstep. He'd watched the recording over and over. He'd attached a lyrical soundtrack to it, trying to diminish its impact through the sheer absurdity of it. One glance at his expression told me it hadn't helped. The cold face kept relaxed by sheer will, the haunted eyes, the tense mouth. Curran had made Simon paranoid, and it wore him down. He would do anything to avoid Curran's wrath. Curran stopped. He straightened, surveying the heap of tortured metal, ruined plastic, and torn rubber. He turned around. Grey eyes looked directly into the camera. The cuts and gashes on his hands and face knitted closed. Curran's clear, cold voice rolled through the room. Don't call her, don't talk to her, don't involve her in your schemes. She doesn't owe you anything. If you hurt her in any way, I'll kill you. If she gets hurt helping you, I'll kill you. It was about me. This epic devastation was all about me. Curran must have thought Simon had something on me and was using it to force me to help him, so he'd sent a message. The Beast Lord walked out of the warehouse. The screen went dark. My knight in furry armor. Simon opened his mouth. This is why I didn't. Personally, I think your smile is inappropriate. I caught myself and switched to a scowl. Give me the recording, and I'll mend this fence. At what price? You will tell me everything you know about the device and Adam Carmen. You'll turn over all documents, notes, everything, and you will help us find it. Simon braided the fingers of his hands together and rested his chin on his fist, thinking. That homicidal maniac you're in lust with will want more. If he does, then I'm sure the two Ophir can come to an understanding. I ground out. In Atlanta, you're a person of substance. Outside it, you're an unknown. You'll have to start over. It's in your best interests to stop the destruction of city. I will intercede on your behalf with Curran. Take it, Simon, because that's all I'm offering. Simon frowned. A long minute passed. He rose, pulled the disc out, slid it into a thin plastic sleeve, and held it out. Deal. I took the disc and slipped it into my pocket. The documents. Derek grabbed us and dived to the floor, knocking over the couch. The door behind us exploded. Chapter 16 Bullets bit into the couch, chewing through the steel and cushions. The world went white in a blinding flash. Thunder slapped my ears, shaking the brain in my skull. All sound faded. Derek jerked, clamping his hands over his ears. A stun grenade. Next to me Simon trembled, hugging the floor. Steel shutters dropped, covering the floor-to-ceiling windows, Simon's defense system kicking into high gear. The electric lamps on the ceiling shone bright, illuminating us. The couch wouldn't hold. We had to move. To the right, the lab door gaped wide open. 12 feet. If we had a distraction, we could make it. I looked around, trying to find something to throw. Clothes, no, too light, clothes, more clothes. Table. The heavy glass-topped table. I lunged for it and tried to lift it. Too heavy. I could heave it upright and maybe throw it a couple of feet. Not far enough, and they would cut me down while I struggled to lift it. The roar of the gunfire penetrated the wall in my ears, soft like the noise of a distant waterfall. A dark canister rolled into the space to the left of us, between the couch and a bar, and belched a cloud of green gas. Shit! I held my breath. Derek pressed his hand over his nose. Tears streamed from his eyes. Derek's shapeshifter senses couldn't take it. We had to go now. I grabbed Derek's shoulder, pointed at the table, and made a throwing motion with my arms. He nodded. Simon. My voice was a faint echo. Simon. He glanced at me and I saw a familiar blank look in his eyes. He would snap any second. I grabbed his arm. Run or die. Crouching, Derek grasped the table and hurled it at the muzzle flashes. I jerked Simon to his feet and ran. Behind me glass shattered in the hail of gunfire. I leaped inside and spun around in time to see Simon dive through the doorway, with Derek a hair behind. Derek slammed the thick reinforced door shut and stumbled, like a blind man, his eyes wide open, tears streaming down his face. Blood gushed from his leg, staining the jeans inside out. Slowly, as if underwater, Simon locked the heavy metal door. To the right, a decontamination shower loomed in the corner. I pushed Derek into it and pulled the chain. Water drenched him. He shuddered and raised his face to the stream, letting the water run into his eyes. How bad are you hit? The bullet went through. It's nothing. Bullets pounded into the door with sharp staccato. It wouldn't hold them for long. If I had a lab, I'd have the fuse box nearby in case I had to shut things down in a hurry. I looked around and saw the dark grey rectangle of the fuse box in the wall between two cabinets. Perfect. I pried the cover open and pulled the main fuse. The apartment went pitch black. For a second I was blind and then my eyes adjusted, picking up faint light from the digital clock on the wall. Must be battery operated. Next to me the sound of ripping fabric announced the werewolf shedding his clothes and human skin. Yellow eyes ignited 6.5 feet off the ground, like two moons. Simon took a deep, shuddering breath. Hide or fight, I whispered to him. Just don't get in my way. The rain of bullets halted. Not good. They'd decided they couldn't shoot their way TLN off the door. The next step was explosives. I dashed to the left side off door and pressed myself against the wall in the corner. Across the room the enormous shaggy monster that was Derek leaped onto the counter. A clawed paw swiped the butane lab lighter and raised it to the sprinkler. A tiny blue flame flared at the end of the lighter. It licked the sprinkler, once, twice, and then water rained down in a stinging spray. Bye-bye gas. A high-pitched whine tore through the quiet. The explosion shook the door, slapping my ears. The metal door screeched and fell into the room. A flashlight beam sliced through the darkness, searching for targets. I squeezed the hilt of my saber. It felt so comforting, like shaking hands with an old friend. Water soaked my hair. Derek sank his claws into the paneling, leaped, and crawled across the ceiling with terrifying speed, grasping steel beams for support. The door burst open. I slid down into a crouch. The first man edged into the room, his black handgun gripped in both hands in a time-honored shooter stance. The bulletproof vest made him appear almost square. The man spun right, spun left, turning the gun barrel 2 feet above me, and advanced into the room. A second man followed, holding his flashlight and gun in a Chapman hold, the gun gripped in the right hand, the flashlight in the left, the hands clenched together. He turned, his flashlight sweeping the length of the come-in. There is nothing to fear. You're big and strong, and your gun will protect you. The bright beam glided over lab tables, biting at darkness broken by streams of water. Left, right. The third man stepped into the room, covering the man with the flashlight. Classic. The beam slid up. A nightmare looked into the light, a huge man towering 8.5 feet high, his colossal muscles bulging in hard ridges on his immense frame. His skin glowed in the light, pure white, as if he were molded out of snow. A blue mane cascaded down his shoulders, framing a cruel face, and on that face 2 eyes blazed, pure translucent blue, like ice from the deepest part of a glacier. Looking into them was like staring back in time, at a thing that was alien and ancient and very, very hostile. Simon had taken his true form. The men froze for half a second. They expected a man, a woman, and Simon. They didn't expect their flashlight to find an enraged ice giant in the darkness, and they gaped, just as the ancient Scandinavians had done ages ago, gripped by a paralysis of awe and fear. I sliced the inside of the closest man's thigh in a sharp upward thrust, severing muscles and the femoral artery, stabbed him in the heart, pulled the blade out, and sliced the neck of the second man in a fluid, easy movement. The blade was so sharp, the cut was almost delicate. The man with the flashlight fired once. Simon's enormous hand slapped the firearm out of his fist. Massive fingers clenched him and the man vanished into the darkness. A hoarse scream cut through the silence, full of pain and pure terror. Derek dropped to the floor and bounded over the bodies into the living room. I followed him. Behind us the man kept howling, no longer desperate, just hurting. Air gun spat bullets to the right, wood snapping, someone firing blindly in panic. I waited 4 seconds until he emptied his clip, and then I ran across the room, stepped behind him, and sliced, one cut left to right, the second straight across the spine, just under the bulletproof vest. He went down. Something moved behind me. I spun, slicing, the man behind me a mere shadow in the gloom. Slayer crashed against a thicker blade. The man snapped an angle kick to my left side. His shin hammered my ribs in a burst of pain. A Muay Thai fighter. Fine. I spun with the impact, whipped around, and kicked him, heel to solar plexus, putting all of the power of my spin and my thigh into it. The impact knocked him back. My knee crunched. Ow. I chased him, leaping over boxes. The fallen man rolled to his feet in time for me to split his stomach open. I tugged Slayer free, sank the blade between the lower ribs of his right side, for good measure, and withdrew. The screaming stopped. Clear, Derek's mangled voice said. Simon. Flip the fuse. A long moment passed. The electric light came on, sudden and harsh, like a sucker punch. 5 bodies lay broken and twisted in the living room, their blood ridiculously vivid against the monochromatic backdrop of black floor and white furniture. The massive shaggy beast that was Derek straightened, scarlet dripping from his claws, and dropped a mangled body to the floor. He raised his muzzle. A long wolf howl rolled through the apartment, a song of hunt and blood and murdered prey. Simon emerged from the lab, stooping to fold his frame TLN off the doorway. A thing dangled from his hand. It might have been a man at some point, but now it hung, limp and boneless, like a sack of human meat pierced here and there by shards of its bones. "It's over." I kept my voice soothing. "Put it down." Simon shook his victim. "Put it down. You can do it. Just let go." Simon released his victim. The body fell with a sickening wet thud. The ice giant slumped against the wall and slid down to sit on the floor. I walked past the overturned couch to the man whose stomach I'd cut. He was still breathing, clutching at his wounds, his heavy tactical sword lying next to him. Thick blood wet his fingers in a dark, almost tar-like stain. "Yep," hit the liver. A ski mask hit his face. I pulled it off. A familiar brutish face stared at me with pale eyes. "Blaine the Blade Simmons." Blaine used to work for the guild. About 4 years ago he decided the guild wasn't hardcore enough for him and struck out on his own. Word on the street was, Blaine hired killers and liked wet work. The nastier, the better. Any gig, any target, as long as the money was right. That must have been his crew. I crouched by him, my sword still bloody. Blaine's breath was coming in quick ragged gasps. "Who hired you?" He wheezed, his fingers shaking. "Who hired you? Go to hell." Blaine's eyes rolled back into his skull. He went rigid and sagged down. His hands stopped shaking. "I have a live one." Derek picked up a body off the floor. The man shuddered in his grasp. His right leg hung at an unnatural angle, broken femur. A huge cut gaped across his back, where Derek's claws ripped through his flesh. Derek turned him, so I could see his face. Pale, terrified eyes looked at me. "If you stay as is, you'll live." "Tell me what I want to know, and I won't make it worse," I said. The man swallowed. "I don't know. Blaine made the contracts." "What were your orders?" "We had to sit on this apartment. If Law or any pies showed up, we had to hit it fast." "Did you have specific orders to attack if you saw me or Derek?" The man nodded. Yeah. But not him. Blaine had pictures of you and the blonde. They knew who Andrea and I were, which meant they knew where the office was. If they'd hit us here, they'd target the office." "I would." "Why did you use a concussion grenade instead of shrapnel?" The man gulped. "Blaine said the freak had money. He said nobody would care when or how he got dead, as long as he got dead in the end. We'd just hold him for a bit, get him to give us the money, and then terminate him. Blaine said it would be a bonus." "Nice. Did you kill some people in Sibley?" "Us and some other guys. We knew exactly when and where they would be coming from. We wiped them out. Shot them all to hell. It was easy. Mystery solved." "Drop him." Derek opened his fingers and the man crashed to the floor. I walked to the phone and dialed Cutting Edge. Julie's voice popped on the phone. "Good afternoon, Cutting Edge. How may I help you?" "Hey, it's me." "Put Andrea on the phone." "She isn't here." "Damn it. Where is she?" "Some Buddhas came to talk to her. She said she would be right back and left." "Aunt B. just couldn't wait, could she, old bitch, had to speak to Andrea right that minute. Joey is staying with us." I struggled to put the name to a face. Joey, Joey. My mind served up a man in his early 20s, his hair dark, nearly black. Put Joey on the phone. A young male voice said, "Why hello there, consort. And how are you? We're under attack. Bar the door, do not open it to anyone you don't know. Make sure the kids understand. I'll be there in half an hour. Stay put, do you understand?" All mirth vanished from his voice. "Yes, consort." I hung up and punched in the number for the Keeps Guard station. "I need access to Jim. Now." "He's out in the city," a female voice began. I sank enough menace into my voice to terrify a small army. "Find him." The phone went silent. I waited. The lighthouse keepers had hired a crew of killers. Made sense, their own people were embedded and too valuable to risk. We had to assume they already knew that the attack on the apartment had failed and what little cover they had was blown wide open. They would be coming for Simon. The phone clicked and Jim's voice came on the line. "Kate, I'm a little busy here. There is an anti-magic secret society in the city. They have a bomb. When activated, it kills anything that uses magic in a radius of several miles." Jim didn't miss a beat. "What do you need?" "I'm at Simon's apartment. We've been attacked, there are 7 bodies, 1 survivor. I need to know where the attackers came from, who hired them, anything you can get. I'm sending Derek with Simon to the Western Safe House. Simon has the documentation describing the device, and he is now their primary target. I'm going back to my office. Julie and Ascanio are in the office and I need to get them out to the keep." "We're on the south side, near Palmetto," Jim said. "Across the city." "Great. I'm sending an escort now. It will be there in an hour. Is Curran there with you?" "He's out in the field, but I'll get hold of him." Tell him I love him. Tell him I'm sorry we didn't see each other last night." "Will do." I hung up and looked at Derek. "Take Simon and the documents to the Western Safe House. Keep him protected, we need the knowledge in his head." Derek's muzzle gaped, like a bear trap swinging open. "Yesh, consort." The magic hit 1 mile from the office. The Jeep's gasoline engine faltered and died and I guided it to a slow stop at the curb. The one why that had sat in the pit of my stomach since the phone call grew stronger and stronger until it blossomed into full-blown anxiety. Something was wrong, I felt it. The kids were fine. They were in a fortified office. They had a full-grown Buddha with them. Reinforcements were on the way. I stared at the wheel. It would take me 15 minutes to chant the water engine into life. They were fine. Screw it. I jumped out of the car, locked it, and took off down the street at an easy jog. My knee protested, sending a warning spike of pain into my thigh with every step. A nagging ache gnawed at my ribs. It was a good kick, but in retrospect I should have punched him instead. The streets rolled by. I was doing a 7-minute mile. Still faster than warming up the car. I turned onto Jeremiah, passing a couple of delivery trucks, blocking most of the street. Not too far now. Something lay in the street in front of the office. Something small and wrapped in fabric. My heart hammered. I sped up. A child mannequin rested on the pavement, swaddled in a grimy sweater. Blood stained its clothes and plastic face. The door of the office stood ajar. Ice rolled down my spine. I pulled Slayer from its sheath and forced myself to slow down. I'd need my breath. The door was intact. Someone had opened it. I tested it with my fingertips and it swung, revealing the office. My desk lay on its side, a flurry of papers scattered on the floor. Red stained the wood, where someone's bloody hand had gripped it. A nude body sprawled on the floor on my right. It lay on its back in a puddle of blood, its chest a forest of bone shards where someone had wrenched ribs out of their place. Male. A hole marred his neck and left shoulder. Something had bitten him with preternatural teeth. The head was a mess of blood and battered tissue. A chair leg protruded from the stomach, where someone had pinned the corpse to the floor like a butterfly. I approached the body, sword ready, and saw a shock of spiky black hair on the right side of the corpse's skull. Joey! An enraged growl shook the office. Something clanged, once, twice, a ringing of metal being struck. I dashed to the back. The door to the back room lay in shards on the floor. I leaped over it. A section of the wall had been ripped open, and through the gap I saw a female shapeshifter in warrior form. Huge, at least 7 feet and sheathed with beige with dark spots, she was all claws and teeth, pounding the loop cage with the rest of the chair. Tufts of black hair crowned her monstrous ears. A lynx. The pieces snapped together in my head. Leslie, the missing render that Curran had been hunting. Inside the cage, a Buddha in warrior form cradled something, shielding it with his body. Deep gashes scoured his back, marked with thick bloody smears. The shape in his arms trembled. 2 legs stuck out, deformed and twisted. Muscle bulged in odd places, sheathed by human skin and patches of beige FTR. Leslie saw me and froze. Ascanio turned and I glimpsed the thing he was trying to protect. A horrible face gaped at me, its lower jaw protruding, its face like a blob of melting wax, the eyes little more than tiny slits. It was the face victims of LYCV war when the shapeshifter virus first infected their bodies. The small brown eyes looked at me from the monster's face. Julie? Oh my God, Julie! Leslie was trying to murder the kids, I charged. Leslie roared and hurled the shattered chair at me. I dodged and stabbed her in the chest, aiming for her heart. Slayer slid off the ribs, I'd punctured her lung instead. Like poking a normal human with a needle. Claws raked my shoulder. I sliced across her stomach. She leaned back and kicked out with both feet. I saw the kick, but there was no way to avoid it. The blow took me square in the chest. I flew into the main room, curling into a ball. My back slammed into the wall. The world swam. Leslie leaped at me TLN off the gap, claws raised, giant teeth snapping. I dodged. She hit the wall full speed and whipped around, carving the air, her claws like daggers. I dodged, left, right. She swung too wide and I lunged into the opening, turning Slayer into a metal whirlwind. Left thigh, side, right thigh, left shoulder, chest. She snarled and backhanded me. I've been hit with a hammer. It hurt less. My head snapped back and she raked at me with her other hand. Pain cleaved my stomach. I stumbled back. Blood filled my mouth. Leslie bled from a dozen places, but not enough to slow her down. She was fast, LYCV was healing her cuts, and my sword wasn't doing enough damage. I kicked at her. She hammered a fist into my thigh. I swayed at the last moment and the fist grazed me. My femur screamed from the impact. She was aiming for my injured knee. I drove Slayer into her liver. Leslie screeched and roared, "Die already." I cleaved at her right arm, severing the tendon. Unless I won, the kids died. I would kill this bitch. I'd tear her limb from limb if I had to. She grabbed at me with her left hand, clenching my shoulder, lifting me off the ground, and jerked me to her teeth. I pulled my throwing knife and stabbed her in the throat, quick, like hammering a nail. She gurgled, tore me off, and hurled me aside. I hit Andrea's desk with my back, dropped to my feet, and started toward her. I hurt so much, the pain kept me from passing out. Leslie grabbed a filing cabinet and hurled it at me. I dodged. She threw a chair. I ducked and kept coming. Leslie heaved a bookshelf. It would hit me, I had no place to go. A black dog the size of a pony burst through the doorway. "Grendel, you stupid magic poodle." The dog hit Leslie in the chest like a battering ram. The render went down, knocked off her feet by the impact. I ran at Leslie. This was my chance. Leslie clenched Grendel by the scruff of his neck and flung him aside. He crashed into the wall with a snarl. Leslie leaped to her feet and bared her teeth at me. Blood dripped from between her fangs, stretching in long red threads to the floor. "Don't black out." I just had to stay conscious. Ascender. The power word left my mouth, tearing out a chunk of my magic in a flash of pain. I didn't care. I sank everything into it. "Kneel. Kneel, you bitch." She gasped. The bones of her shins snapped like toothpicks and she crashed to her knees. I swung Slayer. The sword's pale blade smoked, feeding off my fury. I cut, severing the spinal column. Leslie's head dropped to the side. I chopped at it again. It rolled to the floor. Her headless body toppled toward me. I kicked her head into the corner and dragged myself to the loop cage. Julie whimpered in a thin tiny voice, her breath whistling through the space between her mangled jaws. Ascanio lay on his back. His eyes looked at me, flashing red. Still alive. They were both still alive. I grabbed onto the bars. God, my chest hurt. She's dead. It will be okay. It will be okay. Give me the keys. Ascanio cried out and flipped onto his side. A rib had pierced his chest, sticking out. His hand opened, the key a gory bloody mess in his palm. He shut his eyes. I thrust my hand through the bars, grabbed the slick, wand key, and unlocked the cage. "Help us," Julie whispered. "It hurts, Kate. It hurts." "I know, baby. I know. I had to get them to do little." A quarter of LYCVS victims didn't survive their first transformation. Tears slid from Julie's eyes. "The boy's dying." I looked over Ascanio. Broken ribs, torn up back. I touched Ascanio's neck. Pulse. Weak, but steady pulse. He opened his eyes slowly. I trurred. "You did great." The roar of an enchanted engine thundered outside. "Jim's back up." I forced myself upright. "Don't leave me." Julie sobbed. "Just to the door. To get help." "I'll be right back." I ran out into the living room, wrapped in my pain like a cloak, and saw a grey van pulling up in front of the office. The pack didn't own grey vans. I sprinted to the door. The van door opened. An older man stepped out and leveled a crossbow at me. A tiny green spark winked on the end of the crossbow bolt. An exploding arrowhead. I slammed the door shut and barred it. The explosion shook the building. I pulled the internal shutter on the left window closed and dashed right. The crossbow bolt got there half a second before me and bounced off the grate, falling back. I pulled the shutter down. The burst of magic energy was like a wrecking ball. The walls groaned but held. A couple more direct hits and they would come down. The kids couldn't move, not fast enough to outrun a vehicle. Grendel limped to me. I hugged his shaggy neck and ran my hands along his back. Nothing was broken. I had enough juice for one power word. It would buy us a couple of minutes, but I would pass out, and if the kid's immobile, we were trapped. When the shit hits the fan, you hide, you hear. Grendel whined. "Don't be a hero, dog." I slid the cover in the door aside, exposing the narrow viewing window. The door of the van was open. Inside, the man in the tactical vest slowly, methodically loaded another explosive bolt into his crossbow. We were done. When they blasted through the wall, I would take a few of them with me. That was all I could do. The crossbowman raised the bow. A grey shape leaped off the roof. A massive beast, a meld of human and lion, landed on the roof of the van, crushing it. Curran. The giant claws gouged the top of the van, and he ripped the metal sheet away, as if opening a can of sardines. The crossbowman looked up in time to see the huge paw just before it cracked his skull like an egg. The enormous jaws of the leonine head opened and a deafening roar blasted forth in a declaration of war, drowning even the noise of the enchanted engine. The beast dipped his massive head inside, pulled a kicking body out between his teeth, pinned it with his paws, and ripped the top half of the body off. He had come for me again. Curran's body flowed, snapping into a more humanoid form. He plucked another man from the van, snapped his neck, hurled the broken body aside, and dove into the vehicle. The van rocked. Blood sprayed the windows, someone screamed, and he emerged from the van, bloody, his golden eyes on fire. I unlocked the door. It swung open and he clenched me to him. I threw my arms around his neck and I kissed him, blood and fur and all. Chapter 17. Hell was driving a blood-soaked van listening to two children dying in the back seat, while Grendel whined as if something were killing him. Hell was watching Jezebel run out of the keep's gates, her face a pain-distorted mask, clench Joey's mangled body, rock him like a child, and scream and scream and scream, as if it were Jezebel who was dying. Hell was seeing fear in Doolittle's eyes when Curran carried Julie, tapped in the sheets from my office cot, into the keep, and then sitting in the waiting room. Curran spoke into the phone, biting off words. Is anybody going to tell me why our own fucking render attacked my mate? Barabbas walked into the room. The skin of his face stretched too tight over his features, making him look sharper and fragile. He came over and crouched by me. Can I get you anything? I shook my head. Curran hung up the phone. Barabbas's eyes were watering. He looked feverish and unhinged. His quiet voice shook with barely contained anger. Did she hurt before you killed her? Yes, Curran said. I saw the body. That's good. Barabbas swallowed. His hands shook. Technical difficulties with controlling his rage. I could relate. Jez will be glad to hear it. Was Joey a relative? I asked. My voice squeaked. I could have given a rusty metal gate a run for its money in the creaking department. He was the youngest of our generation, Barabbas said. Jezebel used to babysit him. We all did, but she had done it the most. The door swung open and Jim blocked the light. Tall, dark, grim, and wrapped in a black cloak, he looked like death walking in. Jim reached into his cloak and pulled out a thin gold chain. The light of the lantern clutched at the gold and slid down to a small pendant. A lighthouse. A tiny diamond winked from the spot where the lighthouse lamp would have been. Boyfriend had it, Jim said. Leslie broke the chain. He was getting it fixed for her birthday. Leslie Wren was a lighthouse keeper. It wasn't the 100-mile walk through rough terrain that had hurt Julie. It wasn't a freak accident or a render gone loop. No, it was my case. Had she not been in that office, she wouldn't have been attacked. Had I ordered the trackers to bring her back to the keep? Leslie's father was an engineer in Colombia, Jim said. Made good money. About 15 years ago the man lost his shit, quit his job, and moved the family north of Atlanta, to the countryside. He'd inherited the house from his parents. Leslie had an older brother, but he stayed in Colombia. The locals say they never saw the family much. They remember Leslie, a quiet kid in threadbare clothes. She went to school, but the parents wouldn't leave the property. How did they survive? I asked. Jim put the pendant on the table. Lived off the land. There are deer in the woods, raccoons, small game. They must have hunted a lot. 3 shapeshifters need a lot of food. Curran glanced at me. Explains why Leslie made a good render. She probably spent more time in her fur than in her skin growing up. It's not good for children. Messes with your head. Jim shrugged off his cloak. She came straight to the pack the moment she turned 18. She's been with us for 9 years. She was squared away. No warning signs, no problems, nothing. In hindsight, I should have asked myself why there were no problems. Most renders miss a step once in a while. She never did. She was the go-to render when we had an issue. I leaned back. Why would you look for trouble, when there is none? She was with us for a third of her life. We treated her well. Cunin leaned on the table. I want to know why. Jim squared his shoulders. Teresa, one of my people, tracked down Leslie Wren's brother. She came back this morning. We'd just missed her. She says that Leslie's father, Colin Wren, had a serious case of paranoia. The mother, Liz, was a go-with-the-flow kind of woman. The brother says she was passive, didn't like confrontations. They weren't the most stable couple. A paranoid shapeshifter with a passive mate who'd do pretty much anything he wanted to avoid a fight. That was a recipe for disaster. Jim kept going. When Leslie was 12 and her brother was 17, their mother had an affair with Michael Waterson. Local cat Alpha of Columbia Curran said for my benefit. Not a bad guy. Capable. The affair didn't last long, Jim said. When Colin found out, he snapped. From the way the brother tells it, he took Leslie with him out of Columbia and went to his parents' house. He gave Liz a choice: if she didn't come with him, she'd never see Leslie again. Used his daughter as collateral, Cunin said. Jim nodded. The brother says she was afraid he'd do something to Leslie, so she went with him. Waterson never followed her. He says she told him not to look for her and that she was going to save her marriage. They holed up in the house. Liz wasn't allowed to leave the property. The brother was in high school at the time. He stayed behind to finish the year out. He came to visit them on his break. The dad tried to kill him. Said he was competition. Living in that house must have been pure hell. It didn't make me regret killing Leslie. She must have blamed LYCV for driving her father crazy. Jim nodded. Yeah. Bullshit, Barabbas spat. Dozens of shapeshifters deal with affairs. Marriages break. People die. We carry on. We don't abuse our mates and children. When did the keepers recruit her? Curran asked. We don't know, Jim said. Had to be early on. Something awful had happened to Leslie Wren in that house. Something that convinced her that the shapeshifters were evil, that the very magic that made their existence possible had to be destroyed. She believed it so deeply that she joined the people who hated her kind, signing her own death warrant. She had a life with the pack, respect, friendships, a future. But whatever happened had scarred her so deeply, she threw it all away when the keepers called. How? How do you go from taking Julie on a hunting trip to trying to murder her? I had killed dozens, but I could never bring myself to take a life of a child. It was beyond me. The door down the hall opened. Sander, one of Doolittle's junior medics, a tall, thin man who looked like he would snap in half any second, came out and approached us. The boy is awake. Ascanio lay on the bed under the covers. His face was a bloodless mask. He looked weak and small, his eyes enormous, like 2 dark pools on the pale face. If he were human, he would have been dead. Sanders said he had hairline fractures in both legs, serious blood loss, a punctured lung, and 2 broken ribs. Leslie had thrown him around like a dog shaking a rat. The LYCV would knit him back together. A few days and he would be up and walking. But meanwhile he hurt. I sat on his bed. Cunan remained standing. Ascanio's gaze fixed on him. What happened? Curran asked. Aunt B.S. Budas came, Ascanio said, his voice flat. 3 of them. They told Andrea Aunt B wanted to talk. Andrea said no. They said, you're coming with us one way or another. I figured there would be trouble. Andrea looked at me and said, someone has to stay with the kids. So they left Joey. He was the weakest. Grendel really didn't like him. He kept trying to bite Joey, so Andrea took him with her. Then you called and Joey told us to stay away from the damn door. Then he went upstairs, he said to sleep. Damn Budas. I tell him he's under siege and he goes to take a nap. About half an hour later someone knocked on the door. A woman was screaming. Ascanio swallowed. Keep going, Curran told him. Julie said, come on, door boy, aren't you going to see who it is? And I said, I'm not a door boy, and if you want to know so bad, go see for yourself. She went. Ascanio closed his eyes for a long moment. The woman on the other end yelled, help me, they hurt my baby. Julie looked out and screamed that it was Leslie. She knew her from the pack, and Leslie was carrying a bloody kid. We knew the pack was being attacked. We opened the door. They saw a shapeshifter woman with a blood-smeared child and they let her in. Of course they let her in. I would have run out the door to protect her. I should have told them about Leslie. No evidence existed that the two were connected, and I didn't know. If I had, Julie wouldn't be losing her humanity right now. Ascanio took a deep breath. She was in warrior form when she came through the door. She knocked Julie aside. I shifted and hit her. She was too strong. I got some strikes in, but then she clawed me up. I thought she'd slice me to ribbons and then Julie jumped on her back. The cat pulled her off and bit her, hard. It happened so fast. And then Joey came running. The cat said, step aside, weakling. You know you can't take me. And Joey pulled his knife and told me to protect Julie. Ascanio squeezed his eyes shut. Julie was already messed up. I picked her up and I ran. His legs were broken and he'd carried Julie anyway. Whatever he did from now on, I would never forget this. I knew if we went out the back, she'd chase us so I got into the loop cage and locked the door. He gulped the air. I wanted to kill Leslie again. I wanted to kill her slowly and take my time. The cat did something to Joey to keep him from moving, because we heard Joey cussing her out. The cat came to get us, but she couldn't get through the bars. It really pissed her off. Joey was screaming and cursing, telling her she should come and pick on someone her own size. The cat went back out. And then we heard Joey scream. I wanted to go and help him, but I couldn't get up. The cat was beating him to death and I couldn't get up. You did everything right, I told him. You did great. You couldn't have done more. Ascanio's hand shook. He died to keep us alive. Why? Why would he do that? Because that's what you do, Curran said. That's what being in the pack means. The strong defend the weak. Joey protected you, and you protected Julie. He didn't even know us. He stared at us, his eyes wet. I'm not like you. I don't want this. I don't want people dying for me. I don't want to walk around with it. Curran leaned toward him. Then get strong. Learn to be bad enough so others don't have to die to keep you safe. A commotion broke out by the door. A female voice barked, you will let me in or I'll kill you where you stand. The door flew open. A muscular woman strode through, a harried expression on her face. Martina, Ascanio's mother. She saw us and halted. "You have a brave son," Curran said. "A credit to your clan." Down the hall the door of the emergency room opened. Doolittle walked out, wiping his hands on a towel. I slipped out of the room and marched to him. He saw me. His face wore a tight expression, like he was straining to keep things inside. "Whoever you are upstairs, please don't let him tell me that Julie is dead. Please." I reached him. "How is she?" "Julie has massive trauma to the shoulder, 3 rib fractures, and a LYCV infection in the 3rd stage. LYCV infection had 5 stages: introduction of the virus, beginning of shift, half shift, advanced shift, and stabilization. Julie was in half shift, which meant her body was fighting the virus to stay human." His face was grim. Something bad was coming. I clenched up. Julie's bloom levels are very high. My chest constricted. LYCV bloomed when its victim was under stress, saturating the body in great numbers. Too much, and it would put Julie over the edge. 40% of all LYCV victims went loop during the 4th stage. Julie was bitten, she was an adolescent, and she was injured. Her stress level was through the roof and her body was flooded with hormones. Her chances of going mad were astronomically high. Someone asked, "Is she going loop?" and I realized it was me. Too early to tell. Doolittle rubbed his face. Her transformation came on too fast. In all my years I've never seen it happen that fast. She started to transform almost from the moment the virus entered her system. Julie is very magical. Introducing the virus to her body was like planting a seed in fertile ground. The first transformation is always the most volatile. In a case of stable infection, the virus should have leveled off. Julie is still blooming. "Oh no. Call to the Frenchman," Curran said. I almost jumped. He'd come up behind us and I didn't hear him. "I don't care what it costs, just get it." "Get what?" I stared at him. "The Europeans have an herbal concoction," Curran answered. "It reduces the chances of lupusm by 1/3. They guard it like it's gold, but we know somebody who smuggles it out." Doolittle's face was mournful. I took the liberty of calling the moment she came in, "My lord." Doolittle shook his head. "Did you tell him who was asking?" Curran snarled. "I did. The Frenchman sends his apologies. If had any, he would immediately deliver it, but there is none to be had." Curran clenched his fists and forced them open. "What now?" I asked. "She's under heavy sedation. The main issue right now is to make her feel secure. No loud noises, no alarming voices, no agitation. We have to keep her calm and safe. That's all we can do. I'm so sorry. I want to see her." "No." Doolittle barred my way. "What do you mean, no?" "He means you're so agitated, you'll spike her virus levels by just walking in there," Curran said. "If you want her to get better, come back and see her when you're calm." Yelling that I was calm, damn it, would only hammer home his point. Curran turned to Doolittle. "When will we know?" "I'll keep her under for 24 hours. We'll try to wake her up. If she shows signs of lupusm, we can sedate her for another 24. After that." Doolittle fell silent. "After that I would have to kill my kid." All strength went out of my legs. I would have given anything for this to be a nightmare. All my magic, all my power, for a chance she'd wake up. "Is there any hope?" Doolittle opened his mouth and closed it without saying anything. I turned and marched down the hallway. The lighthouse keepers had to have a base. Someone had to have owned or rented that van. Someone supplied them with explosive bolts. The only time I'd ever seen them used was when Andrea put 2 of them into a blood golem controlled by my aunt. She had to have them special ordered. I would find the keepers. I would find them and murder every single one of them. Curran caught up with me. Where are you going? I have things to do. He barred my way. You look like shit. You need a medic. Let Doolittle fix you. I don't have time for this. He leaned to me, his voice quiet. This isn't open to negotiation. I unclenched my teeth. If I don't hurt something, I'll lose it. Either you let him mend you now or you 11 run out of gas in the middle of a fight when it counts. You know your body, you know you're at your limit. Don't make me cane you. Just try it. He bared the edge of his teeth at me. Is that a challenge, baby? I glared at him. Would you like it to be, darling? A hulking figure loomed in the hallway. Man. Thick and barrel-chested, the alpha of Clan Heavy looked like he could step in front of a moving train and force it to screech to a halt. His black hair and beard were salted with grey. He didn't like me much, but we respected each other, and since Man was the closest thing Curran had to a father, both Man and I went out of our way to remain civil. Man finished manoeuvring his massive frame near us. My liege. Consort. Yes. Curran asked, his voice rumbling with the beginnings of a growl. Man fixed us with his heavy stare. Unlike your quarters, this hallway isn't soundproof. Your voices canny. These are trying times. Our people look to you for guidance and example. Doolittle held open a door to a side room. Man inclined his head in a slow half-bow. Please, consort. Fine. Half an hour wouldn't make a difference anyway. Chapter 18. One awoke on our couch. My whole body ached, deep down, all the way to my bones. Pain was good. Pain meant I was still alive and healing. Curran leaned on the window sill, silhouetted against the window, where the dusk or dawn bled crimson onto the sky. The sun was in the east. Morning then. I'd slept for several hours. Muscles tensed across Curran's wide back. He knew I was awake. No matter where I was or how much trouble I was in, he would come to get me. He would demolish the city to find me. I didn't have to go at it alone. Several floors below, Julie was sleeping while her body worked to betray her. My Julie. My poor kiddo. Some people awoke to escape their nightmares. I awoke into one. Any change? She is still asleep, Cunan said. Doolittle sedated me, that old bastard. He turned around. No. He was chanting your wounds closed, and you fell asleep. I brought you up here. Does it hurt less now? I shrugged. How do you know it hurt in the first place? You held your breath when you walked. Maybe I was just pissed off. No. He came toward me. I know when you're pissed off. It's the way you stand. I know the look. He noticed the way I stood. What was I supposed to do with that? Grendel. He's in Doolittle's infirmary. Nothing serious. A few bruises and a sliver of wood stuck in his paw. Andrea returned to the keep. She says they were eating and he took off on her with no warning. Went through the restaurant's window. Silly poodle. How had he even known we were in trouble? Muscles played along Curran's jaw. We should have found Leslie. We'd tracked her all over the city. Her scent was less than 3 hours old in Palmetto. If we had found her, none of us would have happened. You can't save everyone. I've made my peace with that. We should have saved Julie. I love you, I told him. Curran stopped in midword and strode to me. I kissed him, sliding into his arms. I don't want to talk, I whispered. My cheeks were wet and I knew I was crying. My voice didn't tremble, but the tears kept coming and coming. I'd lost my mother, my stepfather, and now in 2 days, my kid as well. It was time to pay the piper. Curran kissed me, his lips sealing on mine. His tongue slid into my mouth, his taste so familiar, so welcome. I clenched his shoulders, pulling him closer, pulling his shirt off. He moved the sheets aside and broke apart from me for the tiniest second to peel my tank top off. I kissed his mouth, my fingers in his short hair, asking for his strength. His hands slid over my breasts, the rough skin of his palms scratching at my nipples. He lifted me to my knees and licked my left breast, the heat of his mouth piercing through all of the pain swirling inside me. I let go of it all and lost myself in him, kissing, licking, stroking, wanting to be one. He rose above me, I wrapped my legs around him, and when he thrust inside me, the world took a step back. There was only me and him. We built to a smooth hard rhythm, faster and faster, each thrust lifting me higher, until finally heat blossomed inside me, drowning me in a cascade of pleasure. He shuddered and emptied himself. We stayed like that for a long moment, then he moved to the side, gathering me up to him. We lay, curled up together, as the day uncurled outside the window. I refused to let Julie go. There had to be a way around it. There had to be something I could do. She wasn't a loop yet, damn it. There had to be a way. We'll kill them, Curran said, his voice laced with so much violence I almost shivered. We'll stamp them out. Yes. A year from now nobody will remember they existed. There would be no more lighthouse keepers after we were done. It wouldn't help my kid. But it might keep other Julys from being hurt. A knock resonated through the door. What? Curran growled. Jim is here, my Lord Barabbas said. I pushed off the pillow. Tell him to wait, Curran said. He turned to me. Grey eyes looked into mine. I love you, too. Maybe he truly did. Promise me that if we leave, nobody will touch Julie until we return. Gold rolled over Curran's eyes and vanished. Not if they want to live. Not even an alpha of a clan. I didn't know how dark the inside of Jennifer's head was. Not even an alpha. Julie is sedated and restrained in her bunk. The access to her room is restricted, and Derek is staying with her. He's gotten it into his head that if he and Ascanio hadn't gotten into it, the Buddha kid would have put up more of a fight. Jennifer doesn't have a prayer of getting past him, nor would she try. That's not who she is. He swiped his sweatpants off the floor. I put my clothes on. It wouldn't have mattered about Ascanio. She was a trained render. You could have killed her. Be mine. Jezebel, maybe. Jim. Kate Curran said. And now the entire keep knows it. I stopped with a boot in my hand. He was actually proud of me. I heard it in his voice. Oh hell. He was looking at me with a smile, like the cat who ate the canary. What did I do with my other shoe? You're holding it. Ah. I sat down on the couch and put my boot on. Curran slipped on his t-shirt and went to the door. I followed. Curran opened the door, revealing Jim. His cloak was back on. Andrea stood behind him. The right side of her face was black and blue as if she'd been hit by a 5-pound dumbbell. She looked ready to kill something. Jim's face was grim. The keepers activated the device at Palmetto. When? Curran snarled. Half an hour ago. Curran swore. The jeep bounced over a metal plate in the road, went airborne, and landed with a crunch. Jim drove away. He did everything just on the edge of reckless but never out of control. In the front seat Curran rolled the window down and leaned, trying to read a grimy road sign. 3 miles. He rolled the window up before the roar of the Jeep's enchanted motor made us all deaf. The Roosevelt Highway rolled past the window, the trees one long greenish smudge. Next to me Andrea held her crossbow. We didn't have a chance to talk, but we didn't need to. We just needed a target. The keepers brought the device in sometime during the night, Jim said. The spring farm fair is in town this week. That's where most of Palmetto makes a good chunk of money. School is cancelled for the week and all the church services are moved to 8 o'clock to accommodate the fair. The keepers set the thing up in the middle of a busy street and bailed. The fair has 2 fields worth of weird magic crap. Nobody would have given Carmen's device another thought. The people of Palmetto had walked right past the ticking bomb and watched it charge. And then it activated and killed them. Why not hit the fair itself? Andrea asked. Because they wanted witnesses, Jim said. People will travel in for the fair, see a dead town, and rush back to spread the panic. So it's over? I asked. Yeah, Jim said. We had people combing through the town yesterday, looking for Leslie. This morning I sent a man from the keep to brief them on the keepers and tell them to clear out. They were on the road to Atlanta when they saw the light behind them. They stayed the hell away from it. From what they say, white light appeared above the town, glowed for several minutes like the northern lights, and vanished. The whole thing took about 10 minutes. To the left, 4 hyenas, 2 wolves, 4 jackals, and a were mongoose burst from the brush and flanked the car. Barabbas, Jezebel, and others. The entire Buddha clan howled for blood. Our source says the device can't be moved by a water car, Jim called out over the engine's noise. Good call not mentioning Simon by name. He says it kills the enchantment in the water. And they can't carry it too heavy. They have to move it by cart and horse. There are 4 roads out of Palmetto. Used to be 5 but Tommy Lee Cook Road is shut down. There is a gap across it 1/4 of a mile wide. I have people on every road. The machine pulls magic in a circle starting from the perimeter and gummed inward. The perimeter of the blast zone is clearly visible. They aren't getting out. Can we enter the zone after the blast? Andrea asked. The source said he walked through the blast of the first prototype. He seemed no worse for wear, I told her. An old billboard loomed from between the trees, advertising some gun show. Jim stood on the brakes, spinning the wheel. The engine sputtered and died. The Jeep's tires squealed and the vehicle veered left and screeched to a stop. 14 bodies lay across the road. Men, women, children, dressed in good clothes. To the right, a church rose, its doors wide open. A preacher lay on the stairs, his Bible still in his hand. On the other side of the road, in a wide enclosure, carts waited for the owners who would never come. Horses snorted and whipped their tails at flies. Dear God, Andrea whispered. They must have been Seventh-day Baptists, going to church for the Saturday morning service. Whole families. Adam Carmen was right. If you had enough magic, the shock of losing it killed you. Why? Why the hell were the keepers doing this? What the hell were they hoping to achieve? A naked man ran out from behind the church and made a beeline for us. Short brown hair, lean build. Carlos, one of the rat scouts. He came to a stop next to us and bent over, out of breath. Can't go into it in a half form. Tums you human or animal? You're weaker, too. Carlos strained. Fur sprouted along his back as bones snapped. A moment and a warat stood in front of us. Carlos opened his long jaws. Thank gosh. I was worried. A distant wolf howl echoed TLN off the air. South. Curran pulled off his clothes. His skin split. Muscle boiled, fur sprouted, and he dropped to all fours, dark stripes like whip marks over his pelt. Jim shrugged off his shirt and a jaguar in warrior form landed next to Curran. The monstrous lion head opened its jaws and Curran's voice rolled forth, the words perfect. We'll cut across the fields, along the edge of the blast zone. I'll take the car. Jim TLNU the keys at me and I snapped them out of the air. Don't break the device, I said. You break it, it explodes, we all find our wings in a hurry, Curran growled. Later, baby cakes. Baby cakes. Asshole. Good hunting, sugarwoogums. I jumped into the driver's seat. Andrea pulled a rifle from under the passenger seat and hopped into ride shotgun. Curran dashed into the field, powerful muscles carrying him off. The shapeshifters followed him in a silent flood. I turned the key and the gasoline-burning motor purred in response. No magic. Right. I made a wide circle around the bodies and stepped on the gas. The vehicle shot forward, picking up speed. Whoa. Andrea rubbed her face. It's like somebody put a bag over my head. I can't hear that well. I can't smell anything either. What happened to your face? She made me leave, Andrea said through clenched teeth. I glanced at her. Aunt B. We needed to have the talk. Oh no, she couldn't wait to have that talk. She had to have it right away, so she could explain to me in detail how I needed to become one of her girls. I shouldn't have gone, but I wanted to avoid a fight in front of children. We sat at Mona's and ate pie, while the render tore the kids apart, so her ego would be satisfied. I told her this. You know what she said? She said it was my fault because if I had run over like a good little boodle when she first called me, we wouldn't be in this mess. So I slapped her. When we got to the keep and I found out about Julie, I walked up and slapped Aunt B in the face. In front of everyone. Holy crap. Have you lost your mind? You should have seen the look on her. It was worth it. Andrea TLNU me a defiant glance. Then her face went all psycho. The old bitch backhanded me. I don't actually remember being hit. I just remember rolling down the stairs. I guess she knocked me off the landing. She is fucking strong. A crazy light sparked in Andrea's eyes. I'd do it again. I'll make it my mission in life to take her down. And people said I was nuts. Andrea raised her hand. This is the hand that slapped Aunt B. Maybe you should have it gold-plated. Here, you can touch it, since you're my best friend. Is your hand connected to your brain at all? Are you going to keep attacking her until she kills you? Andrea shrugged. I might kill her instead. And run the Buddha clan. She blinked. No. And how do you think Raphael would take it? I know you still love him. You think he'll be happy his mother is dead? Andrea let her breath out in a long sigh. Listen, me and Raphael, your master plan has holes big enough to drive a truck through. Now look, you. The trees ended abruptly as the road shot us into the center of the town. Words died on Andrea's lips. Bodies lay in the streets. Laborers. Mothers with their children. A group of men armed with crossbows, probably just passing TLN off. A cop, a short blonde woman, her uniform pristine, lying face down on the pavement 2 steps away from her police horse. Oh my God! We drove through it all, surrounded by death on both sides, as if gliding through Armageddon. On the far right, a man stumbled, walking TLN off the street, with a lost look on his face, trying to come to terms with his world ending. A child cried in the distance, a thin uncertain sound. This wasn't just bad. It wasn't just criminal or cruel, it was so deeply inhuman, my mind had trouble comprehending it. I've seen death and mass murder, I've seen people slaughtered out of bloodlust, but this had no emotion behind it. Just a cold clinical calculation. Another howl broke the silence. Closer this time and to the east. Andrea swiped the map off her lap. They are probably hitting Fayetteville Road. Turn left at the next intersection. Church Street. I made a hard left at the next intersection. In front of us a crumbling overpass barred the way. I steered the Jeep on the side, over the overgrown hill, praying the tires didn't blow up, and rolled over the hill. The vehicle plunged down, its seat springs squeaked, and we landed back on the road. I stepped on the gas. The Jeep hurtled forward. A subdivision popped up on our right side. I stared straight ahead. I'd seen as much of the dead as I could take. Now I just wanted to make some of my own. The road veered left, cutting through a dense patch of forest. I took the turn. Something black and large lay in the road. "Look out!" Andrea yelled. I swerved, catching a glimpse of a massive equine body. A mad amber eye glared at nothing, now dull, from a head crowned with a single sharp horn. The woods ended, jerked away suddenly like a green silk scarf pulled out of place. A ribbon of straight road unrolled in front of us, before diving into the woods again in the distance. On the left side, two giant open A-frames covered by tin roofs housed rows of flea market stalls. The stalls lay deserted. Half of their owners had fled. The few who remained sprawled in the dirt, their eyes dull and lifeless. A group of riders emerged from the woods in the distance, pushing their horses hard. Behind them a pair of bays pulled a wagon. At least 10 people. The forest on both sides of the road was too dense for the wagon to pass through. They were heading away from the magic and toward us, back into the blast zone. I turned the Jeep sideways, blocking the road. Andrea eyed the nearest A-frame. It would give her a good vantage point. But the moment she started shooting, they'd turn back. We had to keep that cart from moving. I held my hand out. "Give me a grenade." Andrea pulled open her backpack and slid a grenade into my palm. "Wait until they start shooting the Jeep. Boom comes first, shrapnel flies second. Count to 10 before you run in there. And don't blow the device up." "Yes, Mother. It's not my first time." "That's the thanks I get for trying to keep you alive, Your Highness." I slipped out of the Jeep and dashed down through the undergrowth on the right side of the road. Andrea leaped 6 feet in the air, caught the edge of the tin roof, and pulled herself up. Twigs and branches slapped me. I kept moving, light on my toes. If Curran had been there, he would have chewed me out for making more noise than a drunken hippo in a china shop, but with the thudding of hooves the riders wouldn't hear me. Ahead the ground leveled off, the undergrowth of fuzzy pines thick enough to provide good cover but thin enough to power through in a hurry. About 100 yards from the Jeep. Far enough. I dropped into a crouch. The lead horseman rode past us and stopped a dozen yards ahead. The rest of the riders halted, forming 2 loose lines along the road, staggering themselves to minimize the target area. The cart came to a stop with a creek right across from me. A large canvas bundle bulged in the middle of it, secured with ropes. Wooden partitions protected the device from the back and front. "Perfect. Miss Cray," the lead rider said. "Please remove the obstruction." A woman rode up to the leader. "Sir. Ride down to the vehicle, shift it into neutral, and push it off the road. Burgess, go with her. Santos, cover them. If things look suspicious, shout." The 3 riders advanced toward the Jeep, 2 ahead, 1 lagging behind, his rifle ready. I waited until they cleared half of the stretch, pulled the firing pin, and lobbed the grenade behind the cart. The metal clanged on the asphalt 200 feet away from the cart. Far enough. Heads turned. I dropped down and pressed into the forest floor. The explosion shook the trees. Horses shied, panicking. The device showed no intention of exploding. "Protect the machine," the leader screamed. "Form," his head jerked. Andrea's bullet took him in the back of the skull and came out just under his eyes, disintegrating his face into a mush of bone and bloody flesh. Shots rang out like firecrackers popping. They fired blindly to the front and to the back. I charged through the pines. They were packed too densely for the saber. I drew a throwing knife. Another rider dropped, cut down by Andrea's shot. A rider loomed. I jerked him out of the saddle, stabbed him in the kidney, grabbed a woman off a horse, slit her throat, and pulled another man out of the saddle. The black barrel of a .45 glared at me. I shied left. The gun barked. Heat grazed my shoulder. I stabbed him through the heart. The cart driver snapped the reins, turning the cart around. The horses neighed and plowed through the brush, skirting the crater left by the grenade. The cart hurtled back down the road, out of blast zone and into the magic, heading away from the jeep. The remaining riders chased it. Damn it! A huge grey lion leaped out of the woods, barring the cart's path, standing almost as tall as the horses. The great mouth gaped and a deafening roar shook the trees. The horses reared in sheer terror. The driver surged up and slumped over, as a red wound from Andrea's rifle blossomed in the back of his head. The lion morphed, his fur melting, and Curran grabbed the loose reins with his human arm, calming the horses. Shapeshifters spilled from the woods, swarming the riders. "Alive!" I yelled. "We need at least one alive." Two and a woman knelt on the ground, their hands on the back of their heads. Around us an empty field stretched. The blast zone lay just a few yards away, behind the tattered ribbon of the crumbling highway. The Buddha circled the captives like sharks. They wanted blood. I wanted blood. Curran reached down and picked up the larger of the men by his throat. The man dropped his hands, letting his arms hang limp by his sides. Cunin brought his face up close and peered into the man's eyes. The man shivered. "Why? Why not?" the smaller of men said. He didn't look like a monster. He looked perfectly ordinary, just like the hundreds of people on the street. Wheat-colored hair. Clear blue eyes. "You killed the entire town," I said. "There are dead children lying in the street." He looked at me. His face was calm, almost serene. "We simply turned the tables." "How did these dead children hurt you? Enlighten me." He raised his chin. "Before the shift, our society functioned, because to gain power, you had to work. Success was paved with labor. You had to use your mind and your hands to climb the ladder, so you could live the American dream, work hard, earn money, live better than your parents. But now, in this new world, brains and hard work count for nothing, if you have no magic. Your future is determined by pure accident of birth. If you're born with magic, you can rise to the very top with no effort. The safeguards that were meant to keep the dangerous and unbalanced from gaining power have failed. Anyone can be in charge now. They don't have to go to the right college, they don't have to learn the rules, they don't have to prove that they are good enough to be welcomed in the circles of power. All they have to do is be born with magic. Well, I have no magic. Not a drop. Why should I be disadvantaged? Why should I suffer in your world?" He smiled. "We don't want to kill anyone. All we want is a chance to have the same opportunities as everyone else. To restore order and structure to the society. Those who can't survive in our world, well, They are regrettable casualties. The Buddha snarled in unison. A woman walked out from behind the brush bordering the road. Her dirty dress waved about her, like a grimy flag. She came toward us, wiping her nose with a dirty hand. One of the wolves detached from the pack and moved to flank her. I leaned closer. One of your people attacked my office and tried to kill a child. My child. She had done nothing to you. Is she also a regrettable casualty? The man nodded. It's tragic. But look at it from my point of view, your child will grow up and prosper, while me and my children will be forced to struggle. She's no better than me. Why should your child take my spot under the sun? Nothing I could say would penetrate his skull, but I couldn't help myself. That's nice. They taught you very well. But in the end, you're scum. A common thug might murder a man for money, but you murdered dozens out of selfish hope. This better life you're hoping to get for yourself will never happen, or you would be living it already, magic or not. You can't think for yourself. You want an excuse for your failure and so you found someone to blame. A fire survived, you would always be dirt, ground under someone else's boot. The man raised his face. Say what you want. I know my cause is just. You didn't stop us. You just delayed the inevitable. He didn't do it because his religion told him to murder people. He didn't do it because he couldn't control himself. He did it out of pure selfish greed, and he didn't feel the least bit upset by it. I'd rather take on a demonic horde any day. The woman reached us. She was past 30, maybe 35. I looked into her eyes and saw nothing. A painful empty void. She wasn't a threat. She was a victim. The woman stopped and looked at us. Is it them? She asked. Her voice was hoarse. Is it them who did it? Yes, Curran told her. She sniffed. Her gaze fixed on the three people kneeling in the dirt. I want a turn. Andrea stepped close to her. They killed Lance, she said. They killed my babies. My whole family is dead. I want a turn. Andrea put a hand on her. Anne. You give me my turn. The woman's voice broke into a sob. She clamped her hand on Andrea's fingers, trying to wrench them open. I've got nothing left, you hear? Nothing. My whole life's gone. You let me at these son bitches, you. Curran walked over to her. She went quiet. If you wait, he said, I promise you'll get your turn. She sniffed again. Come on, Andrea told her, leading her to the side gently. Come with. Where were you taking the device? Jim asked. The smaller of the men raised his head. We'll tell you nothing. We are not afraid of death. Curran glanced at the Buddhas. A large spotted hyena moved forward, her strides slow and deliberate. Jezebel. She dipped her head and stared at the three captives with unblinking predatory focus. She would kill them. We wouldn't get much out of whoever she attacked. She needed to avenge Joey. After she was done, nothing would be left of them. I wanted to join her. I wanted to hurt them. I wanted to mince them to pieces, slice by slice, and watch them suffer. But if we didn't squeeze every drop of information out of them now, I'd have to look at more dead bodies. No. No, this ended now. They might not be afraid of death, but they were terrified of magic, of being enslaved by those who wielded it. They'd given me all the ingredients for their own personal nightmare. I looked to Curran. He raised his hand. Jezebel halted. She didn't want to, but she stopped. I turned to Jim. Which one of them is the least valuable? He glanced at the smaller man. He probably knows the most. I stopped before the larger man. We'll start with him, then. Anticipation of the terror was always worse. I wanted the smaller man to stew in his fear a bit. The captive stared at me. What are you going to do to me? You think we're abominations? I pricked my palm with the point of my throwing knife. A drop of red swelled. I squeezed my hand, letting the drop grow. Let me show you just how abominable magic can be. I thrust my hand at the larger man's forehead. My blood connected with his skin, and I whispered a single power word. Ami. Oh, babe, it hurt. Dear gods, it hurt like a Synovovich, but I didn't care. Julie in a hospital bed, Ascanio torn and broken, Joey dead, corpses in the streets, children in their best clothes lying in the dirt, looking at the sky with dead eyes. They would never rise again. They would never walk, never laugh, never be. The rage inside me was boiling over. The man froze, the line of magic between him and me taut with power. I'd promised myself I'd never do this again, but some promises had to be broken. Rise, I told him. He stood up. What did you do to him? The female keeper cried out, her voice squeaking. Curran was watching me, his face unreadable like a slab of stone. Rope. I gave the man a mental push. Sweat broke out on my hairline. The magic drain crushed me. It felt like I was dragging a chain with an anchor on the end of it. Slowly he walked to the cart, untied the knots, and pulled the rope from the device. I pointed to the ringleader. Tie him. Jim grabbed the ringleader's wrists and pulled him up. The larger man looped the rope around the man's waist. There is nothing you can do to me, the ringleader said. The keeper woman watched us with open horror. I picked up the other end and showed it to the larger man. Hold. He clamped it. I glanced at the shapeshifters. He'll need help. Jezebel shed her fur and took the end of the rope. Good. The change would tire her out. She was strung out too high. She needed to burn off some of that edge. Give me room. The shapeshifters parted. The ringleader stood by himself. I took a deep breath. A hisser. Flee. The shock of the power word nearly took me to my knees. The ringleader screamed, a sharp high-pitched shriek full of animalistic, mind-numbing fear, and ran. On the left, one of the Buddhas dashed away in panic, caught by the edge of the magic. The rope snapped taut. The man fell and clawed the dirt, kicking, trying to swim away through solid ground. His larger friend held him, a blank expression on his face. The ringleader raked the soil, again and again, trying to get away, howling in hysterical frenzy. The shapeshifters watched him with stone faces. How long does it last? Curran asked. Another 15 seconds or so. Moments stretched by. Finally the man stopped digging, his screams fading to weak hysterical sobs, echoed by the woman crying behind me. His fingers were bloody stumps, his nails torn off. I closed the distance between us and leaned over him. He looked up, slowly, his eyes brimming with echoes of panic. I bet the people of Palmetto would have screamed too, if you had given them a chance, I said softly. What do you say we do it again? I bet I can turn your hair grey before lunch. The man scrambled away from me and sprang to his feet. He managed a good sprint for about 3 yards and then the rope jerked him down. Jezebel gripped it and pulled him back, dragging him across the ground. No, the man wailed. I'll tell you anything, anything. Didn't take much after all. I braced myself and let out another power word. Dare. Release. The larger man sagged on the ground, his mind suddenly free. For a second he just sat there, a sad, abandoned expression on his face, and then he collapsed, curling into a ball, and bawled like a lost child. They are all yours, I said to Jim, and forced myself to walk to the jeep. Every step took an effort. Someone had filled my shoes with lead while I wasn't looking. We had won. It had cost hundreds of human lives, but we had won. We had the device. We'd rout the keepers. Maybe I'd catch a break and Julie would survive. "We're building another one," the man behind me yelled through the sobs. The tiny hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I turned slowly. He cringed on the ground. Curran leaned to him. His face unreadable, his voice almost casual. "Run that by me again." We had a man on the inside. The man's words came out too fast, tumbling over each other. He copied the inventor's plans. "We've been building it for weeks. We just needed a working prototype to fine-tune it. It's 3 times as big as this one." "Damn it all to hell." "Range?" Curran asked. 5 miles, the man stammered out. "Enough power to wipe out everything from the city center all the way to Druid Hills. They could kill most off-city. All they needed was a strong magleck wave." Curran pointed at Jim. "Tell that man everything you know. Location, time, names, everything." Jim grabbed the man by the throat. His lips parted in a feral grin. "Don't keep anything to yourself. Barabbas." Curran roared. The Wirramungu stepped from the pack. 100 pounds, sheathed in reddish fur, Barabbas opened his mouth filled with sharp teeth and licked his fangs. The narrow horizontal pupils slit his coral-red irises in half, making him look demonic. "I need you human," Curran ordered. First split, melting. A moment and Barabbas stood in front of Curran, nude, his eyes still glowing with madness. "Lord, call the conclave." The conclave started as a quarterly meeting between the pack and the people, officiated by a neutral party, usually someone from the Mage Academy, and held at Bernard's, an upscale North Side restaurant. It gave the pack and the people a chance to resolve problems before things spiraled out of hand. The last 2 times, representatives of other factions had attended to resolve their own issues. I had attended only once so far, because the meeting over the Christmas holiday had been cancelled by mutual agreement. "Should I schedule it at Bernard's?" Barabbas asked. "No. There." Curran pointed to a lonely Westham sizzling steakhouse sitting on a low hill. The building was all glass and stone. The tall windows overlooked the town. To get to the place, the leaders of the factions would have to ride through the graveyard that was Palmetto. "When?" "4. Sunset is at 6. I want them to see the town. Invite the Mags, the Druids, the Itches, the Guild, the natives, Norse heritage. Invite everyone. Except the Order," I added. "The keepers may have infiltrated it." Curran nodded. "And if the cops restrict access to the area?" Barabbas asked. Gold rolled over Curran's eyes. "By the place. They can't restrict access to our own land. Go." Barabbas took off running. "The Volves have the inventor," I said. "We need access. I need to make some phone calls." "I'll take you," Curran said. We walked to the car. I was so tired, I could barely move. "Curran?" "Yes." Today was apparently the day for finding out what mating with me really meant. I nodded at the men. "One of them has my blood on his forehead. The blood must be destroyed or it can give me away if someone scans it." Curran gave me a look usually reserved for the mentally challenged. Someone would have to find the bodies, first. Behind him the sounds of enraged Buddhas tore through the silence, followed by a cacophony of screams. "In that case, cut off his head," I said. Curran gave me a look like I was stupid. "My father made the damn vampires. I don't know what my blood will do to a dead body. Cut off the guy's head before you bury him." Should I stuff his mouth with garlic? Curran. Fine, he said. I'll take care of it. I got into the car and slumped against the seat. The fatigue mugged me. I was hanging by a thread and I clawed onto it, desperately trying to stay awake. I had paced myself, but 3 power words in a row equaled a lot of magic spent far too quickly. The screams went on, and I was too weak to get my slice off revenge pie. I just sat there and listened to them shriek. Finally the howls died down. Curran approached the car and got into the driver's seat. It's done. The woman in the dirty dress stumbled into our field of vision. Her hands were bloody. She swayed, wiped the red dripping off her fingers on her dress, forced her way through the old dried weeds onto the road, and kept going, back toward the town. She had her turn, Curran said. Chapter 19. Curran drove back. One sat in the passenger seat, watching the brush roll by. Andrea and Jim had taken a different vehicle. He wanted to ask her some questions about the keepers. The magic had crashed shortly after we finished burying the bodies, and the steady hum of the gasoline engine set my teeth on edge. There was something mind-numbing about it. It conjured images of streets strewn with bodies. We had no idea where the second device would be activated. They could snuff out the entire keep from 4 miles away. We'd never know what had hit us. We'd stopped at a store on the way and I made 4 phone calls. One to Roman, to inform him that unless the Volves delivered Adam Carmen by 3 o'clock to the Western Sizzlin, I would crucify them at the conclave. I wanted a shot at Carmen before the rest of Atlanta took it. The second call was to Evdokia to let her know what I was doing about the Volves and that if she wanted to come and sit in on it, I wouldn't mind. Next I called the keep, to speak to Doolittle. The news was the same. No change. I thanked him and told him to send Derek with the Volves staff to the Western Sizzlin. The fourth call was to Renee. She didn't like what I had to say, and when she found out that the whole thing would be blown wide open at the conclave, she liked it even less. When I hired you, I expected discretion. The phone clicked and small noises muffled the sound. She'd put me on speaker. When you hired me, I expected honesty. You told me you had no idea what Carmen's device did, but he'd tested the prototype in the forest. You told me he'd had no visitors, when one of the investors came to see him on multiple occasions. There was a small pause, and then Renee's voice said, "What is she talking about?" Henderson's baritone answered. "Sorry, Captain. Sorry, Sergeant. It was above your pay grade. The orders came from above." Renee's clipped voice snapped like a whip. "This conversation isn't finished." Then she spoke into the phone again. "Kate. You have 2 choices, either you come to the conclave and help, and we gloss over the fact that you've been guarding the creator of the doomsday device that's about to murder everyone in the city limits, and then lost him, or you don't show up, and I will tell it like it is." "That's right, I'll throw your ass right under the bus. Watch me." "We'll be there," Renee ground out, and hung up. Now we were back on the road, going toward the steakhouse, and I was fighting the phantom images of dead Julie flooding my mind. Curran reached into the glove compartment and pulled out a roll of worn-out bills. He peeled $1 from it and held it out to me. "What for?" $1 for your thoughts. The usual price is a penny, not $1. Had I known how bad you were with money, I would have reconsidered this whole mating thing. I didn't want to go through all the haggling. He held the $1 in front of me. "Look, here is a nice $1. Tell me what's brewing in your head." I snatched the $1 out of his fingers. It was old. The ink had faded so much, I could barely make it out. "You took the money. Pay up. All those people meant nothing to them. The keepers killed a whole town for this bullshit promise of a better tomorrow. In a world without magic, only the deserving rise to the top. Really? Did they not read history books at all? They are fanatics, Cunin said. It's like expecting humanity from a falling rock. It's not going to have a fit of compassion and not crack your skull open. I can you tap my head around demons or rakshasas hating anything human, but the keepers are people. A thug robs someone for money. A psychopath murders because he can't help himself. They are perpetrating mass murder for no real immediate gain. I stared at him helplessly. How can you do this to your neighbors? They would have to murder millions of people, and for what? It's inhuman. No, it's human, Cunin said. That's the problem. People, especially unhappy people, want a cause. They want something to belong to be a part of something great and bigger, and to be led. It's easy to be a cog in a machine, you don't have to think, you have no responsibility. You're just following orders. Doing as you're told. I can't hate people that much. Don't get me wrong. I want to murder every last keeper I can find. But that's not hate. That's vengeance. Curran leaned over and squeezed my hand. We'll find them. We drove in silence. Why do you hold back? He asked. I glanced at him. You never let go, he said. You can do all this magic, but you never use it. Why don't you murder every man that annoys you and rape every woman you find attractive? You can, you're powerful enough. His face hardened. First, it's wrong. It's the complete opposite of everything I stand for. The worst thing that ever happened to me happened because someone did exactly what you've described. The Loops murdered my father, took my mother and my sister from me, ripped apart my family and my home. Why would I ever permit myself to become than I believe in self-discipline and order, and I expect it from others just as I expect it from myself. Second, if I randomly murdered and violated people according to my whims, who the hell would follow me? My father murdered my mother. She was no prize, but this doesn't change things. Roland wanted to kill me. Because of him, my mother brainwashed Voran. Because of him I had no childhood and became this. This what? A trained killer. I like to fight, Curran. I need it. It's a function of my existence, like breathing or eating. I am seriously fucked up. Every time I use Roland's magic, I take a step closer to being him. Why would I ever permit myself to become that? It's not the same, Curran said. Loopism is loss of control. Practicing magic is honing your skills. Taking over someone's mind makes me feel like I'm swimming through a sewer. As I recall, the last time I did it, some overbearing alpha insisted on cramming the consequences of doing it down my throat. Chew on that, why don't you? I gave you a protector. I shook my head. I don't want to do it again, unless I have to. Besides, it's a limited magic. I can make the person perform basic physical tasks, but I can't force him to tell me what he knows. If I can't picture it, I can't make him do it. Does it get easier if you do it more often? Yes. Saying a power word used to knock me out. Now it just hurts like hell. I can manage 2 or 3 in a row now, depending on how much magic I sink into them. I leaned back against my seat. I know what you're driving at. Magic is just like anything else, you get better with practice. I closed my eyes. A vision of my aunt dead on the bloody snow flashed before me. Before Era died, she spoke to me. She said, live long enough to see everyone you love die. Suffer like me. Why are you letting the dead woman fuck with your head? He asked. Because I don't think I will ever become Roland. It's not in the cards. But give me enough time, and I could turn into Era. Fighting her was almost like fighting myself. And every time I turn into an animal, I have a small chance of forgetting that I'm human. Every time I heal or exert myself, I have a chance of turning loop. What was this? I'll show you my scars if you show me yours. If he wanted to play the weird powers game, I'd beat his ass. I can pilot vampires. Curran glanced at me. Since when? Since I was about 5. How many at a time? Do you remember the woman we killed, when we hunted the upper? Olathe? Remember the horde of vampires on the ceiling? He stared at me. I was holding them in place, I told him. There were at least 50 undead on that ceiling, Curran said. I didn't say it didn't hurt. I couldn't do much with them. With that many, you have to mold them into a whole. Like a swarm. I checked his face. Are you freaked out yet, baby? So you could kill a vampire with your mind? Possibly. The easier thing would be to just have it bash its head against a rock. I've had almost no practice, so I have no skill or finesse, but a crapload of power. If you ever have a war with the people, Garstek will be in for a surprise. Curran frowned. Why no practice? Playing in an undead's head leaves your mind's footprint in it. Someone like Garstek could take it from the dead vamp, assuming it's fresh, and pull my image right out of its head. Then I would have to answer interesting questions. The fewer questions, the better. Any other surprises? Cunan said. I can eat apples of immortality. My magic is too old to be affected by them, so it's just like eating a regular Granny Smith. You can, too. I made you an apple pie with them once. Aha. Okay, the next time you decide to put magic apples into my pie, I want to be notified of that before I eat it. You liked it? I'm serious, Kate. As you wish, Your Majesty. We fell silent. The blast zone turned the shapeshifters in warrior form human, I said. Curran nodded. It takes magic to maintain the warrior form. What if we brought Julie into it? The virus would disappear. She would be okay, right? Curran's face slid into his beast lord expression. Bad idea. Why? Carlos was able to shift after he came out off zone, which means it doesn't destroy the virus, it just negates its effects. The moment Julie stepped foot out off zone, it would hit her all at once. That's a guarantee of instant loopism. Besides, do you remember the way Julie looked when we brought her in? My memory served up a twisted tech of a body, a mix of fur, skin, exposed muscle and bare bone, and a grotesque face. I remember I said through clenched teeth. She's alive only because LYCV holds her together. A regular human body can't sustain that much damage. You move her into the zone, all her regeneration will vanish. She would die quickly and in a lot of pain. I stared out the window. I'm Sony, Curran said. She isn't going to beat it, is she? Curran exhaled slowly. Do you want me to lie to you? No. There is a way to calculate the probability of loopism, Curran said. It's called the Lycos number. An average shapeshifter has 10 units of virus per blood sample. I don't know exactly how the units are determined, but Doolittle can explain it to you. The unit level fluctuates as the levels of virus rise and fall in a shapeshifter's body. An agitated shapeshifter might show 12 units, a shapeshifter in a fight post-injury might show as much as 17 or 18. The number isn't the same for everyone. For instance, Dali shows 16 units at rest and 22 when agitated. Her regeneration is really high. I filed it for future reference. Next we have shift coefficient. A loop can't maintain a human form or an animal form, Curran continued. They can't fully shift. This is where it gets complicated. A normal shapeshifter in either animal or human form is considered to have a shift coefficient of 1. As the shapeshifter begins to change shape, the coefficient changes. Suppose you're going from human to animal. You turn 20% of your body animal, while the rest remains human. Your shift coefficient is 2. 30%, 3. And so on, until 9. When you turn 100%, you go back to 1. With me? Yes. The Lycos number is determined by multiplying shift coefficient by the units of virus by the time it takes you to shift completely. Let's take Dali. She can completely shift in less than 3 seconds. Her Lycos number is 1 multiplied by 16 multiplied by 0.05 minutes. 0.8. Anything under 270 is safe. Over 1,000 is a guarantee of loopism. Dali isn't going loop anytime soon. What's Julie's number? Curran glanced at me. Julie's fluctuating between 32 and 34 units. Her shift coefficient is 6.5 and she's been at it for 16 hours. Dear God, I'd need a damn calculator. 12,480, Cunan said. We stop counting after an hour if there is no significant change. 12 times the loopism limit. My mind struggled to comprehend it. I knew what he was saying, it was right there, I just couldn't force myself to believe it. The realization hit me like a punch. When did you know? His voice was hoarse. Once Doolittle pulled her unit number. It took us 45 minutes to get to the keep. She had begun the transformation at least 15 minutes prior. I knew that unless she shifted within the first hour, her chances were cut by 3/4, unless her unit number was below 20. My heart hammered, as if I were running full speed. I've heard of first transformations taking hours. He nodded. That happens when the unit number is low. Not enough virus entered the body during infection, or something is inhibiting it, so you might get somebody with 5 units in his blood, sitting at 20% of the shift for an hour. 5 by 2 by 60 is only 600. Then the virus blooms and he shifts. I was grasping at straws. What about Andrea? During the flare she was in a partial shift for at least a couple of hours. Andrea had an object in her body that interfered with her shift. Once they pulled it out, it took her half an hour to rebuild the virus and change shape. Damn it! Then why bother with sedation at all? Doolittle must have done it for a reason. He must have had some glimmer of hope. Curran reached over and covered my hand with his. It's not for her. It's for you. Doolittle is using all of his skill to keep her alive and comfortable. He's given you time to come to terms with it. I stared at the road through the windshield. They were waiting until I gave up and agreed to put my kid out of her misery. Curran kept talking. I brought her in wrapped up, so nobody except the two of us, Doolittle, and Derek know how bad she is. The kid won't say anything. His hands gripped the wheel, his knuckles white. His face was calm, his voice completely flat and measured, almost soothing. He must have expected me to fall apart, because he'd locked his emotions inside, asserting absolute control over himself. Julie isn't in pain. She's sleeping. You can take your time. I know how much she means to you. You care for her. Sometimes it can be very hard. If it's too hard, I'm here. I will help her, if you need me. Please stop the car. He pulled over. The outskirts of Atlanta had long ago succumbed to the magic's onslaught. Ruins surrounded the road on both sides. The long stretch of highway lay deserted. I stepped out of the car and marched out into the crumbling wreck of some old building, singed from the inside, its walls black and draped with dead kudzu. I didn't know where I was going. I just had to be on my feet, so I paced back and forth, one wall to the other. Curran followed me inside and halted at the gap in the wall. He didn't say anything. Nothing needed to be said. I paced. There had to be something, some way. Death was forever, but Julie was still alive. I keep thinking that if I had made it in 20 minutes earlier, none of this would have happened. I wish I could. I clenched my fists. Kill Leslie again? I looked at him and saw my own rage mirrored in his eyes. He wanted to rip Leslie apart. He'd pictured it in his head more than once. She had become the keepers in his head and in mine. I spun on my foot, making a turn at the wall. Leslie could have bitten me until the cows came home. I'd get a light fever and that would be the end of the light went on in my brain. I stopped. My blood ate LYCV for breakfast and chomped vampirism for dessert. Curran was right. Julie was hanging on by a thread. A direct transfusion of my blood would kill her. What? Curran asked. But my blood could kill LYCV. It could be done because Roland had done it before. I racked my brain. I knew the general gist of story, but my memory didn't store any specifics. I needed to know exactly what Roland had done. Where had I read about it? No, wait, I didn't read it, I heard it. If I closed my eyes, I could recall a woman's measured voice reciting the words. Elijah. That's right. The Chronicles of Elijah the Unbeliever. The Chronicles couldn't be written down, they had to be recited from memory. Who in the city would know them? Who? The rabbis. The temple was my best bet. I stepped to Curran. Can you take me to the temple? He raised his hand and showed me the car keys. Curran drove up the street, heading to the temple. To the right, remnants of houses, little more than gutted wrecks of bricks and stone, thrust from the street. Behind them Unicorn Lane raged, like a wound in the body of Atlanta, bleeding raw magic even in the middle of a tech wave. Hideous things hunted there among decaying skyscrapers, feral and hungry, twisted by the very magic that sustained them, poisoned by the sewage and eating tainted prey. The unicorn lapped at the half-shattered walls, leaving long yellow hairs of the lane moss in its wake. They glistened on the exposed metal framework of the magic-ravaged houses, feeding on iron and oozing corrosive slime, heralding the advance of the unicorn. The temple sat at the very end of street running right next to the Unicom, and the rabbis had warded it to allow safe access to the synagogue. Lampposts guarded the street, each decorated with mezuzot, small pewter cases engraved with the letter Shin. Each mezuzah contained a parchment inscribed with holy verses from the Torah. The city council had been trying to contain Unicorn Lane for decades. It kept growing, expanding like a cancer, despite everything the city had thrown at it. Yet here, the rabbis quietly held it back without any fanfare or napalm. Who was this Elijah? Cunan asked. He was a small-time bricklayer down in Florida. He was kind of a jack of all trades, so he did whatever came his way, fixed cars, performed small repairs, but mostly built houses. Something must have happened to him because he had a wife and a son at some point and was doing enough business to pay the bills, and then suddenly he just started drinking. And not just drinking, he drank himself into a stupor. Eventually his wife left him. Great story, Curran said. It gets better. Every weekend Elijah would take his paycheck, go down to the local pub, and do his best to drink himself to death. When he got drunk enough, he started raving. Sometimes he'd be spitting chunks of the Bible, word for word, sometimes he told these weird fables, sometimes it wasn't even English. People pretty much dismissed him as a complete lunatic. One night a rabbi happened to be in a pub. He heard Elijah Caney on and realized that he was listening to a section from Sfer HaKabod. It's a 12th century text written by Elazar of Worms, one of the most important Hebrew Kabbalists. Elijah was functionally illiterate. He could barely write his own name. Curran nodded. It's like a kid in kindergarten suddenly spouting the Iliad in ancient Greek. Pretty much. So the rabbi stayed in town for a week and paid Elijah to ramble on, while he recorded him. At the end of the week, Elijah finished his last tirade and died. From what? Organ failure. He stopped breathing. There are about 18 hours of tapes. Some of it was pure nonsense, and some of it was prophetic. In the recordings, there are about 2 hours of fables. Every fable is about Roland. Curran glanced at me. Seriously? Yeah. Why don't you own a copy of this book? That's the best part of the story. You can't transcribe the tapes. Every time you do it, the next magic wave wipes them out. People have tried to write them down and put them in lead boxes, even. Doesn't work. Magic hits, the words disappear. Even copying the tapes doesn't work every time. The temple is the largest synagogue in the southeast. If they don't have a copy of the tapes, someone there must have heard them played. Curran peered through the windshield. What the hell is that? I glanced straight ahead. A massive clay golem blocked the road. The top half of the golem was sculpted into a muscular human body, topped by the face of a male with a long beard. The bottom half was an enormous ram, complete with 4 hoofed feet and a tail. The golem brandished a tall metal spear. It looked frozen in mid-step, the left foot raised off the ground, the spear swinging as if the golem had been making a turn. It's one of Temple's guards. Please don't knock it over. I'm on thin ice with the temple as it is. Curran braked. The vehicle rolled to a slow stop. The golem didn't move. The magic was down. Without it, the temple protector was just a clay statue. Curran shrugged. I guess from here we go on foot. The temple sat at the very end of the road, a solid red brick structure with a white colonnade, flanked by some utility buildings and a wall decorated with enough names of angels and magic symbols to make you dizzy. We crossed the yard and walked up the white stair to the reception area. The woman behind the receptionist's desk saw me and paled. The mirror behind her offered me our reflection. We were both smeared with blood and dirt. A big red stain marked Curran's sweatshirt over his chest. He had taken a bullet just under the clavicle. LYCV would heal the damage, but I'd had to pull the bullet out and the wound had bled after he put the sweatshirt on. My pale green turtleneck was splattered with something that looked suspiciously like someone's brains, and a big print of a bloody hand marked my stomach, where someone's fingers had clearly dragged over the fabric. The beast lord and consort, to see Rabbi Peter, Curran said. The woman blinked a couple of times. Will you wait? Sure. Curran and I sat in the chairs. The receptionist spoke in a hushed voice into the phone and hung up. Curran leaned to me. You think she's calling the cops? I would. Just letting you know, I'm not in the mood to be arrested, and if they try it, they won't like it. Why me? I picked up a copy of a cookbook from the side table and flipped through it. Chocolate Rojalac. Hum chocolate, sugar, almonds. Curran might like those. We sell those, the receptionist said, her voice hesitant. They are recipes from the congregation. Would you like to buy a copy? I looked at Curran. Do you have any money? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a roll of cash. How much are those? $10. Curran flipped through the bills. I leaned to him and whispered, what are you doing? Looking for one that's not blood-stained? Here. He pulled a $10 bill out. I offered it to the receptionist. She took the money carefully, as if it were hot, and gave me a small smile. Thank you. Thank you for the book. Curran glanced toward the hallway. Someone was coming. A moment later I heard it too, a quick patter of feet. Rabbi Peter emerged into the lobby. Tall and thin, with a receding hairline, a short, neatly trimmed beard and wearing large glasses, Rabbi Peter should have looked like a college professor. But there was something in his eyes, they brimmed with curiosity and excitement, and instead of an aging academic, Rabbi Peter resembled an eager young student. He saw us and paused. We stood up. Rabbi Peter cleared his throat. What can I do for, you, Kate, and, I'm supposed to address you. Welcome. Welcome, of course. I'm sorry, I don't know how. Curran's eyes sparked. If he told the rabbi to call him Your Majesty, we could kiss cooperation with the temple goodbye. Curran opened his mouth. I elbowed him in the side. Curran, he said, exhaling. Cunin will do. Wonderful. The rabbi offered him his hand. Curran shook it, and then I did. So what may I do for you? Are you familiar with Elijah the unbeliever? I asked. Of course. Here, why don't we go into my office? We'll be much more comfortable there. We followed the rabbi down the hallway. Curran rubbed his side and gave me an evil look. I mouthed behave at him. He rolled his eyes. The rabbi led us into an office. Bookshelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, bordering the single large window so tightly that it looked cut out of the thickness of books. Please sit down. The rabbi took a seat behind his desk. We landed in the two available chairs. Would you like anything, tea, water? No, thank you, I said. Coffee, black if I got it, Curran said. Aha! I can do that. The rabbi rose and took out 2 cups and a thermos from a cabinet. He unscrewed the cap, poured black brew into the cups, and offered one to Curran. Thanks. Curran drank it. Good coffee. You're welcome. So Elijah the unbeliever. Which particular part are you interested in, or is it the whole thing? We need a certain fable, I told him. The Man on the Mountain and the Wolf. Ah, yes, yes, yes. A very philosophical piece. In essence, the man on the mountain encounters a wolf who wants to be rid of his savagery. The man turns him into a dog through the sharing of his blood. There are several interpretations. We believe that when God created Adam and Eve, he made them using his own essence. This essence, neshama, meaning breath, is what separates humans from animals. In the fable, the wolf is feral. He lacks a soul, and thus he is consumed with rage. The man shares his blood with the wolf, forging a constant connection between them, just as God breathes a soul into each man and a woman. Since our soul gives us our conscience and takes us beyond the animal instincts, the wolf becomes a dog who will forever follow his master. Peter slid his glasses up his nose. There is a second interpretation, based on the teachings of Maimonides, who believed in the necessity of balance. According to Maimonides, one should always walk the king's road, staying away from the extremes, neither surrendering completely to one's emotions nor rejecting them entirely. The wolf, being enraged, walks the extreme path, and to return to the king's road, he ties himself to the man, becoming a dog. The dog still retains his primal savagery, but his rage is now tamed, so he achieves his balance. Were you looking for a particular interpretation? We were looking for the exact wording. Do you happen to have a copy of the recording here in the temple? Unfortunately, we do not. Damn it! Rabbi Peter smiled. But I happen to have studied the tapes extensively. Elijah is my area of study. I have committed the tapes to memory, so if you have a few minutes, I can recite the fable for you if you would like. Yes, thank you, verse. I'd be in your debt. Very well. The rabbi reached into the desk and produced 3 white candles. He struck a match, lit the first candle, and used it to light 2 others. Why the candles? Curran asked. It is traditional when reciting Elijah's words. In one of the recordings, Elijah states that a candle is synonymous with one's wisdom. If you use one candle to light another, your light is now twice as bright. Just so when a teacher shares his wisdom with a student, both minds are enlightened. Since I am about to share Elijah's words with you, I shall light 2 new candles and our light shall be tlnee times as bright. The rabbi arranged the candles in the corner of the desk. Now then. Fable number 3. There once was a man of wisdom who lived upon a mountain. One day a rabid wolf blocked his path. The wolf was suffering, for he was full of rage and it drove him to murder and violence. The wolf begged the man to take away his rage, at any price. The man denied him, for it was too dangerous and could cost both of them their lives. The next day the wolf returned and begged the man once more to take away his rage. The man denied him again, for rage was in the wolf's nature. Without it, the wolf would no longer be a wolf. On the 3rd day, the wolf returned once more and refused to leave. He followed the man, begging and crying, until the man took pity on him. He agreed to free the wolf of his bloodlust, but in turn the wolf would have to promise to serve the man till the end of all time. On the 4th day, the man and wolf climbed to the top of the mountain. The man chained the wolf to a rock with chains of silver and iron. Then the man cut open his arm and let his blood run free while a rain of needles fell upon the mountain. Seeing the blood, the wolf had become mad with rage and struggled to break his chains, but they held him fast. The man sliced the wolf's throat and pulled the living blood from the wolf's body into his hand. As the wolf lay dying, the man mixed his own blood with the fiery core of the wolf's soul. Then the man thrust the mingled blood back into the wound, spoke the words that bound the wolf to obey him forever, and fell to the ground, weakened. The man's blood purged the rage from the wolf. He sat by his master, guarding him while he rested, and when the man awoke, he found that the wolf had become a dog. That's the end of the fable. The rabbi sipped his coffee. The fable's philosophical value can't be denied. However, in recent years some scholars, myself included, have speculated that the fable is based on actual events. A large percentage of Elijah's teachings, first taken as allegories, proved to be fact. The fable has all the characteristics of such a teaching. It offers specific if somewhat cryptic details, the rain of needles, the mixing of the blood, the chains of silver and iron, where fables conceived as fiction typically speak in general terms. But of course, daring radicals such as myself have to resign ourselves to scorn from our colleagues. He smiled. My aunt made flesh golems by pulling the blood out of her victims, infusing it with her magic, and somehow inserting the mixture into new flesh, creating monstrously powerful automatons completely under her control. Roland had done almost the same thing. He'd pulled the blood out of the shapeshifter's body, seared it with his magic, and put it back. And somehow both he and the shapeshifter had survived. I didn't even know where to start. Roland had a hell of a lot more power than I did and it wiped him out, which meant I'd need a power boost. Just like the Volve who teleported Adam out of his workshop. I would not resort to sacrifice. Even for Julie. It was out of question. Was it something I said? Rabbi Peter murmured. You look shocked. No, Cunin said. Everything is fine. Thank you for your assistance. I forced the words out of my mouth. We appreciate it. The rabbi took off his glasses, cleaned the lenses with a soft cloth, and put them back on his nose. Since I have shared my knowledge with you, perhaps you'd share yours with me. Why do you need the fable? I rose. I'm sorry, I can't tell you that. But I could tell you the name of the wolf. Rabbi Peter rose from his chair. This is beyond intriguing. Yes, I would be most interested in learning the name. He is called Ares. The Sumerians knew him as Enkidu. He was the first preceptor of the Order of Iron Dogs, and he conquered most of Africa and a third of Eurasia for his master. He lived for 400 years and would have conquered more, but the ancient Greeks began praying to him, and their prayers turned him into their god Oath War. Does that help? The rabbi nodded slowly. Thank you for your help. Cunin and I headed for the door. What about his master? The rabbi asked. That's a conversation for another time, I told him. I look forward to it, the rabbi called out as we stepped out into the hallway. Enjoy the cookbook. Chapter 20. No. Curran strode to the car, heading down the street away from the temple. No what? I knew what, but I wanted him to spell it out. That way I could shut him down better. I know what you're thinking, and the answer is no. You're not pulling that stunt. It's not up to you. He spun around. Roland did it during full magic. He passed out. The magic is weak, and you're not him. What the hell do you think it will do to you? I thought about that. I'd need a power boost. My own Miniflare. Aha. The device contains concentrated magic. When you open it, it fucking explodes, Kate. It would be like standing in the middle of an atomic blast. She's dying. Curran treated me to a full-blown alpha stare. His eyes glowed with primal power. Like looking into the eyes of a hungry beast emerging from the darkness. My muscles locked. I held his gaze. No, he said, pronouncing the words slowly. You can't tell me what to do. Curran roared. The blast of noise erupting from his mouth was like thunder. I clenched up, fighting the urge to step back. Yes, I can, he snarled. Listen, this is me telling you what you will not do. I raised the cookbook and tapped him on the nose. Bad cat. He jerked the book out of my hands, ripped it in half, flipped the two halves, ripped them again, and raised his hand. The pieces of the cookbook fluttered to the ground. No. Fine. I turned and walked away, to the ruined houses. Behind me, Curran's foot scraped over the ground. He leaped over me and landed in my path. He looked completely feral. I halted. Move. No. I kicked him in the head. The pressure of the past 48 hours rampaged inside me like a storm, and I'd sunk all of it into the kick. The impact hit his jaw at an angle. Curran staggered back. I spun and snapped another kick. He dodged. Another. Curran moved forward and right. My kick missed by a hair. He grabbed my shin with his left hand, clamping it between his arm and his side, and swept my other leg from under me. Nice. A kung fu takedown. I fell back. The pavement slapped my back. I rolled back up and hammered an uppercut to his chin. Hitting him in the body was useless. Might as well pummel a tank. The head was my only chance. Curran snarled. Blood dripped from a cut on his cheek. I'd opened a gash with my kick. I threw a left hook. He knocked my arm out of the way and shoved me back. I twisted out of the way on pure instinct. Damn it, he was fast, dropped into a crouch, and swiped his legs from under him. He jumped up, avoiding the kick, and I took a knee to the head. The world shattered into tiny painful sparks. I tasted blood, my nose was dripping. I rolled back, coming to my feet, blocked his punch, and jammed my knuckles into his throat, interrupting his growl in mid-note. Felt that, did you, baby? Curran charged. His hand locked on my shoulders. He swept me off my feet and slammed me into the wall, back to the bricks, pinning me. His teeth snapped a hair from my cheek. I need him. He blocked and clamped me in place. Done, he breathed out. Are you done? Baby, I haven't even started. Oh good. Go ahead so I can finish it. And how exactly was I going to do that? Curran pushed me harder, grinding me into the wall. I'm waiting. Show me what you've got. Let go and I will. Yeah. Yeah. Promise me you won't do this thing and I'll let go. I just stared at him. Curran spun away, took 2 steps, and punched the wall. Damn it! The wall disintegrated in an explosion of bricks. I pulled a piece of gauze from my pocket and wiped the blood from my nose. There wasn't much occupational hazard of picking a fight with a man who killed gods for a living. Curran let out a ragged snarl and punched the other wall. It burst and the entire wreck of the house came down in a fountain of dust. He shook his hand, his knuckles bloody. Bricks are hard, I told him patiently, as if to a child. Don't hit bricks. No, no. Curran picked up a brick and snapped it in half. Idiot. Oh, you're so strong, Your Majesty. Curran hurled the chunks of the brick. They cleared the ruins and vanished into the Unicom. If Derek were in trouble, you'd risk your life in a heartbeat. He turned to me. Risk, yes. I wouldn't slit my own throat for him. I like Julie. She's a great kid. But I love you. I forbid you to do this. That's not the way this mating works. You don't get to order me to do things, and I don't get to tell you what to do. That's the only way we can survive, Curran. He swallowed. Fine. Then I will ask. Please, don't do this. Please. That's as much as I can bend, Kate. Do you remember when I told you that you couldn't fight error, that it was stupid and reckless, because she would drive you insane? Curran's face snapped into his flat beast lord mask. I begged you not to go. Begged. I closed the distance between us. You told me that you don't get to cherry-pick your battles and you came anyway. And we won. And you were in a coma for 2 weeks. Give me another brick so I can beat you over the head with it. I told you. I told you her magic would screw you up. Did you listen? No. Would you do it again? Of course I would, he snarled. She kicked your ass twice. I wasn't going to let you walk in there alone. She was a challenge and it was my job. And my job is to keep Julie safe. Opening the device alone won't be enough. I'll need someone to channel the magic into me. I'm going to ask the Itches for help. I promise you that if Evdokia says no, I will let it go. Curran stared at me, his eyes furious molten gold. I'm not going to run off, lop the top off the device, and slice Julie's throat. I might as well just murder her in that case. I'll have to speak with Doolittle about my blood. I'll have to arrange things with the witches. I'll have to talk to Carmen and see if the device can even be opened without triggering a giant explosion. I give you my word that if things look hopeless at any point, I will stop. Meet me halfway. That's all I'm asking. His face was GNM. You have to let me at least try. I can't just sit on my hands and do nothing. If I keep you from doing this, you will leave me, he said. I didn't say that. Giving an ultimatum to Curran was like waving a red cloak in front of a mad bull. You will. Maybe not right this second. But eventually you'll walk away. Curran took a long deep breath. I sit in on every meeting. I had one. As long as you're honest with me about your chances, I'll support you. Kate, if you lie, it's over. I crossed my arms. You expect me to lie? I don't. I'm just getting it out there so there are no surprises. We stared at each other. Are we cool? He asked. I don't know, you tell. He pulled me over to him and kissed me. It was a hell of a kiss. We broke apart. You talk too much, he said. Whatever, your fluffiness. I slid close to him, so his arm was around my shoulder. I felt better. He did, too, his posture lost some of tension. We walked to the car and kept walking. Where are we going? To the temple, Curran said. I owe you another cookbook. In the 3 hours we'd been gone, the steakhouse had been transformed into the PAX field headquarters. Groups of shapeshifters patrolled the road and guarded the building. Knowing Jim, sentries lay in wait, hidden and watching for an enemy's approach. People were crawling on the roof, installing a ballista and machine guns. The parking lot lay empty, but the field behind the building was filled with cars spaced about 10 feet apart. If the keepers launched a rocket into our parking lot, not every vehicle would go up in flames. I hoped they tried something. My hands itched for my sword. Curran parked in the front. Jackson, one of the guards, ran out and Curran tossed him the keys. Jim met us at the door. Behind him Derek emerged. He looked like death. Pale, his eyes bleak. Shit. I stopped. Curran's hand brushed mine, and then he went off with Jim. Derek came to a stop in front of me. Is she dead? I asked. No. She's sleeping. I exhaled. You almost gave me a heart attack. If I hadn't, please, don't flatter yourself. We both know the kid needed about 5 years of hard training before he could have taken her on. Your little beating made absolutely no difference. There is no change. That's good news, I told him. Any change now will be for the worse. I need to have her stable, until I can get my ducks in a row. He glanced at me. Kate, you can't help her. I can try. Are you going to help me or will you just stand there and mope? His head snapped up. Much better. Are the witches here? Yes. The Russians are here too, and they are pissed. Oh good. Where are they? In the back of the main room. Find Barabbas, tell him I need him to attend. And when Cunin is done with Jim, tell him that I'm holding the meeting until he can join us. I wouldn't want his arrogance to miss anything. And fetch the staff, please. Derek took off. I strode inside the steakhouse. Grigor too was tall and thin. His plain black robe hung on his shoulders like wet laundry on a coat hanger. Chinobag's Volv's long black hair, shot TLN off with grey, framed a severe face with hazel eyes under thick eyebrows and a hooked nose that made him look like a bird of prey. You half expected him to clench his talons, let out an eagle shriek, and tear you to pieces. A black raven perched on Grigor II's shoulder. Behind Grigor II's chair, Roman waited, looking about as happy as the groom at a shotgun wedding. The man in the chair next to Grigor II was even older. He wore a plain white robe that came to his knees. Pale blue embroidery, faded to almost grey, ran in a 3-inch strip straight down the front of the robe. Belobag's Volv. Had to be. Belobag was Chinobag's brother. They were diametrically opposed, benevolent god to malevolent one. A furry creature lay at the white Volv's feet. It looked like a medium-sized dog with grey fur. A pair of large feathery wings lay folded along its back, stretching on the floor behind it. A celestial wolf. Holy crap! Across the table Evdokia smiled serenely, knitting something blue. Her duck bunny kitten rolled around on the floor, playing with the yarn. The celestial wolf watched it with a slightly hungry look on its face. Behind Evdokia 2 itches waited, both young, pretty, and looking like they wouldn't back down from a fight. Same dark hair, same small neat mouths, same large eyes. Probably sisters. The witch on the left wore a long hooded robe of grey fabric. Her friend chose jeans and a sweater instead. She'd pulled her sweater sleeves up to the elbow, exposing bright turquoise tattoos of mystic symbols sheathing her arms. I came to the table, pulled up a chair, and sat. Everyone brought a pet. I feel left out. An enthusiastic howl broke the silence, and Grendel bounded through the doorway. He galloped TLN off the steakhouse, skidded on the floor, smashed into my chair, and dropped a dead rat on my lap. Awesome. The Volves stared. Thank you. I put the rat on the floor and petted Grendel's throat. We will begin shortly. What is that? Grigor stared at the dog. A shaved poodle. Technically he was now a closely cropped poodle, but who cared about semantics? This is ridiculous. Grigor leaned back. His voice was clipped and had no accent. Have you looked through the window? I asked him. The steakhouse was set on the apex of a low hill. Beyond it Palmetto lay, flooded with cops and people in paramedic scrubs. They methodically bagged the corpses and loaded them into trucks, one atop the other, like cords of wood. That is a horrible thing, Belobog's Volve said. I do not like this waiting, Grigor said. What are we waiting for? For me, Curran said. The Volves startled. Curran pulled up the chair and sat next to me. Barabbas materialized behind him. Grigor Semyonovic, Vasily Evgenovic, Evdokia Ivanovna, welcome. May I get you anything? Coffee, hot tea with lemon, Evdokia said. Barabbas waved. Jezebel brought a platter with a teapot and several cups on it, set it on the table, and took up position at the nearby booth. Jim pulled up a chair and sat on Curran's right. Andrea sat on my left. Barabbas and Derek remained standing behind our chairs. This thing is none of our concern, Grigor said. You do not rule us. We will leave when we decide, Vasily said. Did you bring Carmen? Curran asked. Grigor leaned back and crossed his arms. And if we did, then what? Curran leaned forward. You are sheltering a man whose machine caused hundreds of deaths. Because of this device, my ward, a 14-year-old girl, is dying. One of my people is dead, 2 are critically injured. Your Volve attacked my mate. Before we go any further, we require a show of good faith. You will give us access to Carmen now. Vasily's white eyebrows rose. Or this meeting is over. We will consider your actions to be a declaration of war. The 2 Volves looked at each other. We will abide by the agreements of peaceful assembly, Curran said. You're free to leave. Go home, kiss your wives, hug your children, and put your affairs in order, because tomorrow I will burn your neighborhood to the ground. We will kill you, your families, your neighbors, your pets, and anyone who will stand in our path. An attack on my family will not go unpunished. That was the best smackdown I'd ever seen. No, Vasily said. No war. The raven on Grigor shoulder caught. The black Volve grimaced. Roman. Roman bent down. Tashi Yego Suda. Roman took off at a run. I leaned to Curran. They are bringing him. Good tea, Evdokia said. A long minute passed and Roman entered, leading a man by his shoulder. The man wore tinkled khakis and a sweater over a dress shirt that had seen its better days. Grime stained the bend of the collar where it touched the neck. Some effort had been made to comb his light brown hair out of his bloodshot eyes, but it stuck out on the back of his head in untidy clumps. He gazed about him, looking lost, as if he weren't sure where he was or why. Adam Carmen. The source of the entire mess. Roman pulled a chair out and pushed Carmen into it. As Roman straightened, his gaze snagged on something to my right. His eyes widened. He caught himself and stepped back, behind Grigor chair. I glanced to my right and saw Andrea flipping through her notes. Oh boy! Jezebel pushed off her seat. Can I kill him? Can I kill him now, please? I shook my head. She dropped back into the booth, exhaling. It took all of my will not to pummel Carmen's face into a bloody pulp. I barely had enough restraint for myself, let alone for her. Curran pointed at the window. Look. Down in Palmetto, a truck was backing up. Another slid into its place. The paramedics paused while it maneuvered toward them and resumed loading the bodies. I saw, Adam said. I was watching through the car window. Many people are dead. Because of you, I said. You built it. Why? For my wife, he said. I just wanted the hospital machines to work, that's all. The first one was for your wife, Evdokia said. Why did you build the second one? Adam shrugged. Because that's what I do. If you make a small one, you have to make one bigger. Just to see. Can't build anything anymore. He raised his hands. The bases of both thumbs were red and swollen. Carmen curled his hands into fists. His thumbs didn't move. They'd severed the ulnar collateral ligament. You maimed him? I asked Vasily. The white Volve sighed. We warned him. He didn't listen. Der Člověk. Foolish man. That's putting it lightly. The head is bright, Vasily continued, but no wisdom. His father was very respected in the community. Did a lot of good for a lot of people. It was that or kill him, Grigor too said. Can't trust him. He'll build something else and kill us all. Can't build anything now, Adam said. Can't hold a screwdriver. Can't hold a wrench. Or a brush. Finished. Zakanchin. My life's over. I surged to my feet, grabbed him by the hair, and twisted his head to the window. Their lives are over. My kid is dying because of you, you damn asshole, and you are whining about your hands. Look at me. Look me in the eye. I want to skin you alive, do you understand? I never meant for this, he said, his arms limp. I meant it for good. There were armed men guarding you. The hell do you think that was? You tested it. You saw things die in the forest. Why didn't you destroy? I couldn't do that. That's what my purpose is, to build things. It was special. I gave it life. It was important. More important than dead children. Adam's mouth went slack. I glimpsed the answer in his eyes. Yes, his gadget was more important than dead children. Nothing I could say would reach him. I shoved him back into his chair. I told you, Vasily said. Not right in the head. Defective. There is a sect of anti-magic fanatics, Curran said. The Lighthouse Keepers. They have the blueprints for the device. They've built their own version. Grigor too paled. How big? Vasily asked. 5-mile range. Grigor too swore. Vasily leaned back, dragging his hand over his mouth. 5 miles. Curran nodded and looked at Adam. Carmen cringed. How long does it take to activate? Carmen blinked. The smaller model took 42 minutes. For the larger, I never tested. 3 hours, 12 minutes, Jim said. There is a coefficient. 10 hours, 59 minutes, and 4 seconds, Carmen said. That's our time frame, Jim said. 10 hours and 59 minutes from the start of the magic wave. Magic hits, we start the countdown. Can it be turned off once activation starts? Curran asked. Yes, Adam said. There is a switch to power it down. I will show your people. What about the machine that has been used? I asked. What happens if you open it? Do you have it? Carmen's eyes sparked. Grigor too leaned over and slapped him on the back of the head. Carmen rocked forward and glanced at Grigortu like a kicked dog. No need to hurt. I know. Do you have a beer? Barabas stepped away for a moment and set a beer in front of Carmen. There is a valve at the top. Carmen shook the beer. The device is of limited capacity. There had to be a way to empty it so it could be refilled. He'd built the equivalent of an atomic bomb, and he'd made it reusable. Words failed me. So they can go from town to town murdering us, Evdokia murmured. Carmen set the beer down. You push the switches and poof. He grasped the beer again, tried to twist the cap, and stared helplessly at it. No working thumbs. Barabas leaned over him and twisted the cap off with the snap of his fingers. Liquid shot out. Foam spilled over the sides of the bottle. Have to be careful to push the switches correctly or it goes sideways, Carmen said. Boom, and the cylinder breaks. Everyone's dead. Great. I made a heroic effort to ignore Curran's stare. If you open it correctly, does most of magic shoot straight up? Carmen nodded. Yes. Some goes clown, but most straight up. Like a laser. The magic that washes down, is it potent? Very. Like a small flare? Yes. Carmen nodded several times. Just like that. I looked at Evdokia. Can this magic be harnessed by a coven and focused on one person? Possibly, Evdokia said. Grigortu snorted. That much magic, your witches would break. And your focus would overload. You'd need an anchor for it, an object, to take the brunt of it, then draw power from it. The duck bunny kitten stopped its rolling and hissed at Grigortu. Was she asking you? Evdokia raised her chin. I'm just saying. There is a proper way to do things. Mind your own business. Vasily gazed at me. Why do you need the power? Blood magic. The table went so quiet you could hear a pin drop. What for? Vasily asked softly. To purge LYCV from a little girl. Grigortu pointed a long finger at me. That is an unnatural thing. Some would say wolves with wings and wooden staves that bite you are unnatural things, I said. Some would say that sacrificing a man and turning his innards into ants are unnatural also. If you have in a glass house, don't fire any shotguns. We will do this for you, Evdokia said. My coven will do it. I'll bind them to silence. Nobody will talk about it. Aha! What's the price? You will sign a writ of kinship. A document that acknowledges your mother and her ancestry. It will be kept sealed, so do not worry. We just want a paper. In case things do not go as expected. What was the catch? There had to be a catch in there somewhere. Grigortu came to life like a shark sensing a drop of blood in the water. Why? What is so special about her? Evdokia slapped the table. I've told you to mind your own business, old goat. This has nothing to do with you. Go kill something and revel in its blood. Grigortu's eyes bulged out of his head. You will keep a civil tongue in your head. Evdokia leaned forward. Or what cue, or I will teach you some manners, woman. The tattooed witch behind Evdokia glared in outrage. Dad. You will not speak to mother this way. I will speak to her in whatever way I please. The witch in the robe heaved a sigh. Oi Papa, really, there is no need. I backed away from the table in case somebody started throwing things. Andrea backpedaled right behind me. Curran stayed, his chin resting on his hands clenched into a double fist, probably frying to decide if he should get in the middle of this. Yes, go right ahead. Evdokia pointed at Grigortu. Live up to your reputation. Civil like a rabid badger. The duck bunny hissed and growled. Grigortu's raven caught, beating its wings. Grendel lost it and broke down in a cacophony of excited barks. Vasily put his hand over his eyes. Grigor too slipped into Russian. Crazy old hag. Ca hag. Evdokia rolled up her sleeves. Let me show you how haggish I can be. Roman. The tattooed witch pointed at the younger Volv. Do something. You're the oldest. Roman startled. They've been at this since before we were born. Don't bring me into this. So that was how he knew I would be at Evdokia's. His mommy told him. Of course. They even looked alike. I should have seen it before. Was there anyone in here who wasn't related? The tattooed witch turned to Vasily. Uncle. Nope. They were all one big happy family. You be quiet, child. Vasily snapped. Adults are talking. Uncle, I'm 26. That's the problem with bringing children into the magic, Vasily said. The lot of you get a taste of power and grow up mouthy. Grigor too spared a single glance in his brother's direction. If looks were daggers, that one would have sliced straight through the Volv's heart. Here it comes. My oldest son is a doctor, Evdokia finished in a sing-song voice. And my daughter is an attorney. Vasily raised his chin. Jealousy is bad for you. Poisons the heart. Aha! Evdokia slapped the table. How about your youngest, the musician? How is he doing? Yes, what is Vyacheslav doing lately? Grigor too asked. Didn't I see him with a black eye yesterday? Did he whistle a tree onto himself? Oh boy! Curran opened his mouth. Next to him Jim shook his head. His expression looked suspiciously like fear. He is young, Vasily said. He is spoiled rotten, Evdokia barked. He spends all his time trying to kill my cat. One child is a doctor, the other is an attorney, the third is a serial killer in training. Vasily stared at her, shocked. We're taking a short recess. Curran roared and took off. We staged a strategic advance to the entrance of the steakhouse, right past Barabbas, bent over double and making high-pitched strangled noises. Outside, Cunin exhaled and turned to me. Did you know they were crazy? I didn't even know they were married. They aren't, Roman said next to me. Somehow he'd gotten outside. They love each other, they just can't live together. When I was younger, it was always drama, they are together, they are apart, they are seeing other people. He shrugged. Mom never could stand all the blood, and Dad has no patience for the witchery. We're lucky the magic isn't up. At the last New Year's they set the house on fire. There was alcohol involved. Did you bring my staff? I looked around for the boy wonder. Derek. Derek popped up by my side and thrust a stick with a trash bag on top of it at the Volv. Roman ripped the black plastic off. What's with the bag? Derek bared his teeth. It tried to bite me. Roman petted the staff. He was just scared, that's all. He took a step toward me and lowered his voice. Can I ask you a question? Sure. We walked away a few feet, like it would make a difference with a bunch of shapeshifters. Roman leaned to me. The gorgeous blonde, does she work with you? I glanced to where Andrea stood by the doors. Andrea? Yes. Oh, that's a pretty name, Roman said. Bad idea, I told him. Why? Married? No. An ex-boyfriend? A very dangerous, very jealous ex-boyfriend? Roman grinned. Married is a problem. Dangerous, no problem. Over Roman's shoulder I could see Curran. He stood absolutely still, his gaze fixed on the back of Roman's neck. Houston, we have a problem. Step away from me, I said quietly. Sorry. Roman leaned closer. Jim was saying something. Curran started toward us in that unhurried lion gait that usually signaled he was a hair from exploding into violence. Step away. Roman took 2 steps back, just in time to move out of Curran's path. The Beast Lord passed by him and deliberately stepped between the Volve and me. I touched his cheek, running my fingers over the stubble. He took my hand into his. A quiet growl reverberated in his throat. Roman decided he had someplace to be and he really needed to get there as soon as possible. Too much excitement, Your Majesty? I asked. He was standing too close. He was asking about Andrea. Too close. I didn't like it. Curran wrapped his arm around my shoulders and started walking, steering me away from the group. His possessive majesty in all of his glory. This writ of kinship, what the hell is that? Does it make you allied with them? And he changed the subject, too. No. I've only run across it a couple of times before. It's a document that states that I acknowledge that my mother is my mother and that my mother was born to such and such family. The witches are big on family record keeping. Will she take it to Roland? Curran asked. It's not in her best interests. She hates him. So what's the point of it? Your guess is as good as mine. I don't like it, he said. You've been saying that a lot lately. He dipped his head, his grey eyes looking into mine. Are you going to take them up on it? Yes. Nothing has changed. Julie is still dying. Then do it soon, Curran said. Why? He pointed at the road. A caravan of black SUVs slithered its way up the highway. Thin emaciated shapes dashed along the shoulder of the road, their gait odd and jerky. The people are here, Cunan said. Chapter 21. An hour later the inside of the steakhouse had been cleared, every table in the house set into a square. The people had brought 4 out of their 7 masters of the dead, headed by Garstek. Nataraja must have declined to make an appearance. Because the meeting was held in the Pax territory, the people had their choice of seats and positioned themselves with their backs to the window, so they could observe the front and back doors. The 4 masters of the dead, Garstek, Rowena, Mulrodin, and Philippa took their places at the table. Behind them a gaggle of Fjouwernemen sat in their chairs flush against the window, their faces carefully blank. Between the journeymen, vampires crouched like monstrous gargoyles, hairless, corbed with a tight network of steel-hard muscle, and smeared in lime green and purple sunblock. Bubblegum-tinted nightmares. I had to fight the urge to keep glancing at Rowena. Short, only about 5'2" or so, Rowena was a teenage boy's wet dream. Perfect figure, sensual face, emerald green eyes, and fiery red hair falling in a cascade of glossy waves all the way past her waist. An elegant business suit molded to her curves like a glove. When she smiled, male heads turned. If she said something, people nodded in agreement. There was something about her that made you want to aim her approval. She could make you feel like a hero for passing her the salt. This was what my mother must have been like. I might have had her DNA, but not a drop of her magic had made it through. To the left of people sat the representatives of the Mercenary Guild. I recognized 3 veteran Mears and Mark, nominally the Guild's admin and in reality the Guild's overseer. Now that Solomon Red, the Guild's founder, lay 6 feet under. At least some of him did. After my aunt was done with him, there hadn't been much left. Next to the Guild sat representatives of the natives. I recognized shamans from the Cherokee, Apalachee, and Muskogee Creek tribes, but the other 2 I'd never seen before. Norse Heritage took up the next 3 seats. The Norse Heritage Foundation claimed that their goal was to preserve Scandinavian cultural traditions. In reality, they took the idea of Vikings and ran with it as far from any cultural or historical accuracy as they could go. Norse Heritage took everyone in. As long as you were willing to drink beer, get rowdy, and proclaim yourself a Viking, you had a place at their table. Ragnvald, their Jarl, a huge bear of a man, came easily enough, but Jim's people had the devil of a time getting his escort to surrender their axes and horned helmets. There was a lot of roaring and cursing and promises of doing indelicate things and screams of "make me," and "over your dead body," until Curran came out, looked at them for a while, and went back inside. Ragnvald read the titting on the wall, and his crew decided to disarm voluntarily. The College of Mags provided 3 representatives, followed by us, and then by the witches, Volves, Druids, and half a dozen other smaller factions. Getting everyone to take a seat and be quiet was like trying to roll Sisyphus's boulder up the mountain. By the time we were done, I wanted to stab myself in the eye. Nobody seemed ready to make trouble, but I kept Slayer on my lap under the table just in case. We put Carmen in the middle of the square in his own special chair. Just in case he decided to wander off and invent a black hole generator out of a box of matches and paper clips while we weren't looking. Renee and the Red Guard brass sat at the table directly behind Carmen. Renee looked a bit green in the face. Tea, coffee, and water were served, and then Jim rose and gave a succinct summary of Carmen's invention and the aftermath of its usage. The Red Guardsmen were presented as being heroic, the Volves' involvement was tactfully omitted. When he moved on to explain the third device, silence claimed the steakhouse. 5 miles. Absolute destruction. If you had a drop of magic, you would not survive. People paled. The jolt was so strong, even Garstek looked disturbed. Next Andrea stood up and profiled the keepers. Most of it I already knew, and I watched the faces while she spoke. The keepers are very well connected and financed. During the attack on Cutting Edge, the keepers deployed exploding boltheads. Andrea continued. Analysis and an M-scan of the residue provided a profile consistent with Galahad 5 warheads. These warheads are manufactured exclusively by the Welsh to combat giants. They are prohibitively expensive and their export into the United States is limited and only semi-legal. I had obtained a small number of said warheads for the Atlanta chapter of the Order during my tenure there, and I had to call in several favors just to get them through customs. Either the keepers have a unique connection or the Order's anarchy has been compromised. Or the Order has been infiltrated, Rowena said. It is a distinct possibility, Andrea agreed. I can guarantee that no boltheads had left the Order's army prior to November, because the inventory and security of army had been my responsibility up to that point. Is that why there are no representatives of the Order at this conclave? One of the Druids asked. The Order has never been a part of the conclave, Curran said. Garstek permitted himself a narrow smile. Considering the success the keepers had with infiltrating the pack, if we were to exclude all the organizations whose screening and security measures couldn't stand up to close scrutiny, this assembly couldn't take place. Banning the pack alone would halve our numbers. Even now, with threat of complete destruction, Garstek couldn't pass up the opportunity to poke at Curran. Jim bared the edge of his teeth. They recruit damaged children, Andrea said. Victims of abuse and tragedy, who have reason to hate themselves and their own magic. They find teenagers who are most vulnerable and indoctrinate them, and then these children go on to have careers and lives until they are called to duty by the keepers. Nobody is immune. Not the pack, not the people. Where is the device now? Ragnvald asked. Hidden, Curran answered. It will be destroyed shortly in a secure location where it will cause minimal damage to the environment. How can we be sure that you will follow through with it? Mark said. Garstek condescended to stare for half a second in Mark's direction. I was led to believe that you possessed at least moderate intelligence. That assessment was obviously in error. What? Mark recoiled. How do I know that if I hand you a loaded gun, you won't thrust it into your mouth and pull the trigger? Of course he isn't going to keep it, you idiot. None of us would keep it. Using it would be tantamount to suicide. Jim nodded and Derek and Barabbas circled the table, handing out paper. This is a list of the chemicals with quantities required to build the device. Some of these are rare. Purchasing them would leave a paper trail. We have 10 hours and 59 minutes from the beginning of the next magic wave, Curran said. Either we find the device or we. Barabbas leaned over to him and whispered something in an urgent tone. Curran's eyes flared with gold. Bring it here. Barabbas nodded. A female shapeshifter set a phone in front of Curran. He pushed the speaker key. Yes. Who am I speaking with? A clipped male voice asked. You're speaking with the Beast Lord. Curran's face could have been carved from ice. Ah. You're a difficult man to reach. Of course, I'm using the term man loosely. What do you want? Curran asked. As I told your staff, I represent the lighthouse keepers. These are our terms: return the device you've taken and cease all efforts to find us. In return, you have my personal guarantee that the keep will not be targeted. Aha! And that seaside property in Kansas he was selling was a steal. Curran graduated to a full alpha glow. Is that so? To be honest, destroying you isn't on our short-term agenda. It's simple logistics. The location of the keep makes it impossible to target you and the city center at the same time. We prefer to deploy within the city limits. Returning Atlanta to its natural state and making it suitable for habitation by an unpolluted population is our primary goal. However, if you refuse our terms, we will clash you as an imminent threat. Evacuating will accomplish nothing. We will simply follow your people to their destination and destroy you at the evacuation point. Cease your endeavors to apprehend. Andrea's eyes widened. I'd heard those words before. Shane had used them in a letter he'd sent to Andrea about her guns. Shane? Holy shit! To the left, one of Vikings whispered. What did he say? Ragnvald glared at him. Will you acquiesce to our terms? The man asked. Your answer? No, Cunan said. Here are our terms: you line up in front of the Capitol, beg forgiveness for murdering hundreds of people, and blow your brains out. You can hang yourselves or fall on your swords. You can set yourselves on fire. I guarantee that any method of suicide you choose will be pleasant compared to what we will do to you. You have until the end of the tech. The disconnect signal sounded like the toll of a funeral bell. Garstek grimaced. Cease your endeavors to apprehend us? Really? Clearly he reads a thesaurus before bed, a Cherokee shaman opined. Bob, one of the guild's mercs, grimaced. He sounds like a rent-a-cop who read too many police procedure manuals. Or an MSDU officer, someone from the other end of the table offered. No. No, he was a knight of order. Ted had to know. We would never prove it, but Ted had to know. As I was saying, we have 10 hours and 59 minutes from the beginning of the next magic wave, Curran said. That's how long the device will take to charge. Either it's in position already or they are moving it into position now. If we find it with time to spare, Adam here will disarm it. A vampire at the far left tensed, gathering its muscles. It was a minute movement, barely noticeable. I squeezed Slayer's hilt, feeling the familiar texture under my fingers. If there is no time, whoever finds it may have to disarm it themselves, Curran said. Now Adam will explain to us how to do this. The vampire jumped, claws raised for the kill. It sailed through the air toward Carmen, clearing the table in a single powerful leap. I jumped onto the table and sliced left to right, in a classic diagonal strike. Slayer's blade cleaved through undead flesh like a sharp knife through a ripe pear. The bloodsucker's body dropped at Carmen's feet. The bald, fanged head flew and bounced off the table, spraying the people with thick undead blood. A dark-headed journeyman jumped to his feet so quickly that his chair toppled backward. A gun flashed in his hand. I ran to him. I was jumping over Roino when he shoved the barrel against his temple and pulled the trigger. The gun spat thunder. The gory mess of blood and brains sprayed the window. The steakhouse exploded with noise, Garstek's voice cutting through it, shaking with rage. Find the person who admitted him, find the people who did his background check, find his master. I want these people in front of me in half an hour. 1 SAT in the gloom of the hospital room. Julie lay unmoving on the white sheets, her exposed semi-human arm caught in the web of tubes of the 4-drip feeding sedative into her body. Her face was twisted, her jaws too large and distorted, with fangs cutting through her lips. Her eyes were closed. A shock of pale blonde hair was the only thing that remained of my kid. It felt unreal. I'd come here straight after the fur at the steakhouse had died down. I'd been watching her, sitting here hoping against everything I knew that somehow her body would beat this, that she would flow and streamline and shift back into a human. Or a lynx. I would settle for a lynx at this point. Anything but the twisted thing she was. The magic would hit tomorrow. If not, then the next day. I would have to perform the ritual. If the device worked as Carmen promised, if the witches managed to channel power into me, if everything went as expected, I still had no idea how exactly I would pull the blood from her body. At the end of it either Julie, or I, or both us could end up dead. Of all the strange and rash things I'd done, this was the craziest. If someone had told me a week ago that I would be contemplating cutting Julie's throat, I would have knocked them out on the spot. Doolittle said she couldn't even hear me. To keep the loopism at bay, he'd had to put her completely under. I wanted to tell her that I loved her, that I was so sorry. That I would do anything, give anything to fix it. But she wouldn't hear. The door opened. A tall, lean woman slipped inside. Jennifer. Surprise, surprise. She sat next to me. How did she even get here? The room was supposed to be restricted. Came to gloat. I asked. The wolf alpha startled. Do you really think I would? You tell me. Jennifer said nothing. We sat side by side and looked at Julie. Her chest rose and fell in a steady, slow rhythm. Do you ever think about how fucked up life is? Jennifer asked. Yes. That's why I have a punching bag. I think about it a lot lately. We looked at Julie some more. I'm pregnant, Jennifer said. 4 months. Doolittle says it's a little girl. Congratulations, I told her. My voice came out monotone. Does Daniel know? Yes. My scent has changed. Jennifer looked at Julie. Every time I see you, you remind me of the way Naomi died. I can't help that. I know, she said. But every time I see you, you make me think of all the things that can go wrong. I hate you for that. Is that a challenge? I asked, unable to keep fatigue from my voice. No. Jennifer looked at her hands. We sat quietly for another long minute. I can't do it. I can't kill my own daughter, if she becomes a loop. That's all I think about. It would be my duty as a mother and an alpha, and I just can't. That's why there are 2 of you, I said. What if he can't do it? Things happen to alphas. Daniel could be challenged. He could fight a threat to the pack and lose. If something happens to Daniel and later our daughter becomes a loop, I'll have to kill her. Then there will be nothing left. She looked at me. Nothing. If she was looking for wisdom, I had none to offer. Look at it this way, if we don't find that device tomorrow, we will all die. Problem solved. Jennifer shrugged her narrow shoulders, her eyes haunted. I suppose so. I didn't ask to be born a shapeshifter. It just happened. Sometimes you want to stomp your feet and yell, "It's not fair," but it won't change anything. I didn't ask to be born Roland's daughter. I just had to live with it. The world was screwed up. Fanatics tried to murder us, and sometimes we had to kill our own children. I'm so angry, Jennifer murmured. If I could just get over my anger, I'd be all right. What the hell did she want from me anyway? Was I supposed to hug her and tell her everything would be all right, with Julie lying there as far from fucking all right as she could get? Sometimes it helps to live through it, I told her. Find a time when nobody will bother you, and imagine it. Imagine the worst-case scenario in as much detail as you can manage. Let yourself live through it, feel the fear, feel the pain. It's a terrible thing to put yourself through, but once it's done, the anxiety goes away. It never disappears completely, but it leaves you alone enough so you can function. Thanks, Jennifer said. I might you why that. Doolittle walked into the room, quiet as a ghost, and patted my shoulder. Jennifer rose and slipped out of the door as silently as she'd arrived. It's time to take a break, Doolittle murmured. Come. I'll fix you a nice glass of iced tea. I rose and followed him out into a small room across the hall. It looked just like an ordinary kitchen, a stove, a fridge, a table with a bench and 3 chairs. Doolittle pointed at the padded bench. I sat. He got a pitcher of iced tea from the fridge and 2 tall glasses. Oh no! The iced tea splashed into the glass. I picked it up and drank. 50% honey. Maybe more. People think it's the beast that makes us lose our sanity. Doolittle sampled the tea in his glass and sat down with a sad smile. They think the beast takes over and we become loop. Animals don't destroy each other for pure pleasure. They don't have serial killers. They kill, they don't murder. No, it's not the beast in us that makes us lose our balance. It's the man. Of all the animals, we are the most aggressive and the most predatory. We have to be, otherwise we would have never survived. You can see it in children, especially adolescents. Life is hard for them, so they attack it and fight for their own place in it. Homo homini lupus. Man is a wolf to his fellow man. Doolittle nodded. A wise Roman playwright once said that. Did he write tragedies? No. Comedies. Good ones, too. Doolittle drank his tea. I don't trust tragedies much. It's easy to make a person sad by showing him something tragic. We all recognize when sad things happen, someone dies, someone loses a loved one, young love is crushed. It's much harder to make a man laugh. What's funny to one person isn't funny to another. I valiantly drank my tea. That's what I don't understand about the keepers. They are people. They laugh, they cry, and somehow they kill hundreds of friends and neighbors with no remorse. There is no emotion involved in any of it. No, my dear. It's all emotion, Doolittle said. It's rage. Against what? Themselves, mostly. Rage is a powerful thing. People get upset over many things. Frustrating jobs, small paychecks, bad hours. People want things, people feel humiliated by others who have the things they want, people feel deprived and powerless. All this gives fuel to rage. The anger builds and builds, and if there is no outlet for it, pretty soon it transforms the person. They walk around like a loaded gun, ready to go off if only they could find the right target. They want to hurt something. They need it. He refilled his glass and topped mine off. Humans tend to segregate the world, enemies on one side, friends on the other. Friends are people we know. Enemies are the other. You can do just about anything to the other. It doesn't matter if this other is actually guilty of any crimes, because it's a matter of emotion, not logic. You see, angry people aren't interested in justice. They just want an excuse to vent their rage. Doolittle sighed. And once you become their other, you're no longer a person. You're just an idea, an abstraction of everything that's wrong with their world. Give them the slightest excuse, and they will tear you down. And the easiest way for them to target you as this other is to find something that's different about you. Color of your skin. The way you speak. The place you're from. Magic. It comes and goes in cycles, Kate. Each new generation picks their own other. For the keepers, it's people with magic. And for us, well, it's the keepers. We will murder them all. No matter if some of them are confused, or easily led, or feeble-minded, or if they have families. They will die. It makes me despair sometimes. There was such profound sadness in his voice that it made me want to hug myself. And then there are lost souls like Leslie, so full of self-hatred that they trample the world in a rush to blame someone for their pain. He shook his head. Well, look at me, getting all melancholy in my old age. I don't know what came over me. I knew. It was looking at Julie's tortured body for the last 24 hours. He looked on her and felt terrible sorrow. I looked at her and I felt rage. When Era died, did you get hold of any tissue samples? I asked. Blood, hair, that type of thing. Doolittle looked at me from above the rim of his glass. Why don't you just tell me straight what it is you're hunting for? There is a ritual that may be able to save Julie. To do it, I need to be able to do what Era did. I need to know if there are any differences between my blood and hers so I can figure out if it's possible to compensate for them. That will take time, Doolittle said. Can you keep her asleep long enough? Doolittle nodded and stood up. Follow me. We walked down the hallways, deeper and deeper into the medical ward. This ritual, how certain are you that it will work? Certain might be too strong a word. And if it fails? Doolittle asked. Then I will finally be out of your hair and you won't have to patch me up anymore. Doolittle stopped and looked at me. For a moment he looked stricken, and then he crossed his arms. There will be none of that, now. You are my finest work. If I ever go to one of those meadmage conferences they keep inviting me to, I will take you with me. Look. He held his hands out toward me. Bone dragons, sea demons, rakshasas, and worst of all, our own people, and these magic hands kept her alive through it all. Look at her walk. You can't even see the limp anymore. As long as you don't open your mouth, you will appear as a perfect example of a healthy adult female. With your history, they'll be calling me a miracle worker. I snickered. I promised to keep my mouth shut. Doolittle shook his head in mock sorrow. It's bad luck to promise impossible things. How is the knee? Honest now. Hurts. I'll take another look at it when the magic wave hits. Doolittle stopped before a door. Ready? For what? I was born ready. Doolittle thrust a key into the lock and unlocked it with a quiet click. The door swung open, revealing a small chamber with a metal barrel in its center. 2 feet wide, 3 feet tall, sealed with a flat lid. Doolittle approached it, twisted the metal clasp, and swung the lid aside. Cold assaulted my face. Inside, bags of red ice sat in neat rows. Era's blood, Doolittle said. After you and our Lord fought her, Jim brought me her body. Before we buried her, I drained it dry. Chapter 221, MADE my way upstairs and washed off all of my grime. Doolittle said he'd need at least 24 hours to review my blood and Eris. Normally by now Voran would be screaming warnings at me from the depths of my memory, but he kept quiet. Perhaps it was because I trusted Doolittle, or maybe because Voron's ghost no longer had an iron grip on me. I stood under the hot water, letting it run over my skin. Julie would have to wait, and not just for Doolittle. First, we had to find the keepers, because if they managed to activate the device within the range of the keep, nothing would matter. Curran had already warned the guards to no-show us the moment any important news came or the magic wave hit. I didn't know how much time we had, but whatever it was I wanted to spend it well. For all we knew, we'd all kick the bucket tomorrow. When I slid the shower door open, the smell of seared meat curled around me. A garment bag hung on the towel hook. With my luck, it would contain a French-made outfit. I toweled off my hair and unzipped the bag. A silvery fabric caught the light and shimmered with a gentle light, as if someone had captured a crystal-clear mountain stream and somehow bound it into the creamy white silk. I ran my fingers over it, feeling the slickness. So beautiful. I'd seen this dress in the window shortly after Christmas. The strapless gown actually made me stop. There was something magic about the dress, something ethereal and otherworldly. No matter how much I looked at it in that store window, I couldn't picture myself in it. Curran told me I should get it. I told him that I had no place to wear it, and besides, where would I put my sword? He'd remembered. A tiny voice nagged me that we should be out there, searching for the threat, but then the entire magic population of Atlanta was already searching for it. Andrea and Jim had joined forces, trying to pin down Shane's hiding place. The Order was under constant surveillance. A domineering Willian and a loudmouthed Merc wouldn't make that much of a difference. I found the blow-dryer. A dress like that deserved dry hair. If I had been by myself, I would have turned in by now to conserve energy before the fight. But then things could go really wrong tomorrow. I had to make the most of tonight. 20 minutes later, hair brushed, eyeshadow on, and mascara on my eyelashes, I slipped the dress on. It hugged my body, curving over my breasts, clasped between them with a small crystal flower, and slid over the curve of my hips all the way down. A long slit went from the floor to my upper thigh. I opened the door. A pair of transparent shoes sat on the floor. I slid my feet into them. Perfect fit. I stepped out into the kitchen. Curran stood at the table. He wore grey tailored pants and a white button-down shirt. The shirt was semi-transparent, and it molded to his muscled torso like a glove. He'd shaved, and the light from the candles on the table played on his face, throwing faint highlights over his masculine jaw. He looked almost unbearably handsome. I stopped. He was looking at me with a kind of need that somehow managed to be raw and tender at the same time. He took my breath away. We looked at each other, a little awkward. Finally I raised my hand. "Hi." "Hi," he said. "I made dinner. At least I made the steaks. The rest came from the kitchen. Would you like to sit down?" "Yes, I would." He held out my chair and I sat. He sat across from me. There was some kind of food on the table and a bottle of something, probably wine. "You're wearing a formal shirt," I said. "I had no idea you owned one." The way he looked at me short-circuited the link between my mouth and my brain. Formal shirt? What the hell was I going on about? "I figured I'd match the dress," he said. He seemed slightly shocked. "Do you like it?" "It looks great." "You look great." "Beautiful." We looked at each other. "We should eat," I said. "Yeah." He was looking at me. Silence hung between us. I had to know why he was with me. I thought it didn't matter, but it did. I met his gaze. My mother had a power that made men do whatever she wanted. She brainwashed Voron. She cooked him like a steak, until he left Roland for her. She needed him to take care of me. Except she overdid it. Voran was so hurt by her death, he never cared for me. He just wanted to watch me and Roland go at it. He said that if he watched my father kill me, it would be enough for him. Where is this coming from? The witch, I told him. Evdokia. She and I are very distantly related. She's telling the truth. Curran's expression turned guarded. That's fucked up. Before you and I mated, did you and Jim have a conversation about what it would mean for the pack? It would be something Jim would do. He'd suspected what I was, if he hadn't figured it out already. Yes, Curran said. His face was still flat. What did Jim say? He advised against it. He had bullet points of why this was not a good idea. My heart skipped a bit. He also said that since I was going to do it anyway, despite whatever he said, I should get on with it, because it took too much manpower to track me all over the city. He always sent guards to shadow me, and I usually dumped them before getting to your apartment. He said his life would be a lot easier if I just moved you into the keep. Is that why you wanted me here? Curran leaned forward. The mask that was his face vanished. I wanted you here because I wanted to be with you. For better or worse, Kate. You didn't brainwash me the way your mother did. You don't have her powers. You have the complete opposite, if anything. All or nothing. Did you know that Roland was my father before I told you? Yes. Suddenly I was ice cold. How? Breaking Roland's sword was a big clue, he said. Jim obtained some pictures of Roland. You resemble him. And there is a story floating around about a child Roland supposedly killed. I put two and two together. I had agonized about telling him who I was. It took every shred of will to admit it, and he had it all figured out already. And you let me sit there and tell you all about it, when you already knew. It was important, Curran said. You had to do it, so I listened. Did you take who I was into consideration before you offered me the mating? Curran leaned forward. A faint glow touched his eyes and vanished. Of course I did. And here it was. At least he hadn't lied. Deep down I had known it. Curran was too used to calculating the odds. Like Evdokia said, it wasn't his first time at the love rodeo. It's not like he would have fallen head over heels into it, the way I did. I have a string of safe houses set up all across the country, he said. I must have misheard. What? I have a safe house in almost every state. I have more than enough money to keep us comfortable for the rest of our lives, if it comes to it. I've moved most of my funds to places outside the pack. What are you talking about? I know he is coming and you are afraid. If you don't want to fight him, you and I can disappear. I stared at him. The mass transit is gone. No planes, no reliable roads. The world is big again, Kate. He will never find us. What about the pack? His upper lip trembled, betraying the edge of his teeth. Fuck the pack. I gave them 15 years of my life. I fought for them, bled for them, and the moment my back was turned, they attacked my wife. I owe them nothing. Curran reached over and covered my fingers with his hand. I'm serious. Say the word right now and we're gone. We can take Julie with us, if you want. Jim would find us. No, I covered my tracks. If Jim does find us, he'll wish he hadn't. Besides, Jim is a friend. He would understand and he wouldn't look for us. Very hard. It wasn't a bluff, I heard it in his voice. He would do it. He would walk away. You would leave all these people, all the bowing, and the... His grey eyes looked into mine. If I fought for them and was crippled, they would all say nice things, and then they would replace me and forget I was ever there. You would stay with me. You would take care of me, because you love me. I love you too, Kate. If you ever became hurt, I would not leave you. I'll be there. Wherever you want there to be. I felt like crying. Great, he turned me into a weeping weakling. Would you like to leave? He asked. I swallowed. Not unless you want to. Then we will stay. For now. Yes. Okay, he said. I was lucky. Somehow, maybe because of all the messed up shit the universe had thrown my way, I'd gotten him. He was mine, completely mine. He loved me. I kept making barriers between us and then heroically knocking them down. Whether it was because of fear or mistrust, or for whatever other reason, I had to stop doing it. I glanced down. The food was cold, our plates sat empty. Do you think it will keep? He stood up. Hell yes. The candles didn't keep. By the time we made it back to the kitchen, the candles had dripped wax over the candelabra. I poked my steak lukewarm. The baked potatoes were cold. Corn on the cob was barely warm. I didn't care. I'm starving. Got to keep your strength up. Cunan grinned. So you can keep up. I clasped my hand to my throat and made some strangled noises. Help me, I can't breathe, your ego is pushing all the air out of room. He laughed. This menu looks really familiar, I said, loading my plate. I'd switched to a sweatshirt and sweatpants. My dress had been discarded anyway, and besides, we had agreed to take our plates back to the couch, and I didn't want to get food on it. Millimeter Curran said, spearing a chunk of meat. Apple pie is in the fridge. He'd recreated the menu he requested for the naked dinner. Ha! How did you even know my shoe size? I've seen your foot up close. Curran pointed to his chest. I've seen it here. He moved his hand to his jaw. Here. He touched the place over his cheek where my kick had cut him. And here. Aha! Would you like to watch a movie while we eat? Sure. What sort of movie? It has everything: action, drama, comedy, beautiful soundtrack. Hot male lead. His thick eyebrows crept up half an inch. That last one isn't exactly a plus. Jealous of the actors now, are we? What, of some fancy boy on the screen? Inconceivable. Oh, this was going to be good. We took our plates to the coffee table by the couch, and I slid Simon's disc into the player. The warehouse full of cars solidified on the screen. Curran's face went blank. When the first notes of the song sounded through the living room, he looked at me. He set it to music. His exact words were, "It begged for a soundtrack." A Ferrari flew across the screen and crashed into the wall. Curran looked impassive. I chewed a piece off me steak. It had to be the best steak I'd ever had. I seemed to recall a certain man boasting about his superhuman restraint. I did show remarkable self-control. You destroyed $5 million worth of luxury cars. Yes, but none of them are wearing human heads as hood ornaments. I dropped back onto the pillow. So you want credit for not repainting the place with blood? The guards walked away. Simon walked away. Tell me that's not superhuman. Curran pulled me close to him and kissed my neck where it joined my shoulder. Where did you get this? His voice was entirely too casual for comfort. That source Jim keeps referring to is Simon. He's knee-deep in this whole thing. He left some evidence at Carmen's place, and I tracked him down. Did you go to see him? Curran asked. Warning, danger ahead. Rocks fall, everyone dies. Yes. At his apartment? Yes. Where is Simon now? I'm not sure. Under the bed? Maybe you should try the closet. Kate. I laughed. You should see your face. Don't you trust me? I trust you, he said. I just need to talk to him. Aha. Talk. His Majesty, Master of Negotiation. I took Derek with me when I went to see him. Simon is so scared of you, he didn't even want to let us in. And the keepers sent a team into the place to finish all of us off. How can you be jealous of him? It's like me being jealous of my Ong. Not that his latest ex-girlfriend didn't inspire jealousy. She was a stunning woman, elegant, beautiful in an exotic way. She was also fragile like a delicate glass ornament. Nothing ever happened between me and my Ong, he said. I rolled my eyes. Right. I'm serious. Not that I didn't want to at the time, but I tried to kiss her once, and she got a deer in the headlights look. I got a feeling that if I went any further, she'd shut her eyes and pray for it to be over, so I backed off. Maybe I should check the closet to see if the beautiful Myong is hiding in there, since you are so hot for her. He blinked. How does that foot taste? Blah blah blah. You're so eloquent, Your Majesty. So kind and generous to your subjects. So full of snappy comebacks. Don't forget brutally honest. To my own detriment even. Oh, yes. Honest to a fault. You never told me where Simon's hiding. I took my plate into the kitchen. He followed me. You like to screw with me, is that it? Simon, that Russian mage, that merc. What merc? Bob. I racked my brain. I'd barely said 2 words to Bob. He stopped by our table to ask me which way I'd vote in the guild elections. They still haven't figured out who is in charge, and I'm technically on the roster. Yeah. Did he have to lean over you while he was talking? He was trying to let Mark think that he and I were buddies. And you are not. I threw a bread roll at him. Curran snapped it out of the air. Would you like me to cane a foot-long stick? I can just poke people with it when they get too close. That's a good idea. He held his arm out. If you can extend your hand and touch them with the stick, they are too close. You're insane. If I'm insane, what does it make you? A terrible judge of character. I went back to the couch. I could have fallen for someone steady. Dependable. Well grounded. But no, I had to lose my head over this idiot. Curran pounced. It was an excellent pounce, executed with preternatural speed. He pinned me to the couch. Tell me where Simon is. Or what? Or I will be displeased. I rolled my eyes. He's worried himself into paranoia, Curran. When Jim and I were dealing with the Rakshasas during the Midnight Games, Simon went into the pit to plant a tracker into a Rakshasa opponent. He was so terrified, he could barely move. The Rakshasa cut him, and Simon snapped. He bashed the Rakshasa to death and kept beating his body for about 5 minutes. When he finally calmed Clotham, there was only mush left. I know you can take him. I can take him, too. The question is why? Why make an enemy of him? You have to either kill him now or stop screwing with him, and if you're going to kill him, I really am a terrible judge of character. Curran growled and moved to sit next to me. He wants the pressure to go away. He's prepared to soothe your ego. He gave us everything he knew about Carmen and the device for this precise reason, and he fully expects you to ask for more. My ego doesn't need soothing, Curran said. I don't want him soothing anything of mine, including you. Jim has him stashed away at one of the safe houses. Do as you will. I stared at him. What? He growled. Waiting to see if you're going to run out on me on the night before the apocalypse to go beat his ass. Curran reached for me. He'll keep. There is no rush. Keep your hands to yourself. You said you didn't need any more soothing. I changed my mind. Besides, I'm the hot male lead. Actors get all the chicks. He kissed me. You're still going through with this? Yes, I told him honestly. Don't, he said. I slumped forward. I have to at least fry. Are you going to try to stop? No. You made a decision, and you're following through with it. I don't like it, but I'll help you with it, because you're my mate and I would expect the same from you. Curran grimaced. It would be worse if I sat on your hands and moaned about not knowing what to do. I couldn't deal with the beast lord way, often wrong but never in doubt. As long as we're on the subject, Curran said. The man thrust it back into the wound and spoke the words that bound the wolf to obey him forever. If you do this, Julie will never be able to disobey a direct order from you. You will be making a slave. I glanced at him. I thought about that. I don't know if it's even necessary for the ritual, but I can't take that chance. I'll have to do it exactly the way Roland did. She can never know, Cunan said. Look, I've been in charge of people for a long time. Trust me on this, you can't take Julie's free will away from her. If you do this, that's your secret and you have to live with that. You have to be strong enough to keep that from her, and that means you'll have to think twice before any instructions to her come out of your mouth. I rubbed my face. He was right. If Julie got as much as a hint that she had no choice about obeying me, I'd lose her. The most natural things like, no, you can't go out to the woods with Maddie in the middle of the night now would have to become, I would strongly prefer that you stayed home. I had a hard enough time steering her as it was. I'll deal with it, I said. As long as she's alive. Everything else we'll figure out along the way. The magic rolled over us like a suffocating blanket. The countdown had begun. We had 10 hours and 59 minutes. Someone knocked. Cunan went to the door. From where I lay, I could see his face in profile. His mouth curved. He came back, chuckling to himself. Yes. The witches have sent you a gift. My present SAT behind the table in the smaller conference room. It hid in the folds of a dark cloak. Only the hand was visible, a small feminine hand with manicured nails that gripped a spoon, stirring the tea in a blue cup. Jezebel leaned against the opposite wall, glaring at the cloaked woman as if she were a fire-spitting dragon. Barabbas waited by the door. He saw me and smiled. It was a sharp, nasty smile, like a cat that had finally caught the mouse and was about to torture it to death. What now? I pulled my hair up into a bun and headed for the door. Barabbas handed me a note in Evdokia's curvy Russian script. It read, "A gift for you, Kate Carr. Thank me later. Beware of gifts from Baba Yaga, they came with strings attached, and sometimes if you took them, you ended up in the oven as dinner." Did she come alone? No, Evdokia's daughters brought her. Barabbas's grin got wider. I checked into it and she and Grigor too have 5 children. They're their own private Russian mafia. I stepped through the door and took a seat at the table. The woman pulled her hood back, exposing a wealth of glossy red hair. Rowena. If she had pulled off her hood and turned out to be Medusa with her head full of vipers, I would have been less surprised. We looked at each other. A red feverish flush colored her cheeks. Bloodshot eyes, puffer nose. Slightly smeared eyeliner. Rowena had been crying. That was a first. Rowena kept her composure no matter what. The roof could cave in and she'd smile against the backdrop of falling rocks and ask you to do her the favor of moving toward the exit. Okay, I said. I want an explanation. Now. What are you doing here? Rowena swallowed. Bozidar, the journeyman who killed himself today, was my nephew. I'm banned from navigation pending an investigation. I will be cleared of all charges and they will reinstate me. You seem very sure of that. Rowena sniffed. Garstek is ambitious. Nataraja won't last much longer, something happened, and he mostly hides in his quarters now. Garstek and Mulradin are running things, and each one of him wants to be at the top. They are scrambling to form alliances. I'm ranked 3rd in finesse and 4th in power, and I support Garstek. He can't afford to lose me. So why are you here? Bozhidar had a girl, Rowena said, her voice barely above a whisper. Her name is Christine. She would do anything for him. She loved him so much. I spoke to her. She said that my nephew had been recruited by the keepers years ago, when my brother and his Aoife died. They were en route 90 crossing over the Mississippi, when the bridges collapsed due to magic erosion. They drowned. Bozhidar was pulled out of the river comatose. By the time I found him, they'd shipped him to an orphanage. Rowena clenched her hands. He suffered a lot of abuse. They'd done things to him. I've given him a chance at revenge, but I didn't realize it wasn't enough. She fell silent. I waited for the rest. He was doing things for the keepers, and Christine helped him, Rowena said. She was in it knee-deep. She covered for him, she fed him classified information he needed, whatever he asked for, she did it. Is she a member of the keepers? No. Rowena shook her head. She is just a foolish girl who was in love with a broken boy. When Palmetto was hit, she was horrified. I bet. She gripped her slender fingers so hard, her manicured nails left red indents in her skin. We have been publicly embarrassed, and Garstek is looking for a scapegoat. If he finds out what Christine has done, he will purge her. Purged journeymen don't go home, Kate. They disappear. One day she won't be there for her shift, and then the new schedule will be posted and everyone will know what happened to her. He'll kill her, Kate, to demonstrate that he's capable of making problems vanish. I was still waiting for the punchline. Christine is 5 months pregnant, Rowena said. Ah. Here we go. People in my family have a difficult time with fertility. I've been trying to have a child for years. So far, I've failed. Bozhidar was the only relative I had. Now he's dead and his baby is my only family. Do you have any family, Kate? Now there was a loaded question. No. She leaned forward, her eyes wide and desperate. This unborn baby is everything to me. I can't protect Christine. Even if I give her money and send her away, Garstek will find her. He can be so single-minded, it's terrifying. I finally put 2 and 2 together. So you went to the witches? Yes, Rowena murmured. Yes, I did. My family has roots in that world. So I went and offered the covens anything they wanted to hide Christine. She must have been truly desperate. What's the price? Rowena looked up at me. 3 years of service. To you? Excuse me. They bound me to you for 3 years. I swore a blood oath. I will do whatever you require, and I am sworn to never speak of it. She raised her hand. A fresh scar cleaved her palm. I don't understand any of it, and if Garstek finds out that I helped Christine or that I came here, I am dead. So. Rowena leaned on the table. What service can I perform for you? I rested my elbow on the table, leaned against my hand, and exhaled. To have access to a qualified necromancer was akin to finding a case of ammo in the middle of a gunfight. Here was my chance to learn and train. I needed her desperately. Unfortunately, I trusted her about as far as I could throw her. I was strong and she was small, but it still wasn't very far. The problem is, I don't trust you, I said. I don't trust you either, she said. But if I don't do as they say, Christine's life is forfeit. They actually made you swear to it. She nodded. She was right there. She stood right there when I swore. She heard every word. If they kill her, she will know it's because I failed. Note to self, avoid being in debt to the witches like the plague. Whatever it is you want, Kate, I will do it. No matter how foul. Even if it means debasing and humiliating myself. Fantastic. Who did she think I was, exactly? I guess we will start with humiliation, move on to debasing, and perhaps do some torture for a spiffy finish. I glanced at Jezebel. Is our torturer in residence? Rowena opened her mouth, looking as if she were about to say something sharp, and must have thought better of it, because she clamped it shut. How accomplished are you in necromancy? She gathered herself. I'm rated as Master of the Dead of the 3rd caliber, level 2, which means I can simultaneously hold 3 vampires and effectively pilot 2 at the time. I've passed all the prerequisite examinations. I rank 3rd in finesse and 4th in power in Atlanta and 71st overall among the people. That rank is misleading, as when you're that high up, the differences between the ranks are minute. For example, the range of the person above me is only 20 inches longer than mine. I hold the shield of Silver Legion. The Gold Legion is Roland's top 50. I finished. You had to climb the ladder, correct? The ladder was Roland's way of promoting education among the people. Each step of the ladder consisted of a work on magic, necromancy, or philosophy. Some steps were books, some scrolls. Once you mastered a step, you took a test to prove your knowledge. The more steps, the higher the pay. Rowena's eyes narrowed. Yes, the ladder of knowledge. You have to complete 10 to be rated as a 2nd caliber journeyman, and 25 to obtain the title of master. How do you know this? How many steps did you complete? 89, she said. And Garstek? 165. She grimaced. The man is a machine. As I've said, Garstek can be extremely single-minded. If you are considering using me against him, I will obey, of course, but you should understand that though I can injure him, he'll you're in this fight. When Roland made Ares, he used a ritual to purge him of lupism. The technique involves withdrawing a person's blood and purifying it. Are you familiar with it? Rowena. Rowena decided it would be a good time to close her mouth. Yes. Tell me about it. It's the same process he uses to create his chosen, she said. You receive a gift of his blood and power, but in return you're bound to him forever. He doesn't use it often. Is Hugh d'Ambry bound to him? Yes. I'd thought as much. Since both Ares and Hugh had been preceptors of the Order of Iron Dogs and were bound to Roland, Voran must have been bound, too. That was why my mother had stayed behind to fight Roland. Voran couldn't disobey a direct order from Roland. If my father had ordered him to hand me over, Voran would have done it, he'd have had no choice. Have you ever seen it done? She shook her head. Only what I have read. Is the use of the obedience power word necessary? Yes. That's what gives him control over the blood once it's removed from the body. I leaned back. There was no way around it. If she survived, Julie would be bound to me forever. Kate, it's a very difficult ritual. Other people, high-ranking members of the Gold Legion, have tried and failed. You can't just do something like that. Roland's blood and power are unique. Yes, yes. Rowena kept going. I've met him, when I was initiated into the Silver Legion. The magic radiating through his blood is unlike anything I've ever felt. To the right, Jezebel rolled her eyes. It's like meeting a god in person. I can't even describe it. I wondered what she would do if I cut my forearm, dipped my fingers into the red, and touched her hand with it. Was it something like this? I bet she would jump. I folded my arms on my chest instead. Just tell me about the ritual, Rowena. That's all I need for now. She was looking past me. I glanced behind me and saw Curran looking through the glass doors, radiating menace. He opened the door. The keepers were sighted at Nameless Square. I need you. I looked at Jezebel. Get our guest some paper. Once she tits everything down, make sure she leaves safely. Chapter 231, COOUCHED. On the huge concrete boulder jutting from the pavement like the stern of a sinking ship. To the left, an abandoned building rose from the street, its stucco and concrete long turned to dust. Only a rusty cage of the framework remained, thrusting brown grates to the sunlit morning sky. Down below, the wreckage of downtown unrolled, once solid buildings reduced to heaps of rubble and abandoned ruins, crisscrossed by roads, once busy, now mostly atrophied, and stubby blocky structures born of the new age. To the right, the golden dome of the Georgia State Capitol building caught the light, the copper statue of Miss Liberty on its top thrusting her torch upward. To the left, in the distance, Unicorn Lane boiled with wild magic. The air shimmered there as a dark mist rose between the fallen high-rises marked with garish stains of magic-mutated vegetation. I scanned the horizon. Nothing. The sighting at Nameless Square turned out to be a bust. Someone had caught a glimpse of a large metal cylinder and sounded the alarm too early. The metal cylinder turned out to be a massive charged air converter being installed at the Capitol as a backup system, in case the main charged air lines went down. Since then we'd been to a half-dozen spots within the city, as the magic users scouring the city for the keepers raised the alarm here and there. Every lead sounded promising, and every lead turned out to be a miss. We were playing whack-a-mole and we were almost out of time. I squinted at the sun. Around 10. 4 hours left? Less? Atlanta was a huge sprawling beast. Every ruin doubled as a potential hiding place. I hadn't seen Jim or Andrea or Derek since yesterday. It worried me. Below me, Curran gathered himself, jumped 10 feet in the air, bounced off the concrete into another jump, then another, and landed next to me. Me Kate. You Tarzan? No. Cunan bared his teeth at me. In the first book, he grabs a lion by the tail and pulls it. Never gonna happen. First, an adult male lion weighs 500 pounds. Second, you grab my tail, I'll turn around and take your face off. He surveyed the city. Nothing, I told him. Curran stroked my back. If countdown is down to an hour and we still don't know where it is, I want you to leave. I turned to him. The children are out of the keep, Curran said. They were shipped out overnight into the wood. The wood, otherwise known as Chattahoochee National Forest, served as the hunting grounds for the pack. Curran had bought a 100-year lease, and once a month each shapeshifter made a pilgrimage there to run among the trees without his or her human skin. They have orders to scatter. Julie is in Augusta under heavy sedation. Barabbas and 2 of our guards are with her. I'm staying, I told him. No. His eyes were clear, his voice calm. You owe me for agreeing to the ritual. If countdown reaches 1 hour and we still have no leads, you will leave. The pack must have an alpha. You'll take over. The beaters from each clan have evacuated, they are spread out all over the state. They will be your new council. Fear grabbed my throat and squeezed, crushing. In a blink I could lose him. I can't run the pack, Cunan. You're kidding yourself. He looked at me. He wasn't giving me a hard stare, he just looked at me. I need you to tell me that you will do this, no arguments, no bullshit heroics. Just do this for me. Why? Because I want you to be safe. I want you to survive, and if I'm not there to protect you, the pack will be the next best thing. Promise me, he said. Okay, I told him. But if we find them, I am staying to the end. A bright burst of green blossom to the right. South. A new lead. What was south of the capital? The airport. Curran swore. Before the shift, the Hartsfield-Jackson Airport had served as the primary hub for all flights to the southern United States. Almost 3 miles wide and flanked by highways on all sides, the airport hit a huge chunk of the city's south side. The damn place was so big, there was a train going through it. If you died in the south, you had to stop in Atlanta for a layover before getting to the other side. The shift fixed that right up. The commercial aviation industry took a century to grow and only 5 minutes to die, as the first magic wave dropped 5,000 planes out of the sky. Overnight, the airport was dead. The structure didn't sit abandoned for too long. When the MSDU officially came into being, christened in the blood of the 3-month riots, the local unit took over the airport, turning it into a fortified base and the HQ of military operations for the Southeast. Over the decades that followed, the MSDU's forces had continued steadily increasing the airport's defences, turning it into a full-fledged fortress. As I drove along a Nanau access road, I could see the edge of the runways, the concourse, and beyond them the white and sea-foam spire of the control tower. The place looked impenetrable. The long grey building of the terminal bristled with siege engines and machine guns, aided by square boxes of concrete bunkers. 100 yards out, the second row of bunkers guarded the concourse. Between the bunkers and us lay half a mile of clear ground. Nothing but the old pavement of the runways and brownish grass, mowed down to mere fuzz. No cover, no safe approach, nothing. 3 wards shimmered in the air. The first sheathed the tower in a bluish translucent cocoon. The second rose just past the bunkers. Glowing threads of pale magic wound through it, swirling like colours on a soap bubble. The third and final ward, a translucent wall tinted with red, extended the length of the field. Why were all 3 wards up? MSDU usually didn't bother with activating the defensive spells unless they had to contain something nasty, and even then, only the perimeter and the killing field ward went active. I could see the killing field to the left, no ward shielded it. What the hell was going on? Could the keepers have taken the MSDU? I murmured. Curran stirred in the passenger seat. If they have, the device is in the tower. I'd stick the device in some sort of storage room in some forgotten concourse, but if the keepers somehow claimed the base, they would choose the tower. They knew we were coming. The tower was an excellent place for their last stand. Stick enough sharpshooters with crossbows at their top and we'd all look like hedgehogs by the time we got to it. Assuming we'd manage to breach all the other defences first. The red ward is a bouncer, I said. It's not too hard to break. With all of our magic juice, we can breach it in 15-20 minutes. We go through it, and it will bounce shut right back behind us. We'll be pinned between that ward and whatever is in those front bunkers. How can you tell? The red is more opaque near the ground, which means magic is concentrated there. That's usually a mark of a bouncer. Regular wards have uniform thickness, like the ones I used to have on my apartment. They can be opened or closed, but once they break, they take several magic waves to regenerate. This one will surge right back up. Your wards are transparent, too, Curran said. I could make them in color. Transparent wards take more effort. In this case they are warding an area about 3 miles in diameter. They went for the most bang for their buck, the strongest ward with the least effort. And to people who don't know about wards, giant red domes look impressive. The access road spat us out into the field. It was half full, search parties trickled in via the other 2 roads. A vampire completely covered in purple sunblock rose at our approach and waved his claws. I parked. The moment I stepped outside, Andrea was there. The keepers took over the MSDU. How? Remember that buddy of mine I called to check out de Haven? Andrea said. He has 3 kids. All oft hem chock full of magic. So I called him. She held up her hands. I know. I wasn't going to say anything. I just wanted to suggest to him that he take his family on a trip to the coast or something. He wasn't at his number. So I called the reception in his building. Some guy I never spoke to answered and said that my friend was on bereavement leave. I was right there, so I dropped by his house. His wife says he didn't come home last night. She called the base, and MSDU told her they were holding him overnight due to an emergency. She didn't think anything of it. So I came by here. Look. She thrust a pair of binoculars at me. 3rd bunker from the left. I looked through the binoculars. 1st, 2nd, 3rd. A leg in urban fatigues and an army-issue steel-toed boot stuck out from behind the bunker. I waited a couple of seconds. It didn't move. Either he was suffering from a sudden bout of severe narcolepsy or we had a dead soldier. A body like that wouldn't be left lying about if base was still under military control. The keepers must have taken the base. I passed the binoculars to Curran. He looked through them. Jim came striding up, his cloak flaring behind him. The gates shut down. The wards blocking the approach. Did you try the emergency channel? Curran asked. Twice. No response. The people tried it on their end as well, and nothing. The base is shut down. Phones are working, but they aren't taking any phone calls. All right, Cunan said. Send up the flares. Get everyone here. Jim turned and raised his hand. A young shapeshifter ran from group to group. At the far end of the field, mags raised their staves. Magic popped, like a large firecracker, and 7 green bursts exploded in the sky. The shapeshifters lined up along the ward's perimeter. Some I knew, some I didn't. I sat on top of the jeep. I'd need the energy for the fight. Next to me Garstek stood, leaning on the jeep's hood, looking slightly absurd in a formal black suit and a gun-grey shirt. 2 vampires sat at his feet like bald, mutated cats, both coated in bright lime green sunblock. Garstek had enough range to navigate vampires from the other end of the city. Unlike us, he didn't have to be here in person. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be off hiding in some armored bus miles away? Garstek glanced at me. Derision, Kate? How unlike you. I'm here because when this unfortunate affair is over, people will remember who was here and who wasn't. I take it Mulrodin chose to evacuate. Garstek bent his lips a little. It was almost a smile. It's an unfortunate fact of life that some people value discretion above valor. As the saying goes, fortune favors the brave. Or the foolish. And of course, the fact that if we survive this, you'll come out looking like a hero has nothing to do with your decision. He widened his eyes. Why, Kate, you might be right. If only I had thought of that. Maybe one of the keepers would shoot him. Below us Carmen stared at the ward. 2 younger Volves watched him. He said that about 20 minutes before the activation, the device would send out a plume of magic. Whatever the hell that meant. When the shit was about to hit the fan, we'd get a short warning. Carmen also said that raising the device off the ground extended its range by about a mile. We thought the keepers were aiming for the city center. We were wrong. They were aiming for the densely populated neighborhoods just outside. The MSDU provided protection in case of emergency. Real estate next to the unit was highly priced, and the pack owned a quarter of it. That was where the shapeshifters who worked in the city built their homes. All the keeper claims of "we regret casualties" had been complete bullshit. They aimed for casualties. Wiping out these neighborhoods would snap the backbone of the city. Atlanta's citizens would panic and flee, and the keepers could purge the entire city at their leisure. A long forlorn cry rolled through the sky. I raised my hand to my eyes, shielding them from the sunlight. A huge dark bird circled the dome once, enormous wings stretched wide, and landed in the far field. A man slid off its back and jogged over. Amadahi, one of the Cherokee shamans. Amadahi came to a stop near Curran. His voice carried to us. The bunkers have no roof. There is a catapult in each one and a small Shira ballista. There are guns, too. Are there people in the bunkers? Cunin asked. Amadahi nodded. They were priming the catapults as I flew over. The catapult would lob something nasty our way, and the Shira ballista would shoot us with bolts while we ran around trying to avoid it. Great. Thomas and Robert Lonico came along the line of the shapeshifters. Thomas was tall, well over 6 feet. Robert, his spouse, leaned toward dark and delicate, with large brown eyes and a nanau face. They spoke to Curran. Just out of curiosity, does your paramour have an actual plan to breach this ward, or is he just making it up as he goes along? Garstek, do you want to lead this attack alone? No thanks. I'm after the benefits, not the responsibility. Then shut up. Robert Lonico stepped forward to the ward and raised his hand. Behind him members of Clan Rat formed into 5 columns, 4 people wide, 3 people deep. Robert closed his hand into a fist. The columns split into an upside-down V formation, with Robert at the head of the center V. Robert stripped off his sweats. For a second he stood nude, and then his skin burst. Muscle whipped and stretched like elastic cords, and a Warat crouched in his place, one enormous clawed paw leaning on the ground. A green glow washed over Robert's eyes. Behind him the rats shed their humanity. Robert raised his muzzle to the sky. A deep ragged voice broke free of his mouth. Fu-uu-uu omruaard. The rats crouched down as one and dug into the ground. Dirt flew. Interesting tactic, Garstek murmured. We wouldn't need to break the ward. We would simply tunnel under it. Nice. Andrea ran up to the jeep and climbed up next to me. Hey. Her teams of 4 shapeshifters began dragging wooden beams and laying them down behind the rats to reinforce the tunnel. I glanced at Garstek. Aren't you going to help them dig? Garstek shrugged. A vampire is a precision instrument, not a bulldozer. The front lines of the rats had vanished into the ground. They only had to go about 50 feet or so. The ward itself was narrow, but to get under it would take some effort. 20 minutes later the ground on the other side of the ward shifted. The first off-warats emerged from the dirt. Something sparked with orange in the slit of the bunker's narrow window. Probably the catapult inside. Sound rolled, and a bright orange ball shot from the roofless bunker. It whistled through the air and crashed right at the middle column, exploding into orange liquid. The liquid splattered in a wide arc. 2 other bunkers followed suit, adding more orange goo to the mess. Yellow lightning danced on its surface. The fluid caught fire. Hoarse screams, half growls, half yelps followed. The tunnels on our side of the ward vomited the warats in a dark flood. The front ranks of the diggers bore blisters where their fur had been burned clean. Robert was the last to emerge. His left arm was a mess of scalded muscle, the skin charred, almost black. He snarled and walked over to Thomas. The rat alpha clasped his mate's hand into his and pointed at Doolittle and his medics, set up in the field behind us. The fire raged beyond the ward. The shapeshifters continued to carry wooden beams into the tunnels, reinforcing them. I petted my sword. Every second counted. Does Curran not involve you in his strategic sessions? Garstek asked. Nope, I'm just here to look pretty. Curran didn't need me. I wasn't a general, I was a weapon in need of a target. Arranging large groups of people into an attack force wasn't my thing. Finally the flames subsided. A group of Volves stepped forward, led by Grigor. The Druids formed up next to them behind Kadern, their leader. The two groups split among the 5 tunnels and went in. Silence claimed the field. The 3 bunkers closest to the tunnel blazed with orange, ready and primed to throw more burning crap on our heads. Above the tunnel exits, beyond the ward, the air shimmered like heat rising from the pavement on a scorching summer day. What is that? Garstek squinted. Insects. The shimmers condensed into dark clouds. For a long second the 5 swarms hung above the ground, and then they streaked across the field to the bunkers. The swarms sank into the fortifications as if sucked in. Sharp screams followed. A man dashed from the right bunker, chased by a dark insect cloud, ran 10 feet, and fell. The cloud peeled off. He didn't move. The Volves and Druids emerged from the tunnels and into the open. Garstek took a box from his pocket and checked it. 1 hour and 3 minutes until activation. I rose. First ward down. 2 to go. The second ward of translucent pale blue wasn't a bouncer. Less than 2 miles in diameter, it covered the concourses and the inner buildings of the airport. It also looked thick and hard to break. Solid concrete stretched for 25 yards on either side of the ward. Digging under it would take forever, and we were short on time. Beyond the ward, a barbed wire fence rose. The ground directly behind it looked freshly plowed. Odd. To the left, a gate opened in the bottom of the concourse. Bodies poured out, about 6 feet tall at the shoulder, dark, with sharp bristles rising in acres along their necks and humps on their backs. The animals galloped along the inner perimeter, flooding the space between the strip of the plowed ground and the tower. Are those buffalo? Someone asked behind me. The leading beast braked directly in front of us and dipped its head. The colossal maw gaped open, displaying twin pairs of yellow tusks. The larger set looked bigger than my Anne. A deep grunting roar burst from its mouth and broke into pissed-off snorts. It wasn't a buffalo. Boars, a druid next to me said. Caledonian boars. I'd fought a Caledonian boar before. They were strong and aggressive as hell, and pain only pissed them off. Their bristles cut like razor blades. It took 4 mercs to bring 1 female clown, and 2 of us had automatic weapons. There were at least 3 dozen pigs out there, and all of them were male. Each pig was 6.5 feet at the shoulder. 2.5 tons of pure stupid rage. Curran might kill 1 in single combat. Marn could as well. Aside from that, a regular-sized shapeshifter didn't stand a chance. Not even in a half form. The pigs would bulldoze over them. Curran came up to me. A group of alphas followed, Marn and his wife, Martha, Daniel and Jennifer, Thomas Lonico, Aunt B, Jim. Curran nodded at the tower. Can you break that ward? I glanced at the tower. 600 yards away. About 2,000 feet of distance, full of boars. If you can get me to it. My blood would break almost anything, with enough magic. The question was, did I have enough power in me? I guessed we'd find out. Curran grinned, looking slightly evil. Get ready to run. Daniel and Jennifer stepped in front of me. I looked at Jennifer. Should you really be here? Her upper lip trembled in a precursor to a snarl. Right. She would do her job, and I had to do mine. Derek took a spot to my left, Jezebel to my right. Aunt B and Thomas brought up the rear. Behind them 6 shapeshifters formed into 2 rows, 3 people in a line. The renders. Bob from the Mercenary Guild shouldered his way into the group and heaved his sword. Eduardo emerged from the tunnel, dragging a huge sack. Over 6 feet tall, the were-buffalo was slabbed with thick muscle even in his human form. Behind him TLNEE members of Clan Heavy pulled identical sacks. Eduardo dropped his burden on the ground. The canvas fell open. Inside, thick tangles of leather belts and chains connected a mess of spiked armor plates and chain mail. Get your glass slippers and fairy wings, ladies. Members of Clan Heavy began pulling the tangles apart. Marn gripped a mess of belts, arranged it on the ground, and stripped. He took a deep breath, and a giant Kodiak bear boiled forth, filling out the belts with his shaggy body. The harness caught him, stretching and sliding into place. A row of armored plates sheathed the bear's back and hindquarters, flaring down on the sides to guard the vulnerable flanks. Mayan stretched his front limbs and rose up, testing the armor, and dropped back down. On all fours, he was at least a foot taller than me. All around us werebears, some grey, some brown, and one white, rose up. A wereball snorted next to a huge moose. The beasts of Clan Heavy formed an armored line around us, with Marn in the lead. Eduardo stomped over to his right, a colossal buffalo, almost 8 feet tall at the shoulder. Curran kissed me. See you there, baby. Try to keep up, I told him. His body twisted, sprouting FTR. The grey lion shook his mane, winked at me, and took his spot on Marn's right. To the left, the Mears finished hammering long wooden platforms, brought together board by board through the tunnels. They'd had the same idea I did, touching that strip of plowed ground wasn't a good idea. It just didn't look right. There was no reason for it to encircle the base, unless something nasty hid in it. The mags formed into a semicircle near the ward, right between the 2 closest bunkers. Behind them the witches formed their own line, and then the druids and the wolves. 3 vampires crouched on the ground across each bunker, hugging the dirt. The mags raised their hands. On 3 one of them called. Remember, low spectrum. And 3, 2, go. Power burst from the 10 mags, flowing into a single bright current, threaded with flashes of green and yellow. The current smashed into the ward, dancing on its surface. The druids and the wolves raised their staves. Between the 2 lines the witches snapped into a rigid pose, their arms outstretched. Magic poured. From the wolves into the witches and out into the mags. So much magic. The current shook, sliding back and forth against the ward, like caged lightning. On the left one of the druids went down. Then another. A wolf fell. Hairline cracks formed in the ward. The witch on the left screamed. With the sound of a collapsing building, the ward fractured and broke. Chunks of it floated to the ground, like weightless shards of foot-thick ice, melting into nothing as they fell. The vampires charged, clearing the fence with laughable ease. The 3 lines of magic users collapsed onto the ground. The bloodsuckers swarmed the bunkers. Before the first mage rolled to his feet, the vamps emerged, their claws bloody. On the left a shapeshifter tossed a rock at the strip of plowed ground. A green fiery glow shot from the ground, licking the stone. The rock sparked with white. The glow vanished, leaving the stone, smoking on the ground. Trapped. That was what I thought. Behind us, the shamans conferred and began to chant in unison, their voices like a beat of a human heart, rhythmic but overlapping. Magic flowed from the shamans and condensed directly in front of us. The mercs heaved the platforms forward. The boards slid over the plowed ground and froze, suspended 3 inches above the dirt by the shaman's magic. The werebore on my left roared, snorting and pawing the ground. The 4 boars in our view raised their heads at the challenge. The were-boar lowered his massive head and charged across the makeshift bridge with a fierce screech, hurtling like a cannonball. For a split second the Caledonian boars stared in shock, and then as one they gave chase. The group galloped behind the buildings, out of sight. Mine started forward. We followed. The bear picked up speed, at first moving slowly, then faster and faster, until I was running full speed in the middle of a stampede. A boar shot out from behind the concourse. The bear on the left peeled off to intercept. Another boar came from the right, a grizzled scarred male. Eduardo sped into a charge and rammed him head-on. The boar and buffalo went down in a tangle of tusks and hooves. I could barely see. The huge furry backs blocked my view. A snort, and another shapeshifter went down. Again. Again. And again. Marn and Curran made a sharp left and suddenly I saw the tower, 100 yards in front of us, and 3 giant pigs rocketing toward us like shots from a sling. "Get her to the tower," Curran roared, and charged toward the pigs. Marn followed. Our armored barrier was gone. It was just me, Bob, the alphas, and a handful of renders. We ran. The air turned to fire in my lungs. Blood pounded through my temples. 80 yards. 60. 40. I pulled Slayer from its sheath. Above us, within the ward, magic streamed from the tower, unfolding in iridescent feathery smudges. The plume. We had 20 minutes before the device went active. To the left, a squat building flew by, and out off corner of my eye I saw a huge boar rushing at us, mouth open, tusks ready to gore. He looked as big as a house. Vicious eyes glared at me. I sprinted, squeezing every last drop out of my muscles. The boar loomed, closer and closer. 25 yards. The boar was on top of us. We wouldn't make it. Jennifer spun toward the pig, baring her teeth. Daniel's clawed hand closed on her shoulder. He shoved her aside and flung himself at the boar. The werewolf's claws raked across the pig's head, gouging the left eye. The boar squealed in mad fury. His tusk caught Daniel in the stomach. The boar shot forward, half blind, and smashed into the ward. Daniel's blonde head hit the pale glow. The back of his skull exploded, his face still intact, his blue eyes staring straight at us, and then both the werewolf and the boar disintegrated in a flash of blinding white. 10 yards. Jennifer screamed a single hoarse howl of pain, ripped straight from her heart. I sliced Slayer across my forearm, coating the blade with my blood, and rammed the ward, sinking all of my magic into the power word. Hussard. Mine. Agony ripped through me in a fiery cascade. The ward shuddered. Veins of pure, intense red shot through the magic barrier. It shattered and the shapeshifters burst through it, smashing into the tower. I stumbled forward, trying to hold on to reality. Don't pass out, don't pass out. Derek ripped the tower's door off its hinges. A man raised a crossbow, blocking our way. Jennifer lunged at him. The bolt took her in the thigh. She ripped the man's head off, pulled the bolt out, and bounded inside, where more shooters waited on the stairway. We climbed the tower, step by step. For the first couple of minutes Jennifer was in front venting her fury, and then she took off into the side corridor raging, and someone else took point. We killed and climbed, and the stairs behind us ran red with blood. A door loomed ahead. The shapeshifters crashed through it, drunk on blood fumes and anger. People spun to us, a familiar face among them. Shane. I lunged and disemboweled him with one precise strike. He clutched at his stomach, trying to hold the slippery ribbons of his intestines inside. I sliced across his chest and neck and kicked him to the ground. He crashed at my feet, bleeding to death. The device loomed in front of me, a cylinder of gleaming metal, encrusted with gems and inlaid with glyphs and patterns, spinning magic from its top in feathery glowing strands. A control console rose next to it, bristling with levers. 3 gauges, long narrow rectangles half filled with pale light, glowed above the console. Around the cylinder, the shape-shifters tore into the keepers like sharks into baby seals. I pulled Carmen's instructions from the pocket of my jeans and unfolded them, careful to keep my bloody fingerprints off the text. According to Carmen, shutting down the machine required pushing the levers in a precise sequence. He said it would take anywhere from 3 to 10 minutes. I had no idea how many minutes I had left. Don't think about it, just do it. I pushed the first lever. The gauge on the left turned blue. If it turned bright green, the device would become unstable and we'd all vanish in an explosion of magic. I jerked my hand back. The gauge glowed with blue, slowly growing lighter and lighter. Seconds ticked by. Come on. If I ever commissioned a world-destroying device, it would have a 2-second shut-off, turn the key and that's it. Come on. The gauge turned white. I pushed the second lever. The third gauge shot into blue-green. I held my breath. The light shone, holding at the almost green mark. Turn white. Turn white, damn you. Behind me someone snarled. White. Turn white. The gauge paled, sliding into pale grey. Good enough. I pulled the first lever again. All 3 gauges remained steadily pale. Third lever. Second lever. Third lever again. When this was over, I would screw Carmen's head off his shoulders like a cap off a beer bottle. First lever. All 3 gauges turned green. Fuck. The top of the device slid open, magic curving around it like veils of white smoke, nipping at my skin. Don't blow up. Just don't blow up. The gauges slid into blue. Wait for it. My hands shook. I clenched them into fists. Wait for it. Wait. Wait. The gauges turned white. I pushed the final lever. Nothing. What the hell? I had done it right, I'd memorized the instructions, they were in my hand. Maybe Carmen had lied. Maybe he wanted the device to activate. Something clanged within the machine. The gauges drained, the glow vanishing. The veils of magic dissipated, dissolving into nothing. The last sparks of power melted from the device and it sat inert, just a hunk of metal, dull and harmless. I slumped on the floor. Around me shapeshifters moved. Someone threw a body out the window. We'd won. Somehow we'd won. My gaze snagged on Shane, sprawled on the floor in the mess of his innards. He stared at me, his eyes wild. We won, I told him. He glared at me with eyes full of hate. Behind him Curran loomed in the doorway. He was human and smeared with blood. He stepped over Shane and crouched by me. I put my arms around his neck and we kissed, both covered in gore and neither one caring. We kissed while around us, the soldiers of the pack tossed the bodies out the windows, stepping over Shane as he lay dying slowly, bleeding his life out, watching his intestines contract and shiver on the floor in front of him. Epilogue: the keepers were dead. The magic elite of Atlanta celebrated, right outside the fallen MSDU headquarters. Food appeared as if out of thin air, bonfires flared here and there, and a couple of Caledonian boars had been carved into chunks for a barbecue. Mags, the people, witches, and shape-shifters revelled in the simple glory of being alive. We all knew that the next morning the alliance would fracture and old rivalries would rear their heads, but for one evening, we celebrated and watched the cops and the MSDU from neighbouring cities try to sort out the wreckage. The law enforcement agencies were none too happy with our impromptu cookout, but given that we had just cracked their best fortress like a walnut, they didn't make any waves. The keepers had brought as many of their members as they could muster. The MSDU lost 40 people, the rest had been herded into an underground bunker. The keepers didn't want to waste the ammunition. The rats found them and let them out. Andrea's friend didn't make it. I wandered past the tables. Smiling faces, lots of food, the hum of excited conversation. Garstek came walking toward me, carrying a plate. "Humans are fickle creatures," he said. 3 days ago I bet none of these people would have found a cause to throw a party. Here we are celebrating, when all we've done is return things to normal. Nothing like a great tragedy to make you appreciate life, I told him. Indeed. You aren't celebrating, Kate. Hard to celebrate when visions of your kid in a hospital bed keep floating through your head. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm thrilled. Rowena came to visit you this morning, Garstek said. Why? Ha. Remember how I asked you to get the information from that navigator who fainted and you blew me off? Go screw yourself. I walked away. A lone figure sat away from the bonfires, hugging her knees. I came closer and saw pale hair. Jennifer. I came to sit by her. She stared straight ahead. I wasn't sure she even knew I was there. We sat for a long time, looking out at the base swarming with cops. I don't even have a body to bury, she said. You'll have his child, I said. She rested her hand on her stomach. Her voice was bitter. And if I am very lucky, I won't have to kill her. Jennifer. A woman came up to us. She had Jennifer's lean, long body and pale hair. One of her sisters. Here you are. Come with me. We have a table set up. Jennifer didn't move. You need to eat, the woman said. You're eating for two, remember? Jennifer rose slowly. That's it, her sister murmured. Come on. Let's take care of that baby. She led Jennifer away. I sat alone. Curran dropped next to me. Hey. It's hard to jump while sitting down. I still managed. Why do you sneak up on me like that? It's funny, it's not. I leaned into him and he put his arm around me. It's hilarious. It's almost as funny as your snoring. I don't snore. He nodded with a wide grin. It's a quiet, peaceful kind of snoring. Like a small, cuddly Tasmanian devil. Kind of cute when sleeping, all claws and teeth when awake. You snore worse. At least I don't turn into a lion in my sleep. I only did it once. Once was weird enough, thank you. He looked at me. You're still going through with the Julie thing? Yes. Why do you keep asking me? I keep hoping you'll change your mind. I won't. He sighed and pulled me closer to him. Your blood and Era's blood are basically the same, Doolittle told me. I rubbed my eyes. I hadn't slept much the night before, and I had spent all morning trying to get a sample of shapeshifter blood to respond to my magic. I'd accomplished exactly nothing. The blood sat inert in the small plastic dish. It didn't help that Curran had insisted on watching me and spent the past 10 hours sitting in the corner, looking pissed off. There was the aftermath of the Keeper's chaos to deal with and shapeshifters returning to the Keep, but no, he put it all on hold so he could sit here and watch me. The only difference between you and her is the concentration of magic, Doolittle continued. She'd had thousands of years to accumulate hers, while I'd barely had a quarter of a century. I believe this is getting us nowhere, Doolittle said. And don't be giving me dirty looks, my lady. I didn't say we should give up. I think we should, Cunan said. What we need is an anchor. Something in Julie's blood that would respond to your magic. Doolittle took a syringe from the table and let a single drop from the syringe fall into the blood. Foul magic tugged on me. Vampire blood. I felt it, felt the undeath shoot through the blood in the dish. Doolittle nodded. Try it now. I concentrated and pulled. I could do this. I should be able to do this. Sweat broke on my hairline. The blood rose from the dish about an inch, curling into a globe of red. I held it there and stretched it into a disc. It flowed, obedient and pliant. How did you know? Curran asked. Era has traces of vampirism in her blood sample, Doolittle said. Not in a virulent form. It's a very odd thing, almost like a dormant precursor to the virus itself. Our Lady does too, in smaller concentration. I let the blood drain into the dish. I would venture a guess that most navigators of the dead also possess the same, probably in much, much smaller quantities. When I have some spare time, I want to look at your blood in greater detail. Doolittle frowned. What, we have it, too. Curran pushed up from the floor. It reacts to magic, Doolittle said. Perhaps it's an evolutionary adaptation to the world where magic was a constant presence. I would have to run more tests, but for now we must deal with the problem at hand. We need the vampiric vector. Are you telling me I have to infect Julie with vampirism? This was crazy. Vampirism was irreversible. But then so was Lycos V. I wouldn't presume to tell you anything, Doolittle said. This whole scheme is an exercise in insanity. However, if you persist in this hair-brained, ill-advised endeavour, this is the only way for you to mould her blood. How about we just don't do it, Cunan said. I took a deep breath. Can you tell me with absolute certainty that Julie will go loop the moment she wakes up? They both answered in unison. Yes. Then I have to do it, I told them. I have no choice. 3 days later one travelled to perform the RS ritual deep in Sibley Forest. The witches were there, and somehow Grigoratu and his brother were there, too. I had never quite gotten to the bottom of how they'd solved their differences, but I decided not to look a gift valve in the mouth. We chose a spot on top of a lone quartz boulder, thrusting from the forest floor like a miniature version of Stone Mountain. Carmen operated the device we'd taken at Palmetto. The witches stood around me in a circle, while Julie lay in front of me on a stretcher. Her sedation was wearing off, and muscles and bone bulged and moved under her skin as if they had a mind of their own. Derek and Jezebel stood on both sides of the stretcher, waiting. Carmen opened the device. Magic spilled from it in a dense cascade of pale glow. The witches strained and then a flood of power hit me, so cold it felt like my muscles froze. It spread through me, flowing from cell to cell, saturating my blood, setting my nerves on fire. The witches kept feeding me power, more and more and more. The ice turned into agony, shaving at me from the inside, scraping layer after layer from my core. In the haze of magic, Doolittle took a step toward Julie. The syringe in his hand rose. The needle touched her skin and the immortuous pathogen entered a body. In a normal victim, it took 7 hours for full colonization of the body. 7 hours from the infection to full-blown vampirism. The process was irreversible. We didn't need 7 hours. We just needed 1 minute for the vampiric blood to fully circulate through Julie's body. More magic came. My hands and feet dissolved into pain. Every instinct screamed for me to stop. End it. Just end it and the pain will stop. Julie's body began to glow. It beckoned me, like a swamp light, drawing me closer and closer. She kicked and convulsed on her stretcher, muscles and fur bulging. I was almost there. A little more magic. A little more pain. A searing blast of magic smashed into me, pushing me over the edge. Julie snarled. Her restraints snapped and she shot up, her flesh boiling. Grotesque jaws thrust from her face, she stood hunched over, half human, half lynx, but whereas a shapeshifter's warrior form was streamlined, Julie's body was a mess of mismatched parts. Her left arm was huge, Her right leg had a knee that bent backward. Fur sheathed her stomach, while human skin stained her back in pale patches. She stared, mesmerized. I felt the blood sliding through her veins, flowing in a current of tiny particles of magic. Julie opened her mouth, her monstrous face uncertain. Derek clamped her in a bear hug and Jezebel sliced her neck, severing the jugular. Blood shot in a pressurized spray and I grabbed it with my power, gathering each precious tiny drop, condensing, turning, spinning it into a globe of brilliant magic. All sound faded, except the beating of my heart. I kept pulling it, drawing it out of the container of flesh, until I had taken all of it. The creature who had owned the blood before me toppled to the ground. I beckoned the sphere and it floated toward me, settling in the palms of my open hands, so alive, so bursting with magic. Something was wrong with it. It was corrupted, tainted somehow. But it was so breathtakingly beautiful. A distant presence tugged on me, coming from impossibly far, stretching toward me across distance or time, I couldn't tell. It peered inside me, permeating my magic, examining the blood in my hands. I was supposed to do something with this blood, wasn't I? Or maybe not. It sat in my palms, so warm and throbbing with power. The presence watched me. I watched it back. A thought formed in my head and it wasn't my own, yet somehow it also was. See, well done. At the creature's body another creature was screaming at me, her face contorted. A third creature stared at me, an expression of pure horror stamped on his face. Odd, this blood. All wrong. I had to do something with it, but I wasn't sure what. I held the blood out to the presence. It's dirty. Then you should clean it, the presence suggested gently. I had to clean it. Yes, that was it. Let your blood flow, the presence murmured. I sweated blood. It poured from my pores, bleeding magic. Now bind them together, the presence suggested. I mold my blood, stretching it in thin filaments to the glowing core of the creature's blood in my hand, wrapping my magic around it, piercing it, cleansing. That's it. That's it, the presence told me. Excellent. Now return it. LT's mine. You must give it back or the child won't survive. But it's mine, no. You only borrowed it. If you keep it, you'll kill its vessel. The creatures were screaming. I didn't want to kill anyone. I held the sphere for another long moment, savoring it, and thrust it back into the creature's body. It flowed into her, rushing through, filling her collapsed veins and arteries. The creature didn't stir. You must will her to live, the presence told me gently. She needs your help. Mine, I told the blood. Obey me. Live. Survive. Obey, obey, obey. The creature drew a hoarse breath, jerking. The wound on her neck bled. Her body whipped, gripped by spasms. The others lunged to her. The world careened on its side, went dark, and all was still. One opened my eyes. Curran sat next to Ne, his grey eyes watching me. Julie. She survived, he said. His quiet voice gained a rough growl. If you think that I will ever let you pull that fucked up shit again, then this thing between you and me is done. We are fucking done. We made it. We made it through in one piece. He didn't die, Julie didn't die, I didn't die. It was some kind of bloody miracle. I thought you loved me and would never leave me. That was not you. That was fucked up. I put my arms around him and kissed him. Curran clenched me to him. My bones groaned. Never again. Never again, I promised. I give you my word. Never again. I'm so glad you woke up. Aha. The shoe is on the other foot. Shut up. He kissed me, and I pulled my personal psycho into bed with 20 minutes later one was eating chicken soup. It was the best soup I ever tasted. How long was I out? 3 days. That's nothing. You were out 11. Curran shrugged. 3 was enough. How's Julie? Freaked out and under house arrest, but okay. Why under house arrest? Curran shook his head. Oh no, I killed Kate. Kate is dead because of me. If she dies, I'll kill myself. And other stupidity along those lines. I ordered her locked up so she doesn't do something idiotic. Doolittle says she's healing well. No trace of LYCV. No vampirism. Curran focused on me. I thought I lost you both back there. I think you might have. I was really confused at some point. I think I hallucinated. I can almost swear I heard somebody. Who? I don't know. I promise, never again. I don't think I can survive another one like that. Curran sighed. I suppose you'll want to see the kid now. Yes. Curran roared. Barabbas. The door opened and my nanny stuck his spiky head inside. He saw me and his face split in a sharp grin. My lord, my lady, may I say that I am delighted that my favorite alpha is feeling better. Why, you'll be running recklessly into danger against overwhelming odds anytime now. Curran growled. Shut up. Bring Julie. 3 minutes later Julie stepped into the room. She stopped at the entrance, a pale, skinny wraith. I waited, but she didn't come any closer. Hey, I said. Hey, she answered. Are you okay? I don't know. Julie swallowed. Oh boy. What's the problem? You did something to me. Julie hesitated. My magic looks like yours. I glanced at Curran. You didn't tell her. Oh no, that's your mess. You can have that job. You go right ahead. I sat up straighter. When Leslie bit you, she infected you with LYCV, used an old ritual and cleaned your blood with mine to save you. Julie blinked a few times. So what does it mean? It means that you are now immune to LYCV and vampirism. You might develop some new powers. It might be strange for a while, but I will help you through it. Julie swallowed. So I am like really your niece now. Something like that. I almost died saving you. Am I going to get some sort of hug or what? She took a step, broke into a run, and hugged me. Curran shook his head. I stuck my tongue out at him. Whatever. She was alive. I would deal with everything else as it came. You can never tell anyone, Curran said. What Kate has done for you can't be done to anyone else, do you understand? The pack is full of desperate parents whose kids might go loop. You can't go around telling people that Kate cured you of it. If anybody asks, you pull TLN off on your own. Your magic was so strong, your body rejected LYCV. Julie, answer me. Yes, sir, Julie said in my arms. I pulled through on my own. A knock sounded and Barabbas stepped back into the room, carrying a narrow blue vase filled with flowers. Happy reunion. Also, these came for you, Kate. I put them in a vase. Not quite sure what these flowers are, but they smell divine. The vase held a dozen small flowers, their petals pristine white, like small stars, solid black at the center. I froze with Julie still hugging me. Morgan's bells. I knew these flowers, I had made them. They'd sprouted during the flare on the spot where I'd cried my eyes out, holding Bran's lifeless body. Next to me Curran was very still. I willed my mouth to move. Is there a card? Barabbas nodded and passed me a small white rectangle folded in half. I flipped it open. Congratulations on your victory, Your Highness. Looking forward to our next meeting. Hugh.